Mic test, mic test. Clerk mic check, clerk mic check. Mic check. Mic test. Mic check. Mic test. Witness mic check. Witness mic test. Witness mic test. Mic check. Mic test. Mic check. LCO mic check. LCO mic check.
All right, folks, we're going to start getting ready here. Want to keep us on schedule and on time. I know that there are a lot of folks testifying in a lot of places. Good afternoon. I'd like to call this public hearing of the Children's Committee to order. We want to thank everyone for being here today. It's a reminder that this committee is committed to ensuring that Connecticut's policies and laws protect and uplift and support our youngest residents, and the work that we do here directly impacts the well-being of children and families across our great state. All of your voices are a critical part in this process in ensuring that we remain true to that goal. Before we begin, I'd like to go over a few procedural notes, and we just want to be very clear about this and make sure that the hearing runs smoothly. First, we'll hear from all of our elected officials and agency representatives and invited speakers, followed by members of the public. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. 3 minutes. The clerk is he's very he's a stickler for time, so you may hear halfway through as you get closer to your time, please summarize. And you can continue to summarize the rest of your testimony, but you'll have 3 minutes. Each member of this committee may engage with the public based around questioning, 2 questions each. Again, 2 questions each. Not 2 questions and a comment, 2 questions each. And that's not for the general public. Those who know who that's for will know who that's for. After that, we ask that everyone continue to remain respectful and mindful of time so we can ensure that as many voices that we would like to be heard will be heard. And if you're providing testimony virtually, please remember to unmute yourself when speaking and state your name and affiliation for the record and the bill in which you are testifying around. If you're here in person, please be sure to do the same and be sure that you have signed up so we can call you in that order. If you have tried to testify after the time of the deadline, we do not permit that. That is up to the discretion of the 2 chairs. And with that, let's get started. I'll allow for introductions and quick remarks from our co-chairs.
Senator Martin.
Sorry, that was me.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I am very excited to hear what people have to say, and it's lovely to see you all in the room. You share with us the concern for children in our state, so we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Dauphiné, I see that you are online. Ma'am, would you, as our great ranking member, like to have any comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I can't be there live, but I'm here and I'm ready to get started. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It won't be the same without you here in the room. I just want to let you know that. Senator Martin, is Senator Martin on with us? He might be en route, and I imagine he would say get on with the show. Okay. With that said, I would like to begin with testimony from state officials and agency representatives. First, we have the Commissioner of the Department of Children and Families, the Honorable Jody Hill-Lilly. Commissioner, you have the floor. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, good afternoon to Senator Mar, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphiné, and distinguished members of the Committee on Children. I'm Jody Hill-Lilly, Commissioner of the Department of Children and Families, and I'm submitting testimony on Raise Bill 1311, an act concerning the recommendations of the Department of Children and Families. This bill was submitted by the department, and I thank the committee for raising it and respectfully request favorable action on the bill. There are several sections of this particular bill, which I will summarize now. The first is Section 1, containing emergency placements. The DCF agency bill last year, Public Act 24-79, streamlined the emergency placement process for relative and fictive kin caregivers. In doing so, the law requires the department to submit fingerprints of caregivers and other adults that reside in the home to the FBI for background checks. The department has received clarification from the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection that in order to maintain access to the FBI criminal background information, state law must explicitly reference emergency placements in the statutes pertaining to the background check for relative and fictive kin. This legislation is necessary to successfully comply with our federal FBI standards for background checks. So essentially, it's a technical fix that we forgot to put in the word emergency and are looking to rectify that. The next section is Section 2, Services Post-Majority Youth. DCF is committed to ensuring that children who are in state care launch into adulthood with the tools they need to be successful. In some cases, when a child reaches the age of 18, they are not quite ready to transition from state care. And need I say, from our own homes. Existing law permits them to stay in the care of DCF on a voluntary basis up to age 21 under services post-majority, which we call SPM status, so that they may receive additional supports as they transition into young adulthood. Occasionally, a youth will leave the department at the age of 18, but then after thinking about it and realizing the grass is not greener on the other side, they want to re-enter care when they realize that they are not ready to make the transition into full independence. Currently, the department is able to claim Title 4E reimbursement for our kids who are already committed as SPM youth who remain in care, but not for those who leave and re-enter. So in other words, as long as you have uninterrupted service, right now we can claim them up until 21. If they leave and come back, right now we cannot claim them. Federal policy requires a court order from the state of competent jurisdiction in order for a child welfare agency to claim reimbursement for an SPMU. This section establishes a court process for those young adults, only for those who return to DCF care beyond 120 days of the youth's adult 18th birthday. And this will enable DCF to claim reimbursement for those youth. The court's determination in the form of a decree then permits the state to seek Title 4E reimbursement under the federal law and guidelines. It is expected that the department would recover about $1 million in federal reimbursements based on the past averages, which we get about a little bit over 20 kids, a little short of 30 kids who want to come back. Section 3 is record disclosure. Due to the nature of our work with children and families, DCF records are protected by state and federal confidentiality laws. However, the department may disclose records to certain individuals and entities without consent in certain circumstances for specified purposes. This section amends the statute to require DCF to disclose the record to the Department of Developmental Services to cooperate with an investigation of abuse or neglect of an individual with intellectual disabilities. The section also permits DCF to disclose relevant records to the Office of Policy Management in order for our Office of Labor Relations to conduct a labor-related investigation on behalf of the department. That was really an unintended negative consequence of centralization. It prohibited us from sharing information, and we absolutely need to be able to share this information with the Office of Labor Relations. Section 4, DCF licensed facility. I will preface this by saying that DCF license up to probably about 100 facilities that, and a third of them we use and the rest we don't use. So this is about our licensing activity within our department. So this section will allow individuals placed at a DCF licensed facility who require special education to remain in placement at the facility until the person turns 22. This, in accordance with the state of education statutes, which were amended in 2023 in conformity with federal court decision to require boards of education to provide special education until an eligible student graduates high school or until the end of the school year when the student reaches age 22. Some youth who reside in these facilities are entitled to special education services up to age 22. In order to accommodate this change in education statutes, DCF currently provides license waivers to those facilities where those youth reside so that they may remain at the facility while completing their education. This proposal will eliminate the necessity for a waiver in such circumstances and will lessen the associated administrative burdens for our providers. Section 5, Foster Care Bill of Rights. The DCF Foster Care Division has been working with our caretaker advisory group for over the past 2 years to develop this legislation. The resulting language directs DCF in collaboration with our caregivers to clarify the rights of foster parents and licensed caregivers and specifies that these rights are afforded to the extent feasible and consistent with state and federal law. By doing so, the department seeks to recognize the vital role of foster parents and licensed caregivers in the child welfare system, while also encouraging more individuals to step forward to serve in these critical roles. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge all of the amazing caregivers who come forward to provide homes for our kids. They open their hearts and their homes. And we are really in the midst of a placement crisis where we don't have enough homes. And so we are doing our best to support our caregivers who step up to this role. And so we support and really want to make sure we do everything to support our caregivers. Section 6, which is the last section, Interstate Compact on the placement of children. The existing interstate compact for the placement of children, which is ICPC, was adopted by states in 1960 to address states' concern regarding placing children in care in other jurisdictions. The legislation, which has been in place for over 60 years, needs revision to better facilitate the placement of children in other states. This section takes a step towards adopting the revised compact by repealing the existing ICPC language in state law and replacing it with the revised language. The new compact will take effect when 35 states adopt the new language. Being among the first states to adopt the revision will afford Connecticut the opportunity to be a part of the rulemaking process once the new ICPC takes effect. Currently, there are 18 states that have adopted the revised ICPC, including our neighboring states, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, and Maine. Florida, which receives a significant number of Connecticut interstate compacts, has likewise adopted the revised compact. This proposal promotes safety, permanency, and well-being of children and families, both inside and outside of the state, in matters related to placement of children across state lines. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on this important legislation, and I am here with my team to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate that testimony, and we appreciate your work and dedication to our state. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Lanou, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Commissioner, very nice to see you. It's nice to see your members of your administration here, and thank you for being with us. Obviously, I think you're going to know where I'm going with this on the ICPC. I know you mentioned there's some reforms that we're looking to possibly vote to ratify in Connecticut, which 35 states do it. Those will take effect. I'm sure, as you're aware from last year, which was last session, last term, there was a situation in my district where, and I'm not going to relitigate the entire issue, but just for context, there's a military family that had roots in Connecticut. They were getting reassigned to Connecticut. They went through another state. While visiting relatives in that state, there was an alleged situation. There was a judge who was actually facing felony charges that made a decision. And Connecticut was essentially bound by the decision, even though the parents who had Connecticut roots were the only reason they were out of Connecticut was because of his military service, was getting reassigned to Connecticut. So I guess my question is, in the event, and I'm not without using that as context, but let's just say in an example where another there's the parents and the children are all Connecticut residents, and there's an alleged situation and a decision that happens in another state, because their feet happen to be on the ground there at the time for just a short period of time. Connecticut would say hypothetically, finds no wrongdoing, disagrees with the other state's underlying decision that happened against Connecticut residents, both parents and children. Is there some way that when there's a conflict between two states, as far as they have arrived at two different decisions, under these reforms, is there a way that they can that this can get rectified, or where that we're not necessarily bound by that first state's decision?
Thank you for the question. And, hypothetically, if it's a situation where a person has been arrested for child abuse and is in the criminal process, the way that the laws state right now, we have to wait until that process is over, wait until that's finalized, right? I think what we're trying to do is to get to the table so that when there's a difference of opinion in terms of an assessment, there would be opportunities to state our perspective in things. Although I don't know, to be honest with you, it's a federal law, and it's something that we're trying to get to the table to be able to influence at that point. I would yield to my general counsel to talk about what we can and cannot do, or should and should not do in that
Great. No,
situation.
thank you, Commissioner. For the record, Susan Hamilton, General Counsel at DCF. Nice to see you, Representative Lanu. Appreciate the question.
Likewise.
I do recall it from last session. So I did want to clarify one point. So, we may have touched on this last year, but the interstate compact on the placement of children, which is which applies here and what we're trying to do here, relates to the interstate placement of children that are in the custody of the state agency, and how placements can be effectuated that way. There's another uniform code, the Child Custody Jurisdiction Enforcement Code, another acronym, UCCJEA, that would implicate, I think, that would I think more directly apply to the scenario that you are asking about. But to the Commissioner's point, I think at least clarifying on the ICPC side that we have a seat at the table if and when 35 states actually, adopt this language, will certainly, as far as ICPC issues go, give us an opportunity to negotiate and have a voice on some of those issues.
It's a tough spot when the department is, necessarily is coming up with a different assessment and another state has jurisdiction. So it was a really tough situation. And like I said, we would have the opportunity to at least be at the table to negotiate and renegotiate some of those rules.
And who are you negotiating with?
We can have our subject matter experts come up to at my.
If I might, Representative Lanu, again, just to clarify, the language in here as it relates to ICPC, the new ICPC language would include a dispute resolution process. So, and so it will include an opportunity for that. Now,
We're going to let our expert answer the question.
Lori Francis Genie, Central Office Program Supervisor, Interstate Compact Manager. How are you? Just to clarify, there are hundreds of compacts, and the compact that you're referring to regarding children receiving education in military families is not related at all to the Interstate Compact for the Placement of Children, because this has to do with children who are in foster care going across state lines. And the purpose of the compact is to make sure that all children are being received in a safe home, have the necessary background checks, that there's a process for a home study assessment of the family, training for that family, as well as reimbursement for families that claim on their 4E plan, and timely placements. If we had a child in Connecticut who wanted to be placed with a grandparent out in Texas, we would request through our interstate of Texas Interstate to please provide a study and training and licensing of that person. We do not place until the home is licensed. And if the Texas Interstate did an assessment and found that they were not licensable, they would deny placement. We, on the other hand, need to approve placements of children from other states coming into our Connecticut families, where we train and license and approve through all necessary background checks, including Adam Walsh checks, FBI checks, etc.
Okay, so I guess this interstate commission,
Mhm.
can you speak a little more to that as far as where this would come in? As far as negotiating with ICPC? If there's a,
And Representative, I just wanted to let you know that this would, if you don't mind, could we come back to you a second time around if possible after this question, just so we can get others, because I do believe this will, this might be your third, sir.
oh, okay, well.
But no, but I'll permit you to ask the question. I wanted to just be respectful. I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome,
I
sir.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I asked it. The Interstate Commission, would that play a role in potentially negotiating or being an arbiter if there's a conflict between two states as far as adjudication?
So part of the new compact will include an opportunity to have any disputes between states managed and handled. Right now, for example, there is a rule that, you know, they need to comply by a certain amount of time, but we have no influence on making sure that happens. There's no consequence for things. So in the new compact, the states will work together on creating what those rules will be, and we'll have a full year after adoption to write those rules in agreement. And the Interstate Compact is overseen by the Secretariat of the AAICPC, which is the Association of Administrators of Interstate Compact on the Placement of Children. And the Secretariat is an attorney herself, and she and her team provide guidance to all states. We have an annual business meeting, we have training every year, and we have several committees, of which all of my staff are included on national committees regarding improvement of the practice for interstate.
Short answer is yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate the answers. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
Thank you, good sir. I appreciate your questions. Next, we'll have Representative Wielander, followed by Representative Dauphiné, followed by Senator Marr. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner and team. I don't know if your subject matter expert might be coming back or not.
We're gonna have you, she's running, look, she's.
Yeah. We need her. Lock the doors. No, I'm kidding.
Don't go anywhere.
I had a question. You mentioned it really briefly about a child maybe wanting to go to live with their grandparents and in another state. Can you expand on more about why a child might go to another state, please?
Certainly. So as you know, we work with all families in Connecticut, and we try to keep kids at home, prevent removal. We also try to return kids. If that cannot happen, we seek other permanency plans so that we help children exit foster care and exit child welfare system. So I'm sorry, what was the question? Oh, how it happened? So if a family in Connecticut has a resource, we don't limit it to relatives that are living in Connecticut. We explore from the very beginning who are all of the relatives, paternal relatives, maternal relatives, anyone that even maybe may not be blood related or marriage related, but who has a relationship with that child. And there's certain criteria for even doing a priority, very quick assessment on anyone who has that relationship with the child. So if grandma in Texas or Florida or wherever is interested in being that resource, then our worker will seek that person, do a preliminary over the phone, and then submit what's called the Interstate Compact Packet. What is the case plan? What is the level of care that child needs? What is it that caregiver will need in the other state? And then that state will then receive it from us, making sure all those documents are in place. Do we have everything we need? Do we have the birth certificate? Do we have the social security card? Are we verifying that Connecticut has jurisdiction to request this? And then we also in Connecticut go to court and say, this is the plan for this child, judge. Are you in agreement with that? And we seek permission before the child leaves Connecticut. After we receive that report from that other state saying, yes, they're licensed, they're trained, they're appropriate. And it's important to have the services available to that family to receive, not only financial boarding care, but services, counseling, therapy, the right school system, etc. And we assure all of those are in place before that state will say, yes, you can now send your child.
Thank you. That sounds very intense.
Long short is that kids belong with their families.
Mhm.
And we go to great extent to make sure the research is very clear that when kids are with families, they do better. The research is very clear.
Absolutely. Thank you for that answer. The follow-up question I had was, if a child then goes to live in another state, is Connecticut still responsible for them, or they
I was
then
just gonna
become?
add on to that, but yes.
Yeah.
So it's as if Texas becomes our eyes. So we require monthly contact at minimum with all the children in placement. So when Texas accepts this placement, they are then assigned to do at least monthly contact with that child and family and provide us at least a quarterly report for as long as that child is there until we in our Connecticut juvenile courts then complete the care of that child and
So-
transfer. So our courts will transfer guardianship, our courts will obtain the adoption, but our eyes on that child is done through the Interstate Compact.
That sounds great. Thank you for explaining that partnership. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you,
And
Mr.
one,
Chair.
one other aspect of, good afternoon, Michael Williams, Deputy Commissioner of Operations. And thank you for that question, because it gives us an opportunity to highlight another aspect of this proposal that goes into place once adopted, and that is for non-custodial parents who may be out of state, who may not have knowledge of their children coming into foster care. And we have that a lot. Parents who may live in Springfield, Massachusetts, and they have a child in New Haven and didn't know that their child entered foster care. That process she described would apply to that non-custodial parent when it's their child. This gives us an opportunity to waive that process and allow that parent to have access to that child without that lengthy and very, very long process for them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative Mastrofrancesco, Senator Mar, and Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony today, Commissioner. My questions are specific to the extended care for youth. The first question I have is, how will the DCF track and ensure that youth who remain in extended care or re-enter care are meeting eligibility criteria that has been set up?
That is the purpose for the court hearings, so that we are making sure that we have followed all the steps according to state law, that they're eligible for 4E reimbursement. And that's what we seek to establish. I don't know if you want to add anything.
And yes, the criteria we have right now for any child turning 18 that wants to remain voluntarily in the department as a service post-majority child, the criteria for them to do that requires them to be in either post-secondary education, vocational training. They may be a child who is transitioning to Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, Department of Developmental Services. So meeting all of those criteria that qualifies them to remain in our care is something we check routinely.
Yeah, we have social workers that have just kids that are, post 18 or, and so their specialty. So it's closely monitored.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative, was that your last question? I think that was.
I have one more, Mr. Chair. We only get two, so I'm going to use my limit.
Yes, ma'am. I was just making sure.
It's hard to limit them to two when we got so much information from the good commissioner. But my next question is, what is the projected cost of allowing youth to remain in care until 21 or re-enter care after 18?
Sorry. What we did calculate is what we would get in terms of reimbursement. So there's about 20 to 30 kids that leave and decide the grass is not greener on the other side and want to come back in. And the revenue that the state would generate is about $1 million. So right now, as I said before, we have it's about 580 plus kids over the age of 18 that are not quite ready to launch. And so we're already, and by the way, we are still funding we're still funding those kids who come back in. We just weren't seeking reimbursement.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné. We appreciate your questions. Senator Marr.
I'm up. Hello, nice to see you, Commissioner and crew. And I have a quick question. I know last year we spoke about the Bill of Rights, and I'm really delighted to see it in here today. Could you just speak a little bit about what some of the components of the Bill of Rights are as you see them?
Well, I will say I'm going to queue up my DC over here or foster care director, have her switch seats and come up so she worked heavily on this. I want her to talk about it. Just to say, I said in my prepared statements, we have to support our caregivers. People are not signing up to do this work anymore. And we have what I would consider to be a national placement crisis where in other jurisdictions, kids are like sleeping in offices and sleeping in hotels with DCF workers. That's not happening here, but we're real close. And so we need to maintain the foster parents that we have. We need to nurture them. We need to respect them. We need to make sure that they are supported. And so I'll turn it over to Natalia to talk about some of the elements of the Foster Care Bill of Rights.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Natalia Liriano, foster. I was going to say foster parent, but I'm the foster care
She
division.
might be onto something. You too.
Yeah.
By the way, anybody in here, we're looking for foster homes.
I'm sorry, Natalia Liriano, foster care director, statewide foster care director for DCF. So this was actually a labor of love, and it involved not only the department, but also our caregivers and other external partners. And I think there are kind of 4 basic areas that we build on what already existed and clarified. And our foster parents, our licensed caregivers, made it clear what they wanted to see in this Bill of Rights. They were very clear. So the biggest pieces were around communication, notification, collaboration with them, and also setting out expectations, not only of the caregivers, but also of the department. So if we're asking them to do shared parenting or be co-parents, right, with birth parents and the child's birth parents and caregivers to do that together as one, they're asking us, okay, so notify us of court hearings. Let us know when there is a case plan. Make sure that we're included and we have a voice at the table. So the Bill of Rights kind of outlines, their expectations of us and our expectations of them. And the spirit of it is basically to build relationships for the benefit of children who enter care. That's the bottom line. But again, it was a collaboration between not only the Connecticut Alliance of Foster and Adoptive Families, KFAF, our existing Caregiver Advisory Council that has adoptive parents, kinship parents, core parents, both retired and active. And then we also asked our staff as well to weigh in on the Bill of Rights.
I want to thank you for this because I know we heard testimony from parents last year asking for this very, very clearly. They felt that specifically that they weren't notified of court appearances and did not have a voice in care. So thank you for doing the work on it. And I'm glad to hear it was a labor of love and that you had so many referrents in the process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll be sure to get a copy of the Bill of Rights to the members of this committee so that they can review that in deeper thought. Thank you very much. Representative Pizzuto, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Commissioner and team members there. Just for my own clarification, I'm trying to get my arms around acronyms and terms. Under that SB 1311, the Interstate Commission for the Placement of Children, the word secretarian was brought up. And is that a person or an entity? And basically who pays them and do they serve under a certain state department or entity? Yes, I didn't.
It's not a state, I'm trying to remember the acronym. It is not a state position. It's through the federal government. Yep.
I'm sorry.
She has the acronyms.
Okay, sure. Sure.
Each state who's a member of the compact has the oversight of the secretariat, which is the Association of the Administrators of the Interstate Compact on the Placement of Children. Caller Fultz is that secretariat. She is a person, she is an attorney, and she helps to guide and oversee all of the committees and the work. We each meet every single month as a nation, our representatives from across regarding practice improvements and things, so.
So it wouldn't matter what state she has overall authority.
Well, the states have their own authority,
Okay.
but she serves as a guide, referent, sort of a centralized overseer.
And is her ruling final? And that's my last question, Mr. Chair.
No. No.
Well, also just clarify, if I could, I think, again, the position, I think that's a good way to describe it, more of a coordinator to ensure that states are actually following the compact as it's drafted. But I think ultimately independent case decision-making, assuming compliance with the language of the ICPC is driven by the states. So I don't know if that helps any, but she doesn't have independent authority in that way to direct states to take action or to act in any other specific way.
Okay. Thank you very much.
A point of order, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
if I
sir.
may. When Representative Pizzuto asked the question, is her decision final? I heard somebody in the audience said no, and then it looked like that was the answer that stood. I would just like to know for the record who that was who actually answered the question.
We'll accept that point of order, sir. And so I'll take that back to the commissioner and you can tell us, Commissioner, from your staff, what is the correct answer regarding whether or not the ruling is a no, and we will only take it from the staff members that are present before us testify.
Excellent. I don't know who said it. So
Yeah.
So
I'd have to- okay, all
Rep-
right. So this is somebody who would, yeah.
would you please come back up for us?
Yeah.
And make sure it's very official, ma'am,
Yeah.
or else we'll have lots of points of
There you
order.
go,
if
yeah.
this-
Natalia Liriano, statewide foster care director. No, she does not rule. Each state has their own set of standards. She offers guidance as Lori Francescini shared.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank her for the answer. I'm not
Thank
trying to be difficult, but just so we have a clear record,
No,
of the
sir, you're not
proceeding.
being difficult at all. I
I
appreciate that.
actually thought you were signing up to be a foster parent. You can,
In case
I thought
anyone
that's
has
what you
wondered,
two
the
were talking
commissioner is
about.
looking for
That's
foster
what-
parents.
I really thought that's what you were.
We'll
And-
definitely take it under consideration.
And Commissioner, we do appreciate all of your hard work and your efforts. We know that It's not an easy agency to lead. We also know that there are a lot of great needs for children and families across the state. We also know that while we are the gold standard, and I say that openly and loudly too, for most of the country in terms of our practices within this agency, that we still have a very long way to go. We need to better support families. We need to ensure that children have all the resources necessary. And we need to remain with our point of orders here on this committee as well. So we thank you for your answers. If there are any additional questions, we'll be sure to have the committee reach out to you in your office, and we'll have those answers distributed to the members of the committee membership. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Next up, we will hear from Christina Gio, the acting child advocate from the Office of the Child Advocate.
Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, if he's out there, Representative Daphne, and all of the distinguished members of the committee. I'm Christina Gio. I'm the acting child advocate from the Office of the Child Advocate, and I've submitted written testimony on all 4 bills today. I'm going to focus my testimony on Raise Bill 6952, an act concerning recreational and educational children's programs. The Office of the Child Advocate supports Section 2 of Raise Bill 6952, which is the section that requires the programs to conduct background checks on employees and to require that those checks be conducted every 5 years. We would urge the committee to make a couple of changes. One, we would urge the committee to ensure that the language requires a check of the DCF Child Abuse Registry, no matter how the criminal check is conducted. So the current language has sort of 2 sections with regard to how the criminal background checks can be conducted. The second option allows for the employer to use like a third-party check of the criminal history. And the way it's currently drafted, as I read it, it does not include a check of the DCF Child Abuse Registry. And that's, we think, critically important, right? The registry is a determination by the department that a person has been substantiated as a perpetrator of abuse and that they pose a risk, a safety risk to children. And so we want to make sure that regardless of how the criminal history check is done, that there is also a check of the child abuse registry. It's not unusual for someone to be placed on the registry but not have a co-occurring criminal case. And so it's absolutely possible that someone be on the registry and have no criminal history. So we just think that's really important. The second thing is we would urge the committee to ensure that other license and exempt programs also require those background checks. The current law exists a list of different kinds of childcare providers, including, childcare within retail establishment, boys and girls clubs exclusively for school-aged children, and 4 specifically identified nonprofit entities. The license exemption does lower the cost of care, which is important, but it also means that those background checks are not completed for employees in those programs, or not required to be completed for employees in those programs. Our view is that background checks serve as a floor to ensure that people with a known history that indicates a safety risk to children are not working with children in childcare settings. We require those checks for licensed childcare centers, non-municipal youth camps, all school employees, volunteers for court-appointed special advocates, coaches, youth athletic coaches, and we do that because it protects children. And we would encourage there to be legislation that covers most of the license exempt childcare settings. And I say most because there are some that language for exemption includes things like if you leave your child with relatives, and and those I think we could leave out, but I think all the other childcare settings should be included. And I do want to say the check of the DCF Child Abuse Registry is free. It does not cost the employer. The check of the Sex Offender Registry is free and does not cost the employer. The criminal background checks that are done by fingerprint by the state police, there is a charge for. But if that is truly the barrier, then they could use one of the options that's in the language that you have, which is checking the online judicial portal that we have, where you can go in and you can put a person's name in and their birth year, and you can see what criminal convictions they have. It goes back 10 years. So that would also be a free way of doing this. So I would encourage the committee to look at that. We are happy to work with the committee and the stakeholders to find a path forward because we think it's critically important to the safety of children. If I could, I would just like to say, take a quick moment to make a comment with regard to Raise Bill 1310. Which is an act authorizing hospitals to install devices on an exterior wall of an emergency department to facilitate the voluntary surrender of infants to the emergency department staff. This bill was raised because of concern that there may be babies who may be abandoned outdoors because their parents cannot care for them. And we share those concerns and agree that the state should ensure safe, confidential ways for parents to voluntarily surrender their newborns. I do want to say a couple of things. We did, when we saw this bill, take a look at our the data that we have. We staff the state's child fatality review panel. We receive all notice of all unexplained and unexpected deaths of children under the age of 18. We also receive critical incidents from the Department of Children and Families. And we would expect that if a child was abandoned, there would be a critical incident associated with that. So we looked back to see in the recent history what has happened. What we found looking at critical incidents dating back to 2020 was that we couldn't find any cases of an abandoned newborn, 30 days or younger, without utilization of the safe haven. And we looked back to 2021 in our fatality data, and we didn't see fatalities that were a result of a baby being left abandoned outdoors. What we are aware of is that since 2020, we found 3 cases where a minor delivered a baby at home without the assistance of an adult, and the baby died. 2 of those were determined to be due to a lack of care, and one was the cause was undetermined. Those are tragic, and we should do everything we can to prevent them. And I think everybody that's here today to testify on this bill wants to protect children. We do have some concerns, though, about the idea of the devices, and I'll go briefly. One, we have some concerns about potential safety issues. We're relying on technology. If we're talking about a device like this, we're relying on technology to regulate the temperature. We're relying on technology for the alarm. And we have some concerns about that. Who regulates it? Who checks it? Who inspects to make sure it's still working? How often does that happen? And what happens? What happens if the power goes out, right? We think there are a host of issues there that need to be considered. We also think that the safe haven law, which we have, creates opportunities that we would lose if we utilize these devices. And that we think those are really important opportunities. It's an opportunity for the mother to give birth in a hospital with medical care, for the baby to be monitored throughout that process, for the parent to be given information about options, counseled with regard to the grief they may be experiencing. And we lose all that when we're talking about leaving a child in one of these devices. So we think that's critically important. We did in our testimony suggest some alternatives that you might consider. And I would say lastly, if what our recent data shows is that there are a small number, thankfully a small number, of girls who are delivering at home without an adult with tragic consequences, I would really want our focus to be on how do we reach teenage girls? How do we let them know that there are people to help them? And we would be more than happy to work with folks to think more about those issues. And I will stop there and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. We are grateful for your insight that you've shared with us. Representative Comey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Christine, for your testimony. I was actually going to, I didn't know if you were going to get to that last bill, the 1310, because I did read your testimony and you brought up some excellent pieces that we should be concerned about, specifically that the units themselves are not particularly regulated. And, you know, you pose some questions, I think, in your testimony about, you know, what ifs, right? And so I think we could talk, you know, you could talk a little bit about that, but I also really grabbed onto what you were saying about our current laws. The safe haven laws that we have are seem to be effective here in this state, and perhaps some more resources that are sent out to our young mothers to be that are perhaps you know, afraid and don't have people that they can trust in their lives. So can you just briefly discuss that?
You know, I do think that, you know, we have safe haven laws. It allows for the relinquishment up to 30 days. It can be done anonymously, right? The hospital can ask for information, but the parent is not required to provide it. And there's important information that's gathered in that process, right? Potentially, if the parent is willing, the hospital can gather important medical information that may be really important and valuable for any family that adopts that child and for that child as they grow. So we think that's important. I do think what our data shows, to the extent that we have data, is that the safe haven laws do work. It doesn't mean there can't be another incident where a child is left outside with tragic consequences, right? That's not a guarantee. I think that what we do know is that there are teenage girls, in particular, who are too afraid, who don't get adult support, and that, I think, is a really important thing. We need to figure out, I mean, we do a lot of things to reach out to girls, but we have missed some, obviously. And so continuing to think about how do we make sure that people know about the safe haven law and that they know where they can go for help. I think that's that would be a valuable way to use our resources to address this issue.
Representative, do you have a second question? Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Love it when we save on the questions. Representative Dauphiné followed by Representative McGee, and I'll look to the room for anyone else. Representative Mastro Francesco says, hey, why not? I'll do it too. And in that order.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. You gave some information, and I wondered, you left out, there was a premature baby that was born in March of 2022, left on the hood of a car in Mansfield. You didn't mention that, and I mean, that came to my mind with regard to an opportunity perhaps for a mother that didn't want to go into the hospital and have anyone see her, and may have, in fact, had taken an alternate route had they known that there was a place to bring the child. So certainly we're not trying to replace the safe haven that's in place, and that would always be encouraged. But we do know that there's children being born, and perhaps some that we don't even know about, that may have been put in a garbage bag that none of us ever found. That I know that sounds horrible, but we're quite sure that that has happened. But the particular case I'm talking about is the one in Mansfield that you didn't mention, that was left on the hood of a car in Mansfield. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that case. I certainly don't doubt what you're saying. I will go back to my office and we will go back and look at those critical incidents, because I would expect that if a baby is found, right, number one, DCF should get notified immediately. And I would expect that to generate a critical incident. So it does concern me that we didn't, you know, in our data, we don't see that. I'm not familiar with that incident. But again, I think from our perspective, the question is, would installing these devices and providing that as an avenue make a difference, right? And I think that I don't know that we know the answer to that. I think they present some safety risk concerns that are really important to sort out before we move as a state in that direction. And so that's sort of where I land on it.
Well, thank you for that information. I do know that, and I think there'll be testimony to come with regard to how many other states are already doing this. So we already have model states that have been doing this. I believe there's 22 states, and don't quote me, but many other states have done it successfully and have addressed your concerns. So I'm looking forward to hearing to further testimony. I do know that there are women out there that for different reasons, they may have been involved with DCS prior or had arrests and decide that they don't want to be seen, but want to drop their baby off and have a safe place to put the baby other than a dumpster or a wood pile or a garbage bag. I know that women suffer from postpartum depression, and sometimes it's unexpected. I don't know that it's always teenagers. It could be older women as well. So, I mean, I guess I look at the baby in Mansfield and I think if we could save one baby by doing this, wouldn't it be worth it? But I wanted to just move on to the comment you made about background checks and just verify. So are you saying that these camps can have these background checks at no cost by looking through these registries? And I think you mentioned the one with regard to the police or their registry across the state, that they can actually look in the judicial one, so they can do that and verify that the person passed the test without going through a costly background check?
Yes. So there are a couple of things. So the DCF Child Abuse Registry, that requires the individual who's being checked to sign a form. And it requires the employer to have sort of signed up with DCF to use DCF's portal. My knowledge is there is no cost to signing up. So the employer would sign up with DCF, and then when they have a new employee, they would go into the portal, they would enter the information, they would check that, yes, they have the signed consent form, and then DCF really only has to do something if there's some kind of hit that they need to check on. So that's the DCF piece. There is not a charge for that. Sex offender registry, I believe, is available online to everyone, and that can be checked. And then with regard to the criminal check, Connecticut's judicial branch has a case lookup. And so you can go on, anyone can go on to the judicial website. They can look for pending cases, and they can look for convictions. That search would be a name search and a birth year search. So it's not as good as a fingerprint check, and it's got limits. It would be for the state only, and it would be going back 10 years. Fingerprints would be ideal because that would be state and national, and it's fingerprint. But those have a cost. But if the providers did those criminal checks and that's what was required, if they were doing a look at the judicial lookup, that's still better than what we've got right now, and it would be at no cost.
And Representative, sorry, my apologies. I was just going to mention, in addition to that, if you allow me to, the fingerprint background checks, we have a backlog that is backed up in keeping us from being able to hire childcare providers, police officers, municipal folks, because our state system and state office just cannot keep up with the large volume of people. And oftentimes what happens is that many people who are stuck in that log end up having to look for jobs elsewhere because of the pending nature of their background checks. And that's certainly something that we don't want to see happen when it comes to the safety of our children. I'm sorry, I usually don't comment, but I just wanted to throw that out there as a point of information for you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that. And I overwhelmingly, the testimony that was written and sent in was in opposition to this this bill, and it seemed as though the only camp entities that were in favor of it were the YMCA's. So I thought that was curious that it was just YMCA's, but and overwhelmingly it was the YMCA's that were supportive of it. And I just wanted to comment that some of them were concerned that by the fact that making the staff they hired mandated reporters might prohibit or inhibit those to apply. I think in a time where help is so hard to get, I think there's a lot of concern with that. And I'll just leave it at that. I'm sure we'll hear more testimony regarding this bill, but thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to now recognize Representative Trinae McGee, followed by Representative Gail Master-Francesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Christine, for your very enlightening testimony. I really appreciate it. I learned a lot. I have two brief questions, and I just want to highlight something that you said, and that was that everyone, I really truly believe, would do all that they can to make sure that we are protecting, babies who are unwanted for whatever particular situation. And so my first question is, out of the 57 babies who were voluntarily surrendered since 2020, which I think is great, do we know how many of those who were surrendered, the 57 women, I'm just going to say women out of assumption, how many of them voluntarily gave information over to the hospital when they were asked?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if that information is collected sort of in a way that would allow us to sort of pull data and find out how many gave information. I think the other thing we don't know is whether and how many parents went with the intention of leaving their child anonymously and were instead able to be connected with services and resources and were able to keep their baby. I don't believe there's data on that either.
Thank you. That's very helpful, because I think that would sort of help us to determine, and like you said, there hasn't really been any research done. So, but that would sort of help us to determine whether or not the medically secured box would make a big difference in versus a woman walking into a hospital or a family and surrendering their baby. And then the second question I have is, for a young woman maybe in the inner city community who is escaping interpersonal violent relationship, DV, or just does not want to be seen in a hospital, if regulated, because I understand the safety mechanisms or the regulation around it, like I really understand those things. If these boxes were regulated, do you think that they would be helpful?
I don't know that we have evidence that shows that women or girls in those situations are more likely to leave the child in one of those devices than they are to surrender them to the hospital. I don't know that we have evidence either way, right? I think that we do want to think about what would make a difference for women and girls who are in those situations. And I think, women who are in domestic violence situations, I believe there are certain circumstances under which they can obtain help anonymously. And one of the things that we suggest to be explored is, what about confidential birth? And because I worry about the moms as well, giving birth at home without medical care and without, a midwife, right? I mean, people who have the means come up with ways to support healthy and safe birth at home, but giving birth at home without medical care is dangerous. And so I worry about enhancing that as a perceived option of giving birth at home without medical care. I think that places the baby at risk and it places the mom at risk. And so I worry about that piece as well.
Thank you very much for your answer. I think, as you shared earlier, I think what's really important to me is that we do spend time educating women, especially young women, on safe haven laws. I do not think that we have done that enough in the state of Connecticut. And I also really believe we don't have evidence because we don't have systems in place that have expanded safe haven laws and given, women additional options to surrender their babies voluntarily. So, but I really do thank you for your testimony today. Like I said, it was very helpful and very enlightening. And I will be in further contact if I have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Master Francesco, followed by Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming in. Appreciate your testimony. I had a question on Senate Bill 1310 that we're just obviously discussing. What is the option currently right now if a mom wants to surrender their baby? They're home, they have their baby, they bring baby home from the hospital within a few days or whatever, they want to surrender their baby, but they don't want anybody to know who they are. What option do they have right now? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
So they can go to a hospital to surrender the baby. They don't have to give their name, right? So they may be worried about that. If they're home and they want to go back, they may be worried about that. But there is an option for them to go to the hospital, surrender the baby within the 30 days, right? Talking about newborns. To do that anonymously, not provide the name, they would be seen by someone, right? Because
Correct.
they're going into a hospital. But they can do that anonymously.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So anonymously is they don't want anybody to see them and they don't want anybody to know their name. Currently, right now, there is no option at all. They don't want to be seen. They don't want anybody to know their name for whatever reason. We have absolutely no option at all. So the question was posed to you that how would it be helpful to have one of these devices for the baby? And the answer is right there. It would be helpful because there is absolutely no option today whatsoever for someone to separate from their child. We obviously don't want to see that. I always worry about, they're home, and because they don't want to be recognized, they don't want to give their name. What happens to that child in the home? Could the child be abused? Could the child be neglected and pass on and die because there was no option for that mother to be anonymous? And that's I really think we're the driving point here. These are not just boxes where you go in and people think you're just going to throw your baby in there. That's not the purpose of it. It's like Representative Duffin had said, if we can protect one life. So I do think there is a benefit, and I agree. I don't know much about it myself either, but I know it's done in other places. And if we can save one child, like I said, they go home. They don't want their name seen. They don't want anybody to know who they are. And that child is stuck in a household that could possibly be abused and neglected. So I think this bill obviously does a lot of good. And I hope if this passes and hospitals are able to put this device or this program in place, I hope it's never used. I pray to God that it is never used, because then I know that mothers are taking care of their children, or maybe they're just going into the hospital and doing that. So no harm, no foul, in my opinion. But thank you so much for your testimony. I have no further questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions on very different bills. First of all, on 1311, I sort of want to echo the comments of Representative Mastro Francesco. The sort of the comparable I'm thinking of is, I'm Roman Catholic, and one of the sacraments we have is the sacrament of confession. You can go in the you go in the box, you shut the door, and you confess your sins to the priest, right? There's two options for that. One is you can sit face to face. The other is behind a veiled screen where they can't see you and you can't see them. So they don't even know who you are. From the different clergy I've spoken to, most people choose the latter, to go behind the screen to be anonymous. And I think that pales in comparison compared to a woman that's afraid of possible being stigmatized. Particularly, in the smaller towns, the more rural areas, everybody knows each other. But really throughout the state, I mean, if you have, you don't have to necessarily give your name. It's supposed to be confidential, but they see you. You could be identified. They could see what people could see walking into the hospital. There could be, who knows where it is, where that area is compared to say where the ER is, or if people are visiting, just seeing you turn over a baby. There's a lot of opportunity for rumor to spread, for to be stigmatized in some way. Has there been any sort of research done by the OCA's office or any other entities within the state that has tried to measure, use some metrics to determine how many women would go for like this type of device, where simply you put the baby into the device that automatically revolutions onto the other side of the building or the wall, and it's in a either air conditioned or a heated, appropriately heated room. So I'm just curious if there's been any sort of study research done to kind of quantify the data in that respect.
Not that I'm aware of. Our office certainly has not, surveyed, potential birth-giving women to determine if they would use those. We have not done research on that. I'm not aware of any research on that. I think, our focus always is the safety and well-being of children. We want absolutely for women to have safe alternatives if they feel that they cannot take care of a baby. We want for them to have that information before they give birth. We want them to have that information at the time that they give birth. And we want that to be available confidentially. And we do have some of that. I do think there may be opportunities to explore confidential childbirth where they can have give birth in a hospital with the safety of the medical care. And there may be other ways to do it. Put in my testimony, we could consider allowing babies to be relinquished to, say, an emergency medical technician. Again, someone will see you, but I'm not sure that no one will see you if you go to a device that's installed on the outside of a hospital either. I'm not convinced of that. I think that I think we all want to have options, and I think we should just think carefully about whether or not this is a safe option.
I appreciate that answer. Just to again echo the other sentiments. I think that again, when you're face to face with somebody and you're actually handing over your baby, and you got to look in somebody else's eyes when you do that, it can be quite traumatizing, as opposed to a device that I think may be able to hopefully break that that psychological barrier down. And of course, the aim of all this is to save babies, protect children. And I think this is certainly another option to do so. To segue, completely different topic, on 6952. I know it's under section 2D, and I'm going to kind of paraphrase the language here in the bill as I'm reading it. And please, child advocate, if I'm misinterpreting this, please correct me. But there's essentially just going to be, if one of these municipal camps hires an employee, they could do a background check minus the fingerprints. Then within a 5-year period, it encompasses a comprehensive background check. I believe that the comprehensive background check is delineated in 2D. I guess my question, and again, if this was already asked, forgive me, I walked in a little bit late during your testimony, but the section 2D as it relates to comprehensive background checks. Does a comprehensive background check, that term, does that entail fingerprint-based checks?
Just to make sure I'm in the right place, you're talking about section D, subparagraph D, so I have that as line 60 on my bill. Is that what you're asked, that paragraph? Where it has comprehensive background
follow up?
checks?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking at, it starts at line 60 here.
Yeah. So the way that I read that language is the
Excuse me, I apologize. I think, yes, it is. It starts at line 60.
The way that I read that is that the comprehensive background check, well, first, that paragraph is the recheck after 5 years. And the comprehensive background check, as I read that, is the comprehensive background check that's described in B, which allows a couple of different ways of completing the background check, right? So one is the fingerprint check, and the check of the registry, right? The child abuse registry and the sex offender registry, and the state and national sex offender registry. So that's in section 1. And then 2 is the third party provider of a national criminal history check. And that was the one that I was referencing in my testimony, leaves out a check of the child abuse registry. That could or could not include sex offender registry, depending on how they do it, but it wouldn't include, the language does not require that for that sub 2.
It does not require fingerprint-based checks.
Sub 2, I believe those third party providers do get a fingerprint check, but I'm not 100% certain if there are some that do that through date of birth and name. But it does not require that section, as I read this language, would require that third provider national criminal history check, but it would not require a check of the DCF child abuse registry or the sex offender registry.
Right. Thank you. Now, I was, there was a bill I had put in for a couple of years that were able to get over the finish line a couple of years ago on essentially like overnight camps, private camps, non-municipal, that again, that where children spend days or weeks at a time away over in an overnight setting. And it does require the national background, national registry, a lot of these different databases. However, it's not fingerprint based supported. And there was, I think some of those reasons were, outlined similarly here. So again, I think a background check is certainly important, whether it's a municipal camp or a private camp or, but I guess where I'm going is a lot of the municipal camps, they're day camps. It's more in the public, and the overnight settings, we don't require the background check. So I'm just not clear. I'm trying to understand, are we requiring a fingerprint based check for day camps, these municipal camps?
So the way that I read this language is that it's not required in every circumstance. So this provides a couple of different ways to do the criminal history check. One is under 29-17A. That's a fingerprint check. That goes through the state police, and that's the one that I think Representative Paris was talking about with the backlogs. That's one way. The way that I read this is that it allows for the entity to instead, for that criminal background check, use the internet website for the judicial department. And that's not a fingerprint. That is name and birth year. So as I read this, it can be done through a fingerprint check, but it is not required to always be done through a fingerprint check. And what I was talking about earlier is that internet website for the judicial department does provide a way to get a free state criminal check for the last 10 years.
Yeah, so theoretically, you can go through the different databases, print out the respective employee, do a name search, print those out, and then keep those on record for subject to inspection.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Child Advocate. Appreciate your testimony. Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Next up, we will have Noel Ozimek. I apologize if I said that wrong. And followed by Lori Bruce and then Sarah Egan.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noelle Osmek, and I'm a reproductive biologist by training, currently based at Harvard Medical School. And I served as the former director of research and development at the National Safe Haven Alliance, which is the organization that oversees surrendering across the United States. Having worked with hundreds of birth parents, medical providers, and law enforcement officers to ensure that these surrenders go smoothly, I wanted to tell you a little bit about the individuals who choose to utilize this option. Well, it's important to know that safe haven services are available to anyone who chooses them. I have never worked a single case where the situation was the birth parents were a happy couple who intended to have that pregnancy and who had all the resources available to them to be able to parent that child. Rather, these cases often have elements of abuse, of sometimes even incest, of intimate partner violence, of homelessness, of food insecurity, and different crises that extend well beyond the child and existed beyond the pregnancy. When the individuals go to the hospital to surrender, that is a crucial opportunity for them to connect with social workers. And I've seen time and time again, mothers choose that option. And that is the one opportunity they have to connect with resources, which put them in a place where whether they choose to have that child or not, it will improve their life drastically when they need it the most. I want to really stress that surrender procedures can get extremely technical. And if they're not followed to a T, there is a high risk that someone is placed at incredible liability or even commits a crime unknowingly. So just to give you an example, we've had a bunch of cases where people have gone to surrender infants that are above that age limit. If you left a child who was, say, 6 days old in a box, you would be committing infant abandonment, and you can potentially be served a very lengthy prison sentence for doing so. We've seen time and time again, when people go to the hospital, they're able to connect with providers who are able to explain to them what the law is, and then we can work with them to find an alternative option that allows them to give up that child in a safe way for them and also a safe way for that child. I'd be happy to share with you more cases where the outcome could have been really detrimental had the woman chosen to use a box, and also why I hold the opinion that the boxes will not actually reduce infanticide. I'd also be happy to discuss, whether that be now or at a later date, how current safe haven laws could be updated to provide crucial clarity on what is and isn't allowed under these laws, as I believe that the current language may leave some room for confusion. And I'd also be more than willing to discuss some other alternatives on boxes as these questions have come up. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Representative Comey?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Will you be submitting written testimony as well?
I'd be happy to, yes.
Okay, that's great. You can do that through the website. You mentioned outside of the date. I think you said 6 days, right?
60 days. So right now it's 30 days, but we've
yes,
had
in
people
Connecticut.
surrender
Okay,
children
that's
who are multiple years old. They've tried to surrender.
right. Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. I heard 6 days, so
No,
I just
sorry,
wanted to say, yeah. But here in Connecticut, it's 30 days. In Massachusetts, I believe it's 5 days. Is that correct?
Yeah, it really differs. I would have to look and just remind myself what the days are specifically, but that's, I think, one of the huge problems with safe haven laws. There's such a wide variation across the states. So what may be committing a crime in one state may be totally fine in another state. Creates a lot of confusion.
Yeah, I'd say. Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you. You had mentioned that when a parent goes in or a mother goes in to surrender their child to within the hospital in the emergency department, that there are many protocols that need to be followed. I understand that in some cases, and I'd love you to comment on this, that when a child is surrendered, the conversation that takes place between the social worker, the identified social worker, and the parent oftentimes can change the direction of the surrender because the social worker is able to offer solutions or supports to the parent. Do you have any experience around that?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of times these women will end up choosing to use temporary placement options. There are organizations out there where you can sign up for custody of the child to temporarily, and they will work with the mom over the course of a month or a couple of months to get her to where she needs to be to parent the child. Some other parents will also choose adoption. That will give them the ability to pick birth parents. People are scared of that because they think it's a lot of like proceedings, and it would cost them a lot of money. And in actuality, it doesn't. It can be really well facilitated by these hospital staff. So people will absolutely choose alternatives or choose to keep the child.
Thank you. And my second question is, when a child is surrendered in a box, what is the recourse for a parent who has changed their mind, who maybe just needed some of these kind of supports? What happens then?
So I will say, and I did mention that there are a couple things in this law that I think are worth looking at. This is one of those. So a parent would have a certain amount of time to contact the state and attempt to reclaim that child. There's not really well standardized or well written procedures because this is just such a rare occurrence. So a lot of times they'll end up with the department, that child will already be in the Department of Child and Family Services care. So it'll be just treated like any parent who wants to get their child back. There'll be a series of hearings and they'll go through the DCF process.
Thank you. Online, I see Representative Dauphiné followed by Representative McGee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Noelle, for your testimony today. You've certainly unpacked a lot of information. I guess the intent of the baby box bill is not to prevent anyone or stop anyone or not to encourage anyone to go into the hospital and turn their baby in and get treatment or help or whatever services are available as you outlined. I think this is the option for the father that left his baby on the roof of a car in Mansfield and was arrested. The baby died and he was arrested for it. And I don't know the complete situation, but what would you say to a case like that? This individual may have felt desperate, may have felt like someone might have picked up the baby, didn't feel like there were any other options, and the baby died. And we know across the country, many hospitals are doing this, and they've been very successful and saved many babies' lives. So I'm just trying to understand the opposition to those rare opportunities that we don't want to miss.
Sure. So in the situations where people commit infanticide or abandon their children, we sometimes know that those are accidents. A lot of the times they are. Sometimes they're done out of malice. But the situations where there is actually an opportunity for these laws to make a difference are the situations where people end up committing infanticide or abuse on their children out of fear. So I'll give you an example. There was a case, I believe 1 or 2 years ago now, and a lot more cases like it, where a teenage girl gave birth in a hospital. She had hid the pregnancy from everyone in her life. She was very scared to tell her parents. She put the child in a garbage bag and it suffocated to death. And she did so, what she claims, because she did not hear a cry and she did not think it was alive. And so she panicked. She had every opportunity to just open the door of the hospital and get help. She had every opportunity to call police, to call her parents, to utilize Safe Haven, to keep that baby, even for a couple minutes, and then utilize Safe Haven in the hospital. And she didn't do so because she was just so panicked and she acted. So those are the infanticide cases that I think people feel like Safe Haven might help. But those individuals aren't even thinking about their other options.
Thank you. I appreciate you highlighting that testimony because I think that's a perfect example of someone who had every resource at their fingertips and was frightened and scared and didn't want anybody to know and took an extreme situation. And it's just tragic that happened. But I imagine if that person were at home or somewhere else and had delivered and had the opportunity to put the baby in a box and not in a garbage bag, they may have, had an alternative. I mean, I think Representative Mastrofrancesco highlighted it well. there is no other option for someone to remain completely anonymous, not have anybody see their face, not have anybody know who they are. Just want to clarify too, these baby boxes have a very detailed criteria with what they need to have in them with regard to technology. But in addition to that, they also have a packet inside that provides information for the person to get help, and it's inside the box. So I don't know if you've read anything about the baby boxes, but they do that. But what do you say about the states across the country that have saved lives with the baby boxes?
So what I'll say about baby boxes is I definitely understand with Safe Haven, there's some concern that some women just don't want to go in and interact with another individual, and that is a big reason people support the boxes. But that's not our only option. So we can, for example, allow for EMTs to go out into the field and collect these babies from women at a designated site, which of course they do have to interact with someone, but then it's only one person instead of walking into an emergency room. Similarly, we've had situations where someone has called the hospital ahead of time and declared their intention, and a nurse has come out into the parking lot to collect that child, so the woman did not have to go in and interact with a lot of people. Also, some states have enacted box-like structures that are on the inside of a hospital. They're in a not frequently used entrance or maybe a back door of the hospital or a designated space. Obviously, the pro to that is that women can go in there without feeling the rush that someone might feel when they're on the outside to just put the baby in the box and go, because obviously there's other security cameras outside that they may be fearful or recording of them. It also is a place where there can be more information than just a pamphlet available to help these women. And then the room is just, warm and suited for a child to be able to live. And so that really solves the issue of what if the box malfunctions and the child, say, and I hate to say it, freezes to death. Which is, a gruesome concern, but it's something that we have to consider in regards to how these boxes are tested and maintained. These boxes are owned by one independent organization that does stand to benefit significantly financially from their implementation. I am not aware of any published data that supports their safety or any third-party testing that has been done. We, of course, hope that these boxes work, but there is a very small margin for error here. And if anything goes wrong, a child could die and a woman can end up getting arrested and spend the rest of her life in prison. And we need to consider that that is what is at stake here.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for that information. I don't think you really answered my question. I was really asking you to speak to the successes they've had across the state. But I would add that some of the situations you described as alternatives don't really still don't address the mother particularly either, with that being meeting someone outside the hospital or meeting someone at a corner and having an EMT there. I'm not sure that that does anything different than, as you described, that the baby box doesn't serve the woman's needs if she needs them. But I really appreciate your testimony today and look forward to hearing more from you. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I guess in regards to that, just to follow up, I would say that I am just unaware of any data that shows the effectiveness of these boxes. I have heard of people using them successfully. That's not to say that people would have chosen to use Safe Haven. There's no evidence to show that these people would have chosen illegal abandonment or infanticide over Safe Haven.
And there's been, and to my knowledge, there's been no reports of malfunctioning of the boxes. I know you mentioned that, so I just wanted to say that. In all my research, I didn't see any of that. But thank you again for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And hearing a few of these testimonies, I think it just makes clear that maybe we have to do some more research and work around these boxes, or even just safe haven laws in general, because it seems like we are lacking insight and information and data, and it could be something that's effective. Thank you for your testimony, and I thank you very much for your work. My question is, with the work that you've done in Connecticut, how many of these women go into hospitals and want help and or actually speak to social workers, because this will sort of help us to identify what sort of system would need to be put in place with the medically secured boxes. I've spoken to a few nurses from the American Nurses Association here in Connecticut. They were highly in favor and support of the bill, but they did talk about maybe a system being in place where if a woman wanted to talk to hospital or medical staff, she could. So in your experience, which thank you for the work that you're doing, what has that looked like? If you could just give a number, even if it's not an exact statistic, but you know, this amount of numbers, this many women actually will talk to a social worker or has sought help, because I think that information will be helpful.
Sure. So I would say it differs significantly based on some of the details of the situation. When a woman goes to a hospital to surrender an infant and she has already checked out of the hospital and has had that infant, say, at home for a couple of days, then my experience, the chance that she talks to a social worker, I would say would be um, maybe like 50%. But then again, these women that I've been interacting with, I have had the opportunity to speak with them on a crisis hotline. So they have received at least some counseling. When the woman wants to surrender immediately after she has given birth, then almost always she will elect to talk to either a counselor or the nurses in a little bit more detail. Now, those situations are a little bit complex just because of the procedures that have to happen if a woman chooses to surrender directly at birth. So it does kind of just require that a little bit more, but absolutely a lot of women will choose to have conversations at that point.
And then one more question, and this is sort of aside from everything. I have done some research and read that there are great success stories with the boxes. But actually, aside from that for a second, one of the things that you said, and I really appreciated it, is you said most of these women who surrender babies, you know, it's not like they come from community support and or like a whole, you know, like they're usually single mothers and they're sort of struggling or they're in fear or there are other situations. Can you just for the record share some of the just even more in depth, some of the experiences that women have had that have made them to decide, you know, whether or not they will voluntarily surrender their babies?
Sure. So a lot of times it would be young girls who have gotten pregnant. They don't want to tell their parents about the pregnancy. So they end up delivering at home or on the floor of their college dorm room. And then they go to surrender. Sometimes it's also women who have a lot of children and are experiencing intimate partner violence and they don't want to bring a child into that violent situation, or they feel like they can't support another child. We'll also say that, again, there's a lot of instances of homelessness, of food insecurity. We see sometimes it's women who have experienced, say, substance abuse during their pregnancies, and they have not sought out prenatal care because they're scared to go to the hospital and do so. They're scared that might have some repercussions for them. And so they think that their only option is hiding the pregnancy and then surrendering. These women are not actually eligible to use the safe haven law because the law requires people to, or the newborn to be healthy, and substance exposure is sometimes interpreted to not be a healthy state. So that's, again, another example where if someone were to instead use a box and not know that stipulation of the law, they might be at major, major liability.
Thank you for what you shared. And one of the things that you mentioned is young women, a lot of young women surrendering their babies. I have the pleasure of working with a lot of young women every single day. And I hear some of their conversations and what they're dialoguing about. I realize that access is extremely important to them because they sort of have everything at their fingertips. And so I sort of am thinking about, you know, what this would mean for a young woman who is aware of this device being here or being in this space, who sort of lives in a life that is separate of her parents or separate of her family, and what that would mean for her to have something like that. So thank you for your testimony and your work. It's very much so appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Martinez.
Hello, I just wanted to ask, my two questions are, with you working so closely with so many different states, have you noticed a state that does something stronger in a way of collecting data or education programs that you think Connecticut would benefit from?
Yeah, I believe that one of my colleagues, Michael Orlis, submitted testimony. He runs an amazing clinic out in California, and I think that if you were to speak to him, I'd be happy to connect him to you. He would be able to give you a lot of insight into what they're doing out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wieland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here this afternoon. I had a question. I wonder if you could speak to it about whether or not it would be absolutely required if a mother were to go into a hospital setting and to surrender her baby. Would it be absolutely required that she provide identifying information?
No, it's not required, and this is something that I would recommend if you were to update the bill. The way that the law currently reads, it says that a mother will be asked her identifying information and that she doesn't need to provide it. I would recommend that you would change that so it says a mother would be asked her identifying information and it would be stressed to her that she does not need to provide it. Because we really need to reinforce that. Sorry, what was the second part of your
That was
question?
it.
Okay.
Yep. Just wanted to make sure that there was the opportunity for someone to surrender the child and not have to require them to give that information. So
Yeah, absolutely. There's people don't have to give their information, and even in cases where the information of the mother is known, such as when people want to surrender after birth, there are procedures that can take place that'll help maintain that person's confidentiality moving forward.
actually, I do have a follow-up. So that would mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, if there are any situations where there is a concern about partner violence or health concerns, risk like that, there are policies in place and procedures that would allow for safety concerns to be providing anonymity as well, correct?
Yeah, hospitals are great on that.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. I know we asked a lot of questions.
That's
We appreciate you and your testimony and being here.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Lori Bruce, followed by Sarah Egan, and then Elizabeth Simonetti.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lori Bruce, and I'm a bioethicist at Yale. I'm a Hampton resident, and I oppose SB 1310. For over 10 years, I have studied and written about and lectured about safe haven laws. I've served on national task forces to improve safe haven laws, and I led a recent open letter in last November to the Department of Health and Human Services requesting federal oversight of these boxes. That letter was co-signed by 100 clinicians and child welfare experts, and I have submitted that as part of my written testimony. Before I get into other things, I do have copies of my written testimony, which is quite extensive, but I hope that it will be helpful to you. And I do have written copies if that's helpful for anyone today. Also, I did check. NBC Connecticut actually did say that that tragic case out of Mansfield, the child did not die. The one that was placed on the roof of the car. So that is heartening to know. Although sadly, there was a baby believed to be healthy last month in Italy placed into an abandonment box who did pass away because the alarm malfunctioned. And I do not know who the manufacturer of that box was, but it does point to the need for regulation and oversight of these boxes. And we are aware that the sole manufacturer of boxes here in the United States has absolutely no oversight. There's no evidence that these boxes would be a successful policy solution here in Connecticut. In countries with a longer history of these boxes, the rate of unsafe abandonments did not decrease after boxes were implemented. This is even true in Germany, who installed 100 boxes, not in response to unsafe abandonments, but because a faith-based group decided to install them. But when when you look at the numbers of unsafe abandonments before and after those 100 boxes, the rates of unsafe abandonments did not drop whatsoever. That's also true in other countries with a longer history of abandonment boxes. And so in those countries, boxes may sometimes be used, but it does not impact the numbers of unsafe abandonments. Instead, it pulls from the numbers of those who would have otherwise surrendered in person. So that means that boxes may indeed be taking away from women receiving in-person crisis counseling and medical aid that they would have otherwise been able to receive. If we are interested in saving even one more life, and I think we all are, what we could do is look at the evidence base and examine other policies that are actually proven
If
time
you
and
could
time
please
again.
summarize.
Pardon me?
If you could please summarize.
Okay. There are policies that can be effective. Important to note that voting to support this bill is not just voting for a box because there's the US patent. It's only feasible to obtain the box from the sole manufacturer who has a number of very concerning practices and policies that I discuss at length in my written testimony, and I'm happy to address today. That is a very key part of the conversation. There are also a number of misperceptions about the women who are placed in this position, that they are over it as soon as they place their baby in the box. That is very far from the reality. There are many examples of how these women experience anguish and grief that's unrelenting for the rest of their lives. And there are foundling museums across the world where you can actually see very detailed embroidery of objects that they create to try to someday to pin on the child before they surrender it, because they really wish to someday be reunited with their child. And I include that also in my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Marks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for dedicating your life to this matter. It can't be easy to think about it and write about it and talk about it all the time. So absolutely much appreciated. So you said that there was some concerns with the company. I don't need a whole big list, but if you could just maybe tell us a few concerns about the company, and I'll ask both questions in one question, and that's it. And then if you could also, you said that the biography or what the women that do give up the babies, you said it's not what it always seems to be. If you could just elaborate on that.
Sure. So to address your first question, the manufacturer of the boxes here in the United States does directly withhold information from parents about other options. In the contracts that are created by this company, it forbids any provider from updating any of the signage around the box. She has to approve it. And I know from commissioners who have tried to change these signs to add another sign that says you have options. You could go to a hospital to receive care. Those were denied. This is what I have heard, and I've reviewed the contracts, and I have links to these contracts in my testimony. And the training videos that are provided also, I have links to them in my testimony, instruct providers of the one question you never ask a mother: never ask her why. The training videos explicitly direct providers to never ask the mother if she would like to know about other options like temporary placement and kinship care. So these terms and policies work directly against informed consent, which, as we all know, is the pillar of modern U.S. healthcare. Additionally, her contract disallows providers from altering the signs, and that's not just about the other options that are available to her, but these contract terms clearly tie the hands of our first responders and force them to withhold other legal options from at-risk individuals. It also jeopardizes the mother from being able to adhere to the terms of the law. In Japan, a toddler was left in an infant abandonment box. Since signage around the boxes does not disclose age limitation or other requirements, then what is to stop someone from placing an older baby or a toddler in a box here in Connecticut? And what is to stop a parent from unknowingly violating the law? Those are just some of the, and there's more, but that's some of them.
And then just what the mothers, that
Yes. So there is this perception that that mothers who are in this position are, you know, one of the training videos is that they're over it as soon as they place the baby in the box. However, Gretchen Sisson is an adoption scholar, and she's done national surveys about why people relinquish here in the United States, and she has found that even that finances are the main reason in over 80% of these cases, and that it's often only $1,000 or $2,000 or enough to purchase a car seat that would have made the difference in helping to keep those families together. And so I think that it's really important for us to really highlight how you know, there are these foundling museums all over the world, and there are literally tens of thousands of these kinds of objects that are in drawers there that people can go and explore. And I don't want for Connecticut to someday have a foundling museum filled with these kinds of artifacts.
Thank you, Senator, and Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative McGee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today for your testimony. You mentioned that you talked about many instances around the world, but you didn't really talk specifically about data in the U.S. I know there will be some testimony coming up that will talk about the successes they've had across the United States with these boxes. You also mentioned that you didn't know what company that was making the boxes in other countries. But the ones in the United States do come from one particular company I have seen in my research. Can you just speak to the downside of the successes that many of the hospitals with baby boxes have had across the United States?
That's a wonderful question. Thank you for asking that. I think that what we can understand about the use of boxes is that even when boxes are used, they are not cutting into the numbers of unsafe abandonments. They are cutting into the numbers of people who would have otherwise gone to the hospital and participated in a face-to-face surrender. This means that they aren't perhaps successes, because when people do receive counseling and that in-person experience, then the woman is less likely to hemorrhage. The woman is less likely to have a massive infection that would hurt her. The family is much more likely to stay together. We know that because we know in these cases, when people get face-to-face care, they do end up being able to learn about so many options like kinship care. There's this wonderful nonprofit that Noelle knows about quite a bit that takes children for a week, a month, or even sometimes longer, so that the birth parent can get on their feet and maybe save up a little bit of money to be able to put that down payment on an apartment and then be able to reclaim that child. And so I'm so glad you asked that question, because those so-called successes are actually cases of families being separated who otherwise would not have been. And so those successes are perceived to be reducing and saving lives, but what they're actually doing is creating lifelong grief on behalf of the family members involved.
Thank you for that answer. I really wasn't trying to, I have no perception of what the mothers would or wouldn't have done if the box wasn't available. And I'm not sure if you have read interviews with them after they've left their babies in a box, but as I understand it, these boxes are really here as an alternative for someone who doesn't want to be seen and wants to remain anonymous. In front of me, I have an article. It was written as early as 2020 with a baby found alive in a dumpster. The baby was injured but saved because it was found alive. And I can't help but wonder if we had baby boxes available, how that might have been different. I make no assumption about any mother, what she's thinking or not thinking, because I really don't know. But I think the goal here is to really provide an alternative for a woman who just doesn't want to be seen by anybody. She doesn't want to turn her baby over to somebody and have them see her. And are you aware of any other opportunities where a baby could be left and not seen? And that be something that would be an option. The mother would literally not be seen.
These are wonderful questions, and I really appreciate you asking them. What we know from other countries that have longer experiences with these boxes is that there really aren't that many women who don't want to be seen. These are, again, people who want to be able to keep their child, but are placed in very difficult situation. And then when they're able to receive that care, they they're helped by it. But I appreciate the question. And what I would say is that if that is our policy goal, is to give someone an option so that they are not seen, I think that we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, because if these women don't want to be seen and they perhaps fear the hospital, why would this bill be proposing boxes in the side of the hospital where they are scared of going, and where we know ERs are busy places where there are other cameras all around, even if it's not right there, and they could run into their neighbors, they could run into their friends. So if we really do wish to promote anonymity, let's take a step back here and see if that's really what we want. But if that's what we want, then I think we need to start setting up a box maybe in a distant farm or some other place where they really would have that anonymity. I don't think we're going to be getting that with a box on the side of a hospital. Other states that have considered this have had successes with extending their safe haven laws to allow for an EMT or a paramedic to meet the mother at a time and location that feels safe to her. And now that actually would provide more anonymity than a hospital, because she could arrange that to be at her apartment or anywhere that felt most comfortable to her at a time that felt comfortable to her. And then she would be able to control the environment. Additionally, she would be seen by less people. So if we want to go and have that as a policy goal of they not wanting to be seen, I think that we can talk to a lot of our national partners and find ways to really promote that. There's a case that I just became aware of just a few days ago of a grandmother and her son, and I'm only just becoming aware of this, which is why I didn't include it in my testimony, but it did refer to the question that was just posed. And they are speaking out against baby boxes because their granddaughter and daughter was placed in a box without their knowledge, and they are overcome with grief and trying very hard to be reunited with her. And again, I have only scant information about this case, and I cannot speak to that in detail, but I think it is a case that we want to continue to keep our eye on, because fathers' rights are quite important, and with boxes that provide complete anonymity, they do pose a number of worries for fathers' rights groups. Oh, and yes.
I was just going to say thank you for your testimony. You didn't really speak to the question I asked, but I will say that there's many hospitals across the country that have stated that they have had good results with the boxes, and they believe it's saving lives. So just wanted to end it there, but thank you for coming in today and sharing your testimony.
Thank you. And I think that what perhaps we might want to explore what a good result means. Does a good result
Excuse me,
mean?
I'm sorry. Thank you. We're
okay.
going to move to Representative McGee.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. This is not a question and more so a comment. I was reading, there's an author by the name of Reuben Panner, and he was an expert in open adoption, adoptions, and reproductive health. And one of the things that he did studies into was the trauma mothers experience when they surrender their babies in hospitals. This study was not even including the baby boxes. It was in hospitals and all of the things that sort of cover the safe haven, that are within the safe haven umbrella. And what he found is that 21% of mothers attempted suicide on their lives after surrendering in person and speaking to counselors, and 82% reported significant depression. And so, although I understand that there are so many different risks or challenges to a medical safety box, it does not change the fact that surrendering your baby voluntarily is an already difficult experience and journey. And I have to be honest, because that's how I move. We create legislation on the basis of women's reproductive health or maternal futures without the oversight or thoughts about anyone, including mothers, grandmothers, and fathers. And so I say that because most of these cases, even the woman who testified prior, she sort of expressed that these were women that did not come from communal spaces. If the conversation is whether or not a person has a communal space or a mother or a grandmother, then the conversation is not even a baby box. It's really privilege and elite and what we would consider elite or not. Because most of those that I spoke to, women of color in the medical field, felt like this was a great option specifically for women of color who already experience disparities and challenges. Therefore, a place where they can do this anonymously and not be seen, which is unfortunate and sad, would be far better than being seen in a hospital as a young Black woman or a young Latina surrendering your baby. And so I guess my concern and my concern is, what is really the fight against a baby surrendering box? Does that significantly change within cultural context? And if we are now taking into account the fatherly voice, which I really support and I think is great, what does that look like when a woman is in a abusive relationship with a partner who does, wants the baby, but she sort of doesn't. And so she does the courageous thing of surrendering this baby. And so I think this dialogue and this conversation has just made clear that we have a lot of work to do, a lot of conversations to have, and a lot of questions to be asked, because I see a lot of significant cultural differences in this dialogue and conversation. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no more questions. Oh, I'm so sorry. Representative Comey, I
Okay, Madam
apologize.
Chair, you keep forgetting me.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Lori, for coming out and providing us with all this really thorough testimony that we'll be, I'm sure, going through with a fine-tooth comb. I did read your testimony, or your, I guess, letter to the editor in the Hartford Courant. And you stated that your quote was like, "We need policies that help to keep families together. We also need evidence-based policies that intervene earlier, including accessible contraception, properly funded maternal and child health programs, affordable childcare, and supported confidential birth." Can you discuss the confidential birth?
Yes, and confidential birth is a policy that has been demonstrated in 11 other countries to reduce the numbers of unsafe abandonments. I think in every country or every jurisdiction where it has been established, it has had a notable change in those numbers. And what that means is it provides a woman the ability to have an in-hospital birth with identity protection, and then through that interface, that woman is able to receive crisis counseling and learn about options. And when it was recently rolled out in Japan, in one hospital, there were 38 cases of women, and now this hotline that they have is receiving phone calls every single day. And nearly 40% of the women who went through confidential birth were able to keep their children because of the support that they received in the hospitals. And so this policy of confidential or supported birth not only is demonstrated time and time again to reduce unsafe abandonments, but to also help keep families together and to improve outcomes for both mother and child.
Thank you. Yeah, I did put forward a confidential birth bill in public health. I don't know if it'll get any leverage this year, but we can talk about it in future years. Rep McGee was talking about the differences in upbringings and race and in those sorts of issues. You mentioned in some of the readings that I had read that you sent along was that the Indian Child Welfare Act. You were saying that, and then you put this in a very interesting way in that it upholds a relinquished child's right to be raised by a member of their tribe. And so I was wondering if you could, discuss the fact that this does allow, sort of keeps that window open for folks if they want to be, they know their background, want to share their background or anything like it for the future, perhaps reconnection with the child, that sort of thing.
In terms of confidential birth, supporting that?
Yes, I guess.
Yes. Right, because with boxes, one would not know if it is a tribal child or not. And so that does mean that there is a very significant conflict between boxes and the federal Indian Child Welfare Act. And indeed, in New Mexico, every single time they receive a child, they are performing genetic tests to determine whether or not that child is a member of a tribe. And so in terms of confidential birth, again, it does, because the numbers are so successful and it is reducing the numbers of unsafe abandonments, we do see that people are able to remain with their families more. And in terms of the absolutely essential need for us to consider racial disparities in every single policy that we roll out, including this one, I do work with a number of people in all of my policy work, including this one, to ensure that we do have representation in all of our policies from a broad spectrum of races and cultures. And so we can talk more about that.
Thank you. That's my 2 questions.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative McGee, I see you have your hand raised, and I know you had a comment last time and not a question, so we will let you have a question this time.
This is not a question, Madam Chair. It's just a brief comment. I hope that's okay. I just want to share this really quickly. Is we have to acknowledge a few things. Coming face to face with medical staff and professionals, especially as Black and brown people, does bring about anxiety. The second thing I would like to say is we do have to be careful assuming that every single woman who voluntarily surrenders her baby, or even a small percentage of them, has a family. And the third thing is I spoke to a friend from a tribal nation. She asked that I keep her identity safe, and that's what I will do. She expressed to me that they go through an entirely different process when it comes to voluntarily surrendering their babies because of their sovereignty. She expressed that they go through an entirely different process and was actually a bit offended because she felt like her identity was being used to either justify why this legislation should exist or why it should not exist. So I just want to share that for the record because I do believe it's important. And I think it's also important that we give sort of voice and insight to the different communities and how we're all impacted by the legislation that we create, implement, and pass. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I couldn't agree more, and this is why I always tell my students that good bioethics absolutely requires community. So I could never write any one of these policies in an office by myself. So I echo everything that was just said.
Thank you very much, Representative, and thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll have Sarah Egan, followed by Elizabeth Simonetti and Erica Maver.
Good afternoon to the committee. My name is Sarah Egan, and I run a nonprofit children's rights law firm called the Center for Children's Advocacy. And I'm here to testify on Bill 6951, an act concerning children's behavioral health services. I wanted to say 4 things. One is the Center for Children's Advocacy strongly supports the work of the Transforming Children's Behavioral Health Planning and Policy Committee, which is in its infancy still as it looks at our children's behavioral health system. We have long needed an intergovernmental body to examine our healthcare system and how it meets the children's behavioral health needs of kids and families. So the bill's here today, which will study aspects of our system, support the work of school-based health centers, and appropriate dollars, critical dollars, to mobile crisis services. All very important. I did want to highlight, I actually put a photo in my testimony, if anybody has it, of a Hartford Courant headline from 2007 about emergency room overcrowding for children, with a grand total of 10,000 emergency room visits for children in the year 2005. Well, almost 20 years later, I can tell you that in 2023, there were 13,000 visits to emergency rooms for behavioral health reasons for Medicaid-covered children only. 13,000. Which is an explosion in the last 20 years in the use of emergency rooms by children and families in crisis. We also know from data presented as recently as yesterday that last year there were over 2,000 Medicaid-covered children classified as stuck in Connecticut emergency departments for behavioral health reasons, with more than 700 of those children stuck there for 4 or more days. So as we pass a bill to look at utilization and some funding for some services, I wanted to highlight that generational change and the lessons we have to learn about chronic underinvestment in a system that supports the most vital needs of our kids and families. Third, I wanted to say that we must build on the recommendations of the TCV, because until we transform how we pay for essential services for kids and families, that trend is going to keep going in one direction. We had 14 youth suicides in the state last year, which ties a 10-year high in the state. A child is seen in a hospital emergency. 16 to 17 children are seen every single day in hospital emergency departments in Connecticut for self-harm and suicidal ideation. This is not a problem that is getting better. It is a problem that continues to get worse. Last, I wanted to say that children, because I do run a children's legal rights organization, I would be remiss in citing those Medicaid dollars and saying that they are not strong
Can you please summarize?
of the state's, yes, non-compliance with federal Medicaid mandates that entitle children covered by Medicaid to prompt and reasonable access to necessary services. Thank you for the time, and I appreciate your support of this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing no one in the room, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Sarah, for coming to testify today. My question is about the cost and the responsibilities. Will school districts bear additional costs for implementing new data collection and reporting requirements?
That's an excellent question, Representative Dauphiné, and I am not sure of the answer to the cost question around the data. I know you'll be hearing testimony from the School-Based Health Center organization, and I would defer to their expertise on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I know there's there's always the concern about the mandates and the cost passed on to the towns and the schools, and I appreciate you being here today to testify. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative.
Seeing no one else, this is amazing. You're not used to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Simonetti, followed by Erica Maver, and then Matthew Maver.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Simonetti. I'm a retired pharmacist, educator, and a nonprofit founder. I'm going to provide key reasons why I support SB 1310 to expand our current safe haven laws to include anonymous surrender via newborn baby boxes. First, this is a refreshingly nonpartisan bill. We already have policy here in Connecticut related to safe haven laws. And so all this does is provide an alternative pathway for complete anonymous surrender. The same guidelines for face-to-face surrender of children in emergency rooms apply to these techniques. This bill requires no funding. And here's the important piece. This bill will not compete with any other initiative considered by the legislature either now or in the future. And that's a key component of this bill. While we have already had 57 surrenders since our safe haven laws have been enacted, sadly, we still have reports of children being discarded. And hospital staff are currently still being required to dig through dumpsters at the end of their shifts to find discarded children, especially at very large institutions. So boxes are a completely proven concept. There's 391 of them deployed across 22 states with no failures in technology, and no children have been lost. But here's the best reason of all to allow baby boxes to be used here in Connecticut. Women who access these boxes can call a 1-800 number, which they are connected with a live 24/7 counselor, a family therapy counselor. Of these calls, 154 of them have actually resulted in a face-to-face handover, while 54 of them those women have used the box. So installing baby boxes here in Connecticut will provide our state with the opportunity for an overall statewide outreach program to let women in crisis know that there are other pathways to surrender, face-to-face as well as anonymous. So I completely recommend that SB 1310 be approved, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment. Under 3 minutes.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
I have a question, or actually it's a question. How many babies have you, do you have documented that have been found in dumpsters?
So we heard about the case earlier at the hospital within the last couple of years. The other ones, the reason we don't hear of them is because if we find them, they're not alive. So I do not have that number.
Okay, thank you. I did a quick Google search while you were speaking and came up with one in 2020 and nothing since then or before that. And quite frankly, there was a ton of newspaper articles about it. So
About that one, yeah.
I'm imagining if we, just as a comment, that if we found babies in dumpsters on a regular basis, we would see way more newspaper articles.
Well, yeah, that's kind of gruesome, but you're right. We would see many more articles.
Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I just wondered what's your interest in this? Do you work with an advocacy organization? Do you work with the Baby Box Company? What's your interest? How did you come about?
So I live in Milford, Connecticut, and last summer we had a man drown his child in a bathtub at exit 40. So this spurred the whole idea of what would possess somebody who is so desperate to actually do this. I did invite the chief of police of Milford, Captain Sikorsky, to come and testify about this. However, 3 factors. 1, this is an ongoing investigation and they're not allowed to talk about it. And second of all, I'll just quote him, the factors about that finding suggests that this was not an abandonment.
Okay, so thank you for that. So in that case, there was nothing that indicated that our safe haven laws weren't working necessarily. It was just maybe
It was
a mental
very
health
unfortunate
situation.
incident in my
Right,
town.
of
Yeah.
course, yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Representative Martinez.
Hi, I was,
Hi.
you had mentioned there was over 100 cases where the mother reached out and talked to a therapist and so then the baby was not left in a baby box, but then there was 54 that did, that were. How do you know the results on that data? How do you know that the 100 and something women were considering a baby box and how do you know the 54 didn't talk to therapists?
The calls are recorded through the 1-800 hotline, and that's how the data, that's how we got the data, was that those women, those 207 women called, and of those, the important component of those 1-800 calls is that the counselor tells them this is, baby boxes are never the answer to a face-to-face. If you're inclined, you can always go to the ER. And through that conversation, those women chose to go to the ER to surrender the infant. In the cases of the other 54, the desperation, the crisis, the desperation just prevented them and they had the opportunity for a baby box. But those data are Safe Haven baby box data.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Paris.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Simonetti, how are
Hey,
you?
how are you?
I'm doing well, ma'am. I have a quick question. What is the liability for hospitals if a child is harmed or dies in the process of the surrender?
I don't know. I have 2 colleagues here who actually work on the front lines of both the ER and labor and delivery. So that's, you've got answers right here in the room. For the baby boxes, normally, and I want to address something that the previous speaker said, normally baby boxes are deployed in fire stations, police stations, EMS stations, and hospitals. Here in Connecticut, Representative McGorty, who you probably all know, is a representative as well as a professional firefighter. And he was on our team when we created this, this law. It was he who recommended that because so many of the smaller fire stations across the state are volunteer, and these men and women are coming from home, that it would be more expeditious to not put them in a firehouse, but rather to put them at the emergency room. And so what he said was, if we find we need more, and if we find that we need them at a rural or a more dispersed pattern, then we can take that up under a separate amendment or something in the future. But it was he who recommended that we put them solely in the hospitals to begin with and then amend as we move forward.
I appreciate that. And just another quick question, or I guess rather a comment. I know that there are many other states across the country, certainly states throughout the South, that have a very similar program to this one, which works in some states and does not work in others, as I think that they would hope. I would say, at least in Idaho or in Indiana, excuse me, the Department of Child Services expressed apprehension regarding the use of baby boxes, suggesting that legal action might be necessary. The DCS director had indicated that the agency was considering a lawsuit reflecting the concerns over the legalities and oversight of the devices, simply because they were concerned about the liabilities that hospitals and or other entities would face. Would that be a concern? Should that be a concern to our hospitals here in the state of Connecticut? And I ask you because you are an experienced doctor and medical expert. And so,
I'm not a physician, I'm a pharmacist.
sorry, my apologies. My apologies. I still think that's a big deal. I'll
It
tell you.
is, but thank you.
I'm mostly a street pharmacist with NyQuil when I'm not feeling well. But I will just say this: I would give yourself some credit, and I respect what you're saying, but I do think that this is a major concern for our hospitals. Would you share that same concern if that's being expressed in other states?
By all means, I will say that the committee, when we formed this team that proposed all of this, along with others, Dan Keenan, who is one of the vice presidents of the Trinity Health System, was on our team. And it was he who actually came up with this compromise of eliminating the satellite sites and just focusing on hospitals. He is not available today, but it was he who was on the committee and it was he who recommended this. So I'm sure that as a part of the process, and I'm going to defer to Ms. Maver about this, Erica can talk about the process that she went through to get the permits and such for St. Francis Hospital.
Thank you. And we can talk offline. I don't want to take up any additional time, especially if you're already set to testify. I appreciate your testimony and your candid answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming in for your testimony. Two things. One comment, though, is the chairman of the committee mentioned there was many concerns, major concerns. He alluded to that there's major concerns for the hospitals. But this bill does not mandate that the hospital put these baby boxes in here. It just suggests that you can if you would like to. So any concerns that they have, whether it's a liability or cost, that would be their choice. So this bill is not mandating that hospitals participate.
That's right. Everything about baby boxes is voluntary. Placement, funding, training, testing, all of that is provided on a voluntary basis by the institution.
Correct. Thank you. And just one quick question through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman. You talked about the other states or the number of babies that were surrendered without that were safe without incident. I thought I heard you mention that in your testimony.
Yes.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Like, where does that data come from? There was some conversation here today that they were concerned about the safety issues for a child because of the technology. Would you be able to expand a little bit on that through you, Mr. Chairman?
So no installation. I have not read anything about any of the installations provided here in the U.S. Through Safe Haven baby boxes have had any technological failures or have lost a child. The examples that were given of failed boxes were not manufactured by this manufacturer, were not set up through the 911 system. And the one in Italy, I think, was set up to a priest's cell phone, I believe. So there was a different process applied in that case versus what we're discussing today.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I have no further questions, but thank you for coming in. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Elizabeth, for sharing and testifying today. I know you've done a lot of work with this and you have a lot of background. I wondered if you could weigh in on some of the previous testimony where they suggested alternatives other than the baby box, and maybe expand on why you would still think that the baby box should be an alternative in our state. So for example, there was one where they would meet the emergency medical technician at some corner street, wherever it was agreed, or meeting a nurse outside of the hospital. Can you just explain the difference between the opportunity for the baby box versus those options that she mentioned that she seemed to believe were better options?
I had not heard of either of those options until the previous testimony. I'm not sure that either of my colleagues, the nurses on the front lines, have heard of these options either. The key piece of baby boxes is anonymity and the complete ability to surrender a child in the face of complete fear. And we've described all the different types of fear that a mother would have. So those situations wouldn't exclude anonymity, which is what the moms who use baby boxes are looking for.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. And maybe you could just elaborate a little bit on the process of the box. I know they're high tech boxes and how they work and what's in them and the alarm system. Maybe you could just tell us a little bit about what you know about that.
By all means, I'll be happy to. I uploaded the technical documents up to the website, and they're very technical. It has the patents and the plugs and the figure and all of that. But the important piece is that as soon as the mom opens the box, it signals a 911 call. So that's the first 911 call. What falls out of that is this packet of information that is very key. It provides that opportunity for counseling, all of the resources, not only for postpartum care, but for all the mental health, the requirements, and the process for surrender, for closed adoption in Connecticut. And those types of documents are in there. So the mom takes that out and places the child, which signals another alarm. When she closes the door, it's locked, so you cannot open it from the outside. When you close the door, it signals another 911 alarm. These are silent alarms. There are no cameras. There are no cameras because it's an anonymous process. The box can only be opened on the inside of the wall. And in this bill, we're suggesting that they be put into the ER. And the reason for that is the statistics are that when people submit their child, it's about 4 minutes for that baby to get to the ER. So that they will be immediately evaluated and taken out of the box because they're already in the ER. And then they'll be evaluated medically just as if they would be if they were surrendered in person, taken to the NICU, or provided whatever services. So that's the kind of inside-outside process that the box uses to give information to the mom, accept the infant, signal the authorities, and have the child be removed and evaluated in the ER.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I really appreciate your testimony, and I'm really glad you brought up Representative McGorty because you had conversation with him, and so did I. And he, expressed his concern about the fire departments across the state. Many of them are voluntary; they're not staffed 24/7. And he's the one that helped outline this bill and its specificity with regard to hospitals who only want to participate. They suggested the ER because they knew that they were staffed right there and ready to act immediately. He talked about the idea that the alarm system would go off and the child would be immediately received. So that was really, really helpful. And so that was why we kept it to hospitals for now. He said he would definitely like to see it expanded to fire departments that have the ability to staff 24/7. And at some point he would like to have that conversation. So I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Thanks very much.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
he even brought his fire chief with him to the meeting to really get an understanding of the issue, because he really thinks that as this goes forward, there could be the opportunity to have that second discussion.
So just a clarification, if I might, and thank you, Representative Dauphiné, for your questions. You had mentioned when the box is first opened, there's a 911 call. And just for clarification, I'm very familiar with 911 calls just because my son is a firefighter. And so I'm aware what happens. And I'm presuming that 911 call does not go to the fire station.
Well, in this case, because it's in the institution, it would go through whatever the hospital 911 is. I'm going to look at,
So my point is,
team.
you're not sending the 911 call to the police and the fire and
No.
they all arrive and the sirens and the whole thing.
Exactly.
Okay, just
So
clarification.
911 as a kind of a generic term, but Erica and Melissa will fill in all of those piece parts. Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry, Representative Waylander.
It's chaos over here. Sorry, almost knocked over a beverage. Um, Thank you for being here. So I have a couple questions and concerns, because I think, again, everyone here is on the same page. We say like healthy mom, healthy baby. I remember that was
By
like
all
the
means.
mantra that my doctors and nurses and doulas all said to me when I was, having our kids. That's the most important goal. So with that in mind, I'm just thinking about what happens and if there's any plan to address like a potential power failure, or if the call doesn't go through. How do we ensure the safety of that? Because in my mind, it would be much easier just to do a direct handoff. I'm giving my child to a nurse, and then I can leave, rather than putting them into a box without any recourse, I think, afterwards. So that I wanted to know if there was a plan for that.
So there are redundancies in the system. If the power were to go out in the box, it signals a 911 call. So even if there's no child in the box, it still signals an alarm. The requirement for even going online initially is 7 days of consecutive testing. The boxes are tested daily, weekly. The boxes are tested weekly by the staff in the emergency room, and at the discretion of, I don't want to steal Erica's thunder, but there's a process that they'll go through within the ER staff about staffing, scheduling, triaging, and they'll tell you all about that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
I think that does sort of lend itself to another secondary concern, and that these boxes are not regulated by any type of oversight. And so it's trusting a company to do their own independent testing and not have any backup data to correlate their results. So that there is that concern. And I think also when we're talking about the potential for anonymity, I don't know of any hospital that doesn't have security cameras surrounding all of their building walls. So by
So
saying,
I'm going to save that question for Erica, because she's gone through the process over at St. Francis about placement and location.
Okay.
And so I take your point, because you're right. Everything is monitored.
I
and
mean, there's
it's
cameras here, so.
2025. Exactly. I take your point. Your other question about testing and regulation. As I say, it's very decentralized. While there isn't a central lab that is testing these, every installation is testing them once a week.
Well, I appreciate that. I do, again, concerns about asking our hospital staff to do one more thing when there is a plan already in place seems duplicative. But I appreciate your time and your attention to this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Erica, followed by Maver, followed by Matthew Maver, followed by Alice Forrester. Thank you.
Thanks. My name is Erica Maver. I'll be testifying in favor of Safe Haven baby boxes. Having worked as both an APRN and a pediatric nurse, I believe these would be invaluable to our current Safe Haven law. You may ask, what about the safety and babies dying in boxes? First, 0 babies have died in Safe Haven boxes. Last year, a mom placed a child who'd been dead for a few hours inside a box in Idaho. The police confirmed this, and the mother is being prosecuted. Last month in Italy, which was mentioned, a baby had died in some sort of box, not a Safe Haven baby box. This box was wired to a priest's cell phone, which malfunctioned, and the child died. This is very different from the Safe Haven boxes in the US, which undergo stringent testing at every stage of design. They are both ventilated and temperature regulated between 75 to 85 degrees. They operate on a multi-alarm system, 3 alarms to be exact, one of which sounds when the power goes off. Protocol for retrieval of a child is 5 minutes, with the average rescue time between 2.5 to 4 minutes. Once a baby is placed in a baby box, the child will be examined by hospital staff, run through a missing persons database, and DCF will be called for a closed adoption. You may feel baby boxes remove the chance for a mother to be offered medical care. When a mom or parent comes to the baby box, an orange bag is made available. Inside that box includes the number to a crisis line, a brochure of what to look for after giving birth, a paper reassuring her that she is not breaking the law, as well as an optional medical registry. You may argue that baby boxes strip away the option of a warm handoff. Just about all moms, myself included, take their babies and put them down quickly to run to the restroom for the amount of time it takes for a baby to be cared for by hospital staff and social workers, less than 5 minutes. A warm box versus a cold dumpster is what we're really talking about here today. Some moms feel judged, have outstanding arrest warrants, addictions, and many other reasons. This is an option for those unreached moms and babies. What about the money? Baby boxes are 100% donor funded. Taxpayers and hospitals will not have to pay. I've read a lot in the written testimony about closed adoption and how Safe Haven Baby Box does not allow for an open adoption. When a mom surrenders her child via in-person surrender, a closed adoption is initiated. The same occurs with Safe Haven baby boxes. Safe Haven baby box is only building on current legislature and giving moms another option, not taking anything away. What about staffing? Safe Haven baby box organization in Indiana sends people out to train staff on retrieval procedures. Training typically takes 1 hour. As you can see, this is not some thrown together sentimental notion, but a well thought out, carefully curated plan that would indeed help to support many unreached moms and babies. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Marks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony and all your hard work to figure this out. I was a pediatric maternal child home care nurse, and I was in the hospital setting too as a pediatric nurse. And I come into this not, besides the Safe Haven laws, I've never heard of a baby box until I sat down at this public hearing today. So when I listened to Noelle Azimic's testimony, who she was, she's dedicated her life to studying this, and I found it fascinating. And the one thing that she said was that the baby boxes prevent the warm handoff, and that not meaning that the baby is held warmly, I think, but meaning that the mother that is giving up this baby actually gets to hold another human's hands when she gives that baby away. I have 4 children, 2 grandchildren. I can't imagine putting it in a box and closing the door. Like that to me, like when the speaker before you said that, just visualizing
Yeah.
doing that, like is would be so difficult for me as a mother. So I think the warm handoff, um, as Noelle said, because I don't think I'm saying her last name right, so I'm going to call her respectfully Noelle, that sometimes it's just a matter of not having enough money for a car seat, that many people are doing this, hoping someday they will reunite, but hoping they can't do it right now because of finances. And maybe that warm handoff will be able to foster someday being able to reunite with that baby. So I understand you had a bad outcome in your town and that you all worked, or I didn't get the whole what happened. And I get it and I appreciate it. I do so appreciate it. But what do you think? I mean, this woman studies this, has data,
Sure,
has the
sure.
spreadsheets. So what do you think about preventing then these baby boxes would maybe prevent some really positive outcomes
Sure.
happening?
So certainly a warm handoff is what we all want, right? That's promoted by Safe Haven Baby Box. Elizabeth had shared that there was more in-person surrenders as a result of the baby box being placed. So that in itself strengthens the Safe Haven law. It's not taking away from it. I'm a mom of 5 myself, so I certainly have a soft spot for the little ones. And I just wanted to say that not all moms are in the situation that perhaps you or I are in. And they are uncomfortable with somebody in authority because they have problems with addiction, or DCF already has cases out for their other children, or they feel judged. And so this is just one added layer, giving those moms the chance to lovingly and securely surrender their baby.
Through you, Madam Chair. One more question. So first it was Lori Bruce, so I apologize for getting my name wrong. But do you say that the baby boxes, where's the data that you have for all of that? And yes, I was a pediatric nurse. I understand that some of these moms might have lack of authority, but Ms. Bruce also said that the typical stereotype of the person that gives up a baby, her data shows that it might not be what we're thinking, what the typical mother is that goes and says, I cannot take care of this child, that it truly is because of money, was her data. So what data do you have? Where do you get
I
your
don't have
data?
data about finances. I have data about what's happening under our noses, which is moms are leaving. I'm not going to say the name of the hospital, but there's a hospital in our state where babies are being put in dumpsters when they leave, when they are discharged.
Can you
or-
send me data about that and how many babies you found in dumpsters through you, Madam Chair?
I don't have the number for how many. I know that they do this as a routine because it happens. Not all babies that are abandoned, unfortunately, are put on the news. And we know that it's happening. We hear stories, but they're not making the news. And so that's why we're trying to provide this additional option for those moms because they are unreached.
Through
This
you,
has
Madam
been
Chair,
confirmed
I'm
by-
just going to say, it's just, I just asked for the data. If you can maybe send me some data about the number of babies that some hospital in Connecticut has babies in the dumpsters, I would appreciate it because that is a very strong statement
I
to
agree.
say.
And I have
so I
two nurses that can back that up.
Okay, through you, it's not, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Paris.
Thank you, Senator. It's very good to have you before us, and I appreciate your testimony. And I'm going to ask a couple of questions. I think you have a good sense of why the hospitals are important in this space, based on your being in support of this bill. So I just want to ask a few questions, if I can. My two questions. And maybe you'll be able to answer them and perhaps you will not. And that's perfectly okay if you can. I just want to say that. If hospitals are fully funding these baby boxes, why do we need to have a new law essentially being required, or why does there need to be a new law encouraging hospitals to implement these devices under the existing regulations that we currently have with safe haven laws?
Well, you're the expert in legal, but
You'd be shocked. I don't think I am.
so first of all, the hospitals aren't funding the boxes. They're 100% donor funded.
Donor funded. Okay.
Yeah.
And the reason why I ask is because I've been in the world of philanthropy for 15 years as a professional fundraiser for many nonprofits, for-profits, corporate folks, political folks, whatever the case may be. I guess my question is if the hospital is a private entity in the state and it's donor funded, I would guess that the hospital can, through their board of directors, their board of governors, the CEO, I would guess that they would be able to make that decision if they want to add this on without having to have the state come in to pass any legislation. Would you agree to that?
So I wish that was the case. Unfortunately, from what I have been guided to through this process, believe, and is that we need the support of the law because we want to be under the law. We want to expand the safe haven law and add to it. So this is something that would just be an addition.
I totally hear you, and I appreciate your thoughtful responses. I think what I'm also hearing for you, and we're saying the same things, we're on the same wavelength. If this is just expanding the scope of the law and the availability of these boxes, and it's a hospital that is, this is a completely donor-funded initiative, the state does not need to be involved in it. And that is my concern, is that if the state does get involved in it in some way in the future, it opens the door for us to have to then step in to fund this in other areas or in other hospitals. That is my own personal concern. It does not mean that I don't want to provide reproductive access in any way to families or women in the state. It does not mean that I don't want to protect babies. It just means that I want to make good, sound fiscal decisions. And I, based on the testimonies that have been heard today, it sounds like if this is a personal, or excuse me, a donor-funded initiative, then that should remain with the hospitals. I do thank you for your testimony, and I appreciate you being so kind in your answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative, Lanu, and followed by Mastro Francesco. Were you first? I apologize. Representative Mastro Francesco, followed by Representative Lanu, followed by Representative Dauphiné and Representative McGee.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, you're scaring me. You sound like me. It's really scary. I say this every day when I get up and I come in here and I see a bill and I say, why is the state getting involved in this? It's a private entity. They should be able to do what they want. You're scaring me. You're sounding like me on the other side of the aisle. So thank you for that. Oh my goodness. And to answer that question, and I actually, when I saw this bill through Mr. Chairman, that's actually the first thing I asked myself. I said, why do we have to come before the legislature to have a hospital do this? When I did a little bit of research, I believe LCO mentioned that we have to pass a law that allows them. I guess there are possibly some regulations within hospitals of what they can and cannot do. And based on what I'm told, that we have to pass a law to allow them to do something, which is crazy, but that's the world we're in. And I think that's the answer to that. So someone had mentioned something, maybe it was Senator Marks had mentioned something about a warm handoff. And I agree. There's nothing like, obviously you want to have a warm handoff, but that's their choice, right? It's the mother's choice. Maybe she does not want that. And that's why there's no warm handoff on it. So you talked a little bit about, and I think the concern here is safety. We keep hearing about that. Do these boxes work? And are people putting babies in dumpsters? I don't really like to use that term dumpsters because do I think people are putting babies in dumpsters? Well, I'll be quite honest. I haven't heard a lot of that, but I will tell you that I think babies are being abandoned. Maybe they're not in a dumpster. Maybe they're just being neglected at home. Maybe they're left in the car. Maybe there could be possibly outside that maybe we don't hear about. So I think the narrative here, people think that, I mean, people are putting babies in dumpsters because you don't hear about it. But I don't think the word dumpster is appropriate. I think there's other issues going on, whether it's at home, they're just abandoned, so forth. So we hear a lot today talking about the safety issue. And you said you had a little bit of experience and that people were concerned about the 911 call. Who actually answers when the baby is put in that device and the 911 goes off? The question was posed, who is not going to the police department or the fire department? Who actually is answering that call? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
So when the baby is put inside the safe haven box, an alarm will sound to the ER staff. So a trained personnel from the emergency department will then open the door and examine the baby.
Thank you for that. And that's, I'm assuming that's immediate. And through your experience, have you heard any problems where a baby could have died because of the baby box? There was any default, any fault, anything technically went wrong? Have you seen anything or heard anything in your experience through
No,
that?
nothing in my experience whatsoever. In fact, it's all been positive because there's so many fail safes. There's 3 alarms that are set. We're checking the boxes visually daily. We're testing them weekly, annually. There's things that are done as well. So these boxes are well managed.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to you. Ms. Baver, thank you for being with us. Thank you for your testimony. I did step in a little bit late, so I apologize. I did not catch your entire testimony, but I do appreciate you testifying. If my questions are redundant, please forgive me. But if you know, I'm just trying, I know this might be difficult this might be a difficult ask, but are you able to describe what the mechanism this device looks like as far as how a baby gets from the outside to the inside of the hospital? Is it instant? Does it go through a tube like a bank deposit tube, or is it somewhat of an instant, just like a revolving door? I'm just trying to get a little more information on the visual image of this thing.
Sure. So it's an actual box on the side of a wall. It's kind of like rectangular. And then a mom will open the exterior door on the outside. Once she opens the door, as soon as she opens it, an alarm goes to the emergency department staff to let them know. The mom will then place the baby in a medically secure bassinet. So when you give birth in a hospital, they have those clear bassinets that you can see through. Exact same thing in this. The infant will be placed in the medically secure bassinet. And when that happens, a second alarm then goes to either security or the main desk, whoever's available 24/7. So as a second fail-safe. And once the alarm is sounded to the ER staff, they have a second door on the inside of the hospital that they'll open. And so they'll just take out the bassinet and be able to examine the baby right away. The average retrieval time is between 2.5 to 4 minutes. Protocol is 5 minutes. So.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. We heard the term, a warm handoff, and not trying to downplay the current process and the procedures that are involved in caring staff, obviously taking a baby that control of a baby face to face from a mother who's forfeiting, mother care for the baby and essentially putting the baby up for adoption. But I don't think that situation is warm. When the mother is forced to do something like that or does something like that. So I don't think there's any such thing as a warm handoff, unfortunately. And just reality of the situation. I'm just curious, if you know, do you know how many, or give examples of different states that currently have these, what they call baby boxes? And if you know how many babies have been saved or retrieved through those?
Sure. So across the United States, there's 22 states that presently have baby boxes. 54 infants have been saved through Safe Haven Baby Box, and 155 infants have been saved through in-person surrender as a result of the hotline, which walks mom through her options, making a parenting plan, making an adoption plan, in-person surrender, and as a last option, use of the Safe Haven Baby Box.
Okay, so you said 54, if I heard you right?
Sure. Yep, 54.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the answers. Nothing further.
Thank you very much, Representative Mastro Francesco. Oh, I apologize, Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Erica, for your testimony today. I know you probably got a lot more to say because I know a little bit of your background. I know that you've taken the initiative to fundraise for money to purchase a box. And I know as a nurse, you've worked really, really hard with your staffing friends and other nurse friends to do so. And I know that I think you have a petition as well. Can you speak to your experience and the feedback you've gotten and anything else that may have been missed in this testimony?
Thank you. Absolutely. I would just like to speak about how, as a nurse, I really believe that this is going the extra mile, Safe Haven Baby Boxes, for moms that don't feel comfortable with in-person surrenders. This is one more avenue for a mom in crisis to lovingly and securely surrender her child. In nursing, we talk about going the extra mile for our patients, and these are our patients that we have not yet reached. Safe Haven Baby Boxes are a way to reach these patients and more fully support moms and babies.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You didn't speak to the petition and the fundraising efforts that you did, but that's okay. I did want to ask you, how specifically do you believe that the Safe Haven Baby Box supports moms?
I believe it supports moms because it helps to rewrite the story from what could be something tragic. It gives those moms that don't feel comfortable with an in-person surrender the opportunity to surrender their child lovingly through a Safe Haven Baby Box.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you for that. I just want to reiterate a couple things. I know just make it really clear. This isn't a mandate on any hospital. So there's no obligation for them to do it. So if they decide to take on the liability, which is what some individuals have mentioned, that would be their choice. If they decide to train their staff, that would be their choice. And I know that the cost is diverted by fundraisers that have been done, and I think the bottom line here is the hope is that the baby box would bring the person to the hospital. Maybe they will walk through the door instead of doing the handoff to the box. Maybe the handoff will be to a person. Certainly there was no handoff when the child in New Haven was put in a dumpster. That was the handoff into a dumpster, and that's a tragedy. I'm grateful that 22 other states have been the guinea pigs for us, and it sounds like they've been successful. When I say successful, if 54 infants were saved, I would call that a huge success. So I'm grateful for that, and I'm grateful for all the work you've done. And I think, to Representative Paris's question about the law, I can remember the Safe Haven law, so I'm assuming that this is just an extension of that. And yes, unfortunately, we do have to have a law that says it's okay to put a baby box outside of your hospital. So I appreciate your testimony today, Erica, and thank you so much for being here.
Point of information, Erica, and for you, Representative Lanou, I believe that the answer that you'd asked regarding how many children had been surrendered through baby boxes, Erica, you'd given an answer in the 50 range, I believe. That was for state numbers, not national numbers. I just wanted to make that point of information. Or you can clarify, was it for the national over the last 25 years? I believe that number, the 57 in Connecticut. Did you mean statewide or nationally, ma'am?
So
Through Safe Haven. Thank you. I just wanted that clarified because I think it was a little bit confusing towards the question that Representative Lanu had asked. I appreciate that.
Wait,
Thank you.
can I just want to make sure the answer is clear. I have 54 babies were saved nationally through the device, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Representative McGee, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Erica, for your testimony and your compassionate work. It is needed, it is important. And I'm enjoying a dialogue amongst all of my colleagues on both sides that really is to highlight the need for supporting the resources parents need, especially those that really want to be parents. 73% of women in this state would prefer to be parents if they had resources. And so they then choose other options, not because they want to, but out of a need. And so I just have a couple questions. My first question is, there was a college campus that had a medical vending machine. They had to remove the medical vending machine because there were no laws on the books that supported that medical vending machine. We then had to go back, vote for the medical vending machine so the medical vending machine can be put on campus. Am I correct in saying that you have the money, you have the relationship with the hospital, you just need the legislation? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have the money in the hospitals, the relationships there. Okay. So my next question is, especially with the work you've done, we're talking about a warm handoff. I love the idea that, like you said, that's priority. Those are things that I advocate for and champion all the time. And so my question is, what would you say to someone who may think that placing a baby in a medically safe bassinet box, what would you say to a person who does that, who might assume that that is neglect or abandonment or disregard of a baby's life?
So we know that a mom who surrenders her child, whether it be in person or through a Safe Haven baby box, is incredibly brave. It takes a ton of courage to be able to do something like that. So I would say that she's doing the most loving thing that she can do with the resources that she has available to her at that time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. We appreciate your question. Erica, thank you so much for your testimony and for your staying around to answer some questions for us. We greatly appreciate it. I think next up on the list actually is your better half, Mr. Matthew Mavert. Sir, you may join us if you like, if he is here. He's online with us.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I would definitely say I'm not the better half. You got the better half in there with you. So I wanted to speak, and I do apologize for some repetition because a lot of what's been discussed, I am going to reiterate. But again, my name is Matt Mavert. I am in support of Safe Haven Baby Boxes, SB 1310. Over the last couple of weeks, I've heard opposition in regards to the boxes and also heard a little bit today, specifically in regards to the tax burden to taxpayers, financial stress to hospitals. I've also heard of the Safe Haven law in Connecticut and it being robust enough that we really don't need Safe Haven baby boxes. And then finally, I've heard about boxes really undercutting warm handoffs that are currently allowed under our Safe Haven law. Just like to address these individually briefly. So for funding, as was already discussed, the baby box has been funded fully by private citizens. Nowhere in the bill, as you can see, is actually stating otherwise that it's going to be funded by taxpayers or hospitals. It's 100% optional for hospitals. And we're thankful that a hospital is excited and ready to install the box in Hartford. For the current Safe Haven law, although it's robust, I do think it needs to be better. There's just too many tragic stories of infant abandonment, many of which, as has already been mentioned, have not been picked up by the news outlets. I actually personally have heard of several, and I have a close friend who works at one of the hospitals, a hospital here, in Connecticut, that does those dumpster checks. And I apologize for using that term, but that's what they actually utilize at that hospital to refer to it. And it's due to patients when they leave the hospital, they're dropping the infant in the dumpster. There's obviously a lack of trust. There's also obviously fear of judgment or other concerns, maybe the DCF involvement, as was mentioned earlier. But there's a disconnect, and we have to do better. Finding babies in dumpsters and sidewalks, I think actually somebody on the committee mentioned a week ago about it's fairly common for babies to be dropped off on sidewalks. That's not okay. You know, I'm a father of 5. One infant being abandoned is one too many. So finally, you know, baby boxes actually do complement warm handoffs. The Safe Haven law here in Connecticut, as was mentioned, there's a packet that's offered to mothers when they open up the box, and a crisis phone number. That crisis phone number, as was mentioned, to date, 155 babies have been warm handed off due to mothers picking up the phone and calling that number and speaking to a licensed marriage and family counselor, somebody who's really giving them options. And as a last, as a last resort, placing the baby in the safe, warm bassinet. But the primary focus is actual warm handoff. So in closing, infants, mothers, our state, we need better, and we would benefit off of this bill. So I do thank you for your time, and I do ask that you all vote for yes for SB 1310.
Thank you, Matthew. Just so that you know, there was some issues with your Wi-Fi, but I think we did get the gist of a lot of what you were saying. As you said, it would be repetitive to Erica's testimony, but we do have questions here. Representative Dauphin, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Matt, for your testimony today. That's a hard act to follow, following your wife and the detail that she provided, and we appreciate that. We didn't get to expound on her. I know she did a fundraiser to raise money for a box, and she's working at a particular hospital and as a nurse, and that's where they're hoping to get this bill passed. Are you able to expand on any of those plans to install the box? Obviously, they have to wait for this legislation to pass. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes, absolutely. So this hospital is very excited to move forward with the installation as soon as this gets signed into law. We have over $20,000 that's been raised, and I got to say it was really neat seeing the support when we did fundraise for this. The hospital, the cost typically is about $10,000 to $12,000. They do have a location already picked out for that, and then the additional finances that have been raised would be for marketing, for raising awareness, for providing that crisis hotline to mothers who may not be familiar with their options. So that's currently where we stand with plans, but really excited to see this bill move forward such that the hospital can pull the trigger, because that's really the only thing that's holding us up right now.
Thank you. I'm hopeful too that this will get through and we can at least have it in one hospital in Connecticut and maybe learn from there and proceed to get that up and running and get other hospitals interested as well. Do you know why we don't know the number of abandoned infants in Connecticut? Can you weigh in on that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. So the number of abandoned infants in Connecticut is something that, as was discussed earlier today in testimony, the numbers they have are based upon deaths. But again, a lot of things that are occurring real time are occurring and are not getting picked up by news outlets. Also, it was discussed in regards to maybe it never coming to light. There's definitely, again, from personal interaction with others and hearing testimony outside of what we have today, I've heard of multiple cases that were never reported on. And again, we have to do better. We can't put a firm figure on it, but it's something that has to be addressed because obviously there's a need.
Thank you, Matt. I really appreciate it. And again, I think those of us that would like to see this passed aren't looking to bypass the current safe haven law. Our hopes are that they will go in once they're at the hospital to put the baby in the box. They will maybe be a little bit more willing to walk into the hospital and have that warm handoff. But we just want to have an option for them to bring their baby and it be cared for. So thank you so much for your testimony today.
Very welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other
Thank you.
discussion or questions, Matthew, thank you for your testimony. Alice Forrester, you are next on the list, ma'am. Seeing that she is not available and joining us online, we'll go straight to Clara Lewis.
Hi, thank you, Chairman. My name is Clara Lewis. I'm a senior lecturer at Dartmouth College with expertise in infant homicide. My main area of research expertise is neonaticide, which are tragic infant deaths that occur usually immediately after birth in the first 24 hours of life. These tragedies tend to occur accidentally after a young woman has attempted to deliver her baby in solitude without medical assistance. I'm here today to oppose raised bill number 1310. I wish to further amplify a concern that has been shared by numerous other medical and mental health professionals, namely that while the legislation represents a commendable interest in saving the lives of society's most vulnerable babies, in practice, infant abandonment boxes do not and cannot work to prevent neonaticide specifically. Infant homicide in general and neonaticide in particular are both misrepresented and thus widely misunderstood tragedies. Advocates for these devices hope that installing them will save these specific babies' lives. And unfortunately, research reveals that that is really more wishful thinking as opposed to evidence-based fact. And it's important to be very pragmatic in these considerations. Please consider the bare medical reality of a young woman in this position who has either concealed her pregnancy or not accurately perceived that she is pregnant. Now consider her laboring alone. Offering her a drop box assumes that in this postpartum state, she will be able to deliver her baby and the placenta successfully, then render emergency medical care to her newborn infant, clearing the baby's airways, cutting and clamping the cord hygienically. It takes a very short time to die of asphyxiation, under 2 minutes. Then, in the face of her own medical injuries, utilizing the box now requires her to transport herself to a box location and, without the benefit of a conversation with a trained counselor, walk away from her newborn with no hope of future reconciliation or arrangement for an open adoption. This is an unrealistic and even cruel expectation. Research further demonstrates that when these young women receive emergency medical care and support for their labor, they and their families tend to opt to keep and raise their babies. I would just argue that these women and their families deserve more than the Dropbox.
Thank you so very much for your testimony. Representative Dauphiné, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you for your testimony today. Just to clarify, I don't think anyone here that has testified in favor of these boxes are hoping that there's women that are at home delivering babies, but we know they occur. We know that we have babies that are put in dumpsters or in wood piles or the like. We know that happens. It's an alternative to those kinds of things. We all want mothers to get the care they need during pregnancy and after. So I just want to make it very, very clear that that is not what we're trying to achieve here with the baby boxes. And I think the testimony that spoke about I think she said 54 babies have already been saved, and many use the alternative to go right into the hospital to be seen there and get services. So that's the goal here. And I just want to make that really clear with everybody with the baby boxes that that is the goal. Thank you so much for your testimony. It's very appreciated.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your questions. Representative McGee.
Thank you for your testimony, Clara. I just want to ask these two questions because I see that you've done some great research. Do you have any stats of women who have sought for emotional, physical, or mental health care upon voluntarily surrendering their babies in the state of Connecticut?
No, I don't think there's any systematic data on that.
Do you have some for like, oh, that would be considered a second question. I have another question. I might have to actually just reach out to you, but
yeah,
do you have stats on how many babies connected to the baby boxes have died? Like, in the case where a woman or a young woman may have given birth in secret somewhere and then transported the baby to the baby box. Have you done research or have statistical data that would provide sort of like that insight to that?
No, I haven't. And that would actually be very, some of
difficult.
Some of these things can't be quantified for some of the issues that have been raised previously. But I do think it's worth thinking about the number of babies that have been placed in boxes. I think we're making a number of assumptions about the story that happens before that success story. Some of the assumptions that we've heard today are that it's the mother placing the baby into the box by choice. And the truth is, we do not know that to be true. My research suggests that, women who are at risk of neonaticide are not going to be physically able to transport themselves to the box location. So how are these babies ending up in the box? What is the backstory there? The boxes can be used to conceal all kinds of crimes that then could lead to, if the mother is herself the victim of that crime, the box would then prevent a further investigation into that. And the example that came up previously in 2022 of the baby abandoned on the hood of the car, first that baby survived and lived. And so that's why that baby wasn't included in the statistical discussion at the beginning of the session.
Babies who died, yeah.
That baby was being abandoned by a man. And if he had the option to leave that baby in a box, there would have been no further investigation to figure out that baby's backstory. And the box would have been used to successfully conceal that crime. So not only would the box have not saved that baby, but the box would have then prevented a further investigation into why that baby was being abandoned in the first place.
Thank you for what you shared. I just want to make a quick comment. Although I didn't want to have to do this, but 2 weeks ago, a little black baby was found in a dumpster in Philadelphia. And I didn't want to bring up dumpster stories because I think that they're just devastating, and it sort of tells you the situation that the woman is in. But this story mirrors many of those across the country. And these are babies that women had just given birth to them. And so they were able to get up from their places. And like in this case, she traveled across her apartment complex, which they said, I believe, was like half a mile to the dumpster, where a garbage man then found the baby by the noises that the baby was making. So there have been devastating cases where women have, after giving birth, have concealed their babies, or just out of desperate situations have placed them in other locations. And I also do want to say, I believe that you are absolutely right in the case where women who have voluntarily surrendered their baby, they didn't do it happily, rejoicing, excited. It was absolutely devastating. It was frustrating. It was sad. I'd heard from many different stories earlier, as well as many that I've talked to who do this work. A lot of these women, they don't have support. They do not have community. And especially young women, a lot of their family didn't even know they were pregnant. So I do thank you very much for your testimony. I will be reaching out to you because I'm interested in the work that you do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative Lanouf, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, ma'am. How are you? Oh, is she with us?
Clara, you're still on. She can hear you, Representative.
She can.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Lewis, for your testimony. I guess I'm just trying to understand the argument here a little bit. Obviously, any kind of abuse against any child, particularly newborns, we definitely want that investigated and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Nobody here is suggesting anything different. But I am trying to understand the logic as far as we don't want baby boxes because if the child, for example, in Mansfield is abandoned on the hood of a car, exposed to the elements, exposed to all the dangers of outside environmental elements of the season or what have you, as opposed to getting put into a safe baby box, the child is going to be, I'm just trying to understand the argument. They're not going to be able to investigate a possible crime because the child was abandoned in the more dangerous element. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, perhaps it would be helpful to offer a few more examples of what that sort of darker backstory could potentially look like. Things that come to mind for me would be if the mother is a victim of human trafficking, her baby could be placed in the box without her consent or knowledge, and then that wouldn't be further investigated, thus causing further harm to her. Other examples would be an attempt to cover up incest or rape. And I think in our current legal landscape right now around immigration, I also think the box could potentially be used to circumvent changes in immigration law as well. So I realize that this is a very unintended consequence, but it's important to consider the way in which the boxes can be used as a way of concealing crime.
Okay, now if, again, the baby is born, the baby has been carried to term, has been delivered, so if there was a case of rape or incest, wouldn't there be a greater chance during that prenatal care? I mean, imagine there's going to be a doctor that may deliver that baby. There's going to be some sort of interaction with some kind of medical folks. Wouldn't that be the greatest opportunity to be able to discover and report the rape or incest, not during an abandonment process?
I don't believe in the examples that I gave, the woman would have been receiving prenatal care or would have delivered in a hospital.
Okay, so if they were pregnant, you're saying they would. So if they're pregnant, they're carrying a baby to term. They're gonna do this whole thing on their own and never receive any sort of prenatal care, any kind of medical attention at all during those 9 months.
My point is that the mother herself could be a victim of crime.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but again, it would seem like that would all be discovered during some sort of during the term of that pregnancy, not necessarily a baby getting abandoned on the hood of a car or in a dumpster or some undesirable location. I don't necessarily see. I disagree with that argument, but thanks for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you so much, Clara. We appreciate it. Next up, we have John Catalin. John, please come to join us.
Representative Paris, members of the Committee on Children, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is John Catalin. I'm here on behalf on the Connecticut Alliance of YMCAs, which represents 20 YMCAs across the state. I urge the committee to support House Bill 6952. This bill is fundamentally about one thing: keeping Connecticut's children safe. Requiring background checks for staff at unlicensed camps, requiring specific training, and enforcing appropriate camp-to-staff ratios are essential measures to create a safe and secure environment. There is no price tag on the safety and well-being of Connecticut's children. I find the testimony against this bill dishonest and misleading, to say the least. They state the bill only applies to municipalities and doesn't impact other camps. That's because our camps are licensed, and we are already required by the state to undertake these procedures, and we do so willingly because we want to protect children. And the fact that the Ys were singled out in the testimony, I find particularly offensive. Parents trust summer camps to provide a safe and nurturing space for their children. Background checks are a critical tool in preventing individuals with a history of abuse from being placed in positions of authority over children. Research shows that child abusers often seek opportunities in environments like summer camps. Child sexual abuse is not rare. According to research by the CDC, as many as 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys experience some form of sexual abuse before turning 18 years old. These statistics underscore the urgent need for stronger protection in all summer programs. Ensuring the safety and well-being of children should be a priority for all summer programs. Establishing basic standards for all programs will help protect children while allowing them to enjoy enriching experiences and building lifelong friendships. I urge the committee to support House Bill 6952 and help us create a safer future for Connecticut's children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. We will start off with Representative Pat Boyd, followed by Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Catalan, for your testimony. Just very quickly on the question, I know the Ys run a pretty varied program across the state, summer camps, and in some cases, you do run the recreation programs for some municipalities. There's a great deal of testimony for and against this bill. Can you just speak quickly to the ratio aspect, the ratio of adults to kids? And if that, in your experience with the Ys, prohibits those under the age of 18 from serving as a counselor or staff, or how that has affected your staffing model, both recruitment-wise and financially.
Yeah, we follow the state regulations, so 16 and 17-year-olds are allowed to count towards ratios. We, as a licensed camp, have to have a ratio of 1 to 9. So I think 1 to 12, which is the standard established by the American Camping Association, is what's contained in this bill. But our we are required by law to have ratios of 1 to 9.
All right. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I was just interested. I think you mentioned a statistic that said 1 out of every 4 staff, or 1 out of every 4 child has experienced some kind of molestation. Is it your belief, or do you have data that shows that they would have come up in the system as being child offenders if they had had background checks?
Thank you for that question, Representative. I mean, unfortunately, there are a lot of bad apples out there, bad actors, who, if they have not committed any crime or any type of child sexual abuse, you are not going to catch them, before. That's unfortunate. I understand, unfortunately, you are not going to catch every child sexual abuser if they haven't committed any horrible act before applying for a position. So, it's not foolproof, obviously, but our concern is, what I stated in my testimony, is that child sexual abusers look for opportunities to go in situations where they have access to children. So if they have been convicted of child sexual abuse, we will catch them with these background checks. And that is the purpose of them.
Understood. And I thank you for that information. The other thing that I noticed is that there were over 70 written testimonies from individuals, and overwhelmingly individuals that supported this bill, which were I think there was 10 or 12 that supported, the remainder opposed the bill, but those that supported it were YMCA, I think, individuals that worked in the YMCA or ran in a YMCA. Can you speak to that? And you know, the others seem to all be municipalities. Can you just speak to that?
Well, obviously the Ys are the largest providers of camp in the state of Connecticut, along with childcare and after-school programs. Obviously, our Ys were not particularly fond of being singled out in the testimony. I think that's why they responded to those false accusations. I will say that the Connecticut Camping Association and the American Camp Association, I believe, submitted testimony in support of the bill, along with the CAPS, the Connecticut Association of Superintendents. So there is definitely some support for the bill.
Yeah, I saw there was some, but overwhelmingly the municipalities did not support the bill. And we had earlier testimony from the Office of the Child Advocate that shared with us the ability to do background checks that wouldn't cost the camps any money, which was kind of comforting, right? Because we don't want to add more cost to a lot of these small camps. So I'm guessing it's not the cost, but I'm wondering if the opposition, a lot of it is they're just struggling to get staff, and making them all mandated reporters might be something that's keeping them from would keep them from getting more staff, and maybe that's why they're opposing it. But I thank you for being here today and testifying.
Representative, I just want to point out real quick, the state law for mandated reporters is, and I think the bill probably needs to be adjusted. The law is that if you are 21 or over, you have to receive that training to be a mandated reporter. And then the law states that if you are under 20 and working in, a camp situation, if you witness some type of abuse, you have to report that to your supervisor, who would be over 21 years of age. So that's the way the law is, and I think maybe there needs to be some adjustments to the bill.
Thank you for that. I'm just trying to understand, there's so much opposition from the municipalities across the state with regard to this bill, and I'm just trying to kind of settle into exactly what their concern is, what the cost might be, and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to kind of work through that with you, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we have Senator Cohen, followed by Representative Lanu.
Hey, John. Good
Hi,
to see
Senator.
you.
How are you?
Good to see you, and thank you for your testimony. And I'm going to preface this by saying that I am, you know this because my children have all participated in YMCA camps, but that I'm a proponent of both and a user over the years of both YMCA camps as well as our municipal facilities and recreational programs. So I am grateful for both of them, and they've really shaped who my kids are today. So just putting that out there. With respect to Section 3 of the bill, it talks about the ratio, and it talks about the age of the staff person being at least one in the ratio being 18 years of age or older. Can you tell me, is that practice at the YMCA camps?
No, it is not. That's not the state regulations. You can use 16 and 17-year-olds count towards that ratio. So I think that's another adjustment that, that's why legislators draft bills, to put stuff out there, and then we talk about, what's positive about it and what might have to be changed. So I think that would have to be changed, because the state regulations allow 16 and 17-year-old employees to count towards camp ratios. And that's what we do at the Ys. If you can't count 16 and 17-year-olds towards your ratios, running a camp is, I don't want to sound like I'm exaggerating here, but it would be extremely difficult.
Yeah, yeah, I would think so. And
Yeah.
I know, just from speaking with the YMCA organization in the past, that even securing lifeguards has been really difficult. I know we've had issues
Yeah.
even at the state level with that. And so between that and you can be certified to become a lifeguard at 15, though most people don't employ them
Right.
until they're 16. I would think it would be very difficult to have this requirement take effect. So thank you for your answers to that question.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Catlin, good evening.
Nice to see you, Representative.
Likewise. I just wanted to ask you a couple questions regarding some of the ages, particularly of minors that are staff members. Some of the Parks and Rec people have reached out to me, some in my district, some statewide, with some concerns about precluding people under the age of majority from serving in some capacity as a staff member.
Right.
Right. A lot of the kids that go to the municipal day camps, the different things that are offered within Parks and Rec, a lot of them start aging out at like 14 or 15.
Right.
Right. So then if they can't get employment until later, there's those gap years.
Right.
And then those gap years, who knows what can happen to some of those kids. And, a lot of these programs, say it's a municipal soccer camp or a sports program where it's on a quad, the field is on this, maybe similar dimensions to this room, right? So you may have a staff person that's over age of majority, that can kind of have that 360-foot view, right? The
Right.
panoramic view, see what's going on, but then within certain groups, smaller groups of kids, you have a teen that's kind of working with them,
Right.
while there's an adult seeing them the entire time. I just wanted to, would you be agreeable to, if we get the language right, to, in those type of situations, continue to allow our teenagers to serve in those capacities with a clear eye shot and earshot of adult supervision?
It just, if they're 16 or 17, we do not have a problem with it because we do it. We are allowed, and so aren't municipal camps, to hire 15-year-olds. But for the licensed camps, the 15-year-olds do not count towards ratios. They have to be supervised by a staff of 18 years or older. But that bill passed a couple of years ago. We were strongly, supported allowing 15-year-olds to work as camp counselors and lifeguards for licensed camps. They've been allowed to do it with municipal camps for years. And I'd also add that state law does say that you're only defined as a camp if you operate for 4 hours a day. So if you're just doing small little clinics, which was, I believe, small little camp, sport camps or whatever, if they're under 4 hours, it does not fall within the laws of the camp. And that's another some of the misleading testimony from Parks and Rec where, you're trying to close these programs down. But state law clearly says, that unless you're operating for 4 hours a day, you do not qualify as a camp.
Yeah, understood. And I mean, even if it's a all-day event, if it exceeds 4 hours,
Right.
I know like one of the towns, I'm thinking of my district. I mean, they have their camp on the rec field. Different events at different parts of it, and clearly you can stand there, you can see what's going on.
Right.
And again, these youths that are aging out of being participants, but yet they've experienced the camp as a participant.
Right.
I don't want to just throw them to the streets.
No, I understand. But
And so those are very delicate years for a lot of our youth.
right. I understand that, but I would also state that the American Camp Association, which recommends ratios of 12 to 1, and that we're 9 to 1 in the state. Now they do this in they come up with these best practices in collaboration with groups like the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Red Cross, and other youth-focused organizations. So they develop these. They develop them as best practices, which they think is the best way to protect children. So.
Okay, well, I appreciate your testimony. I'll continue to listen, and thank you for being before us.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Excuse me, Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, John. I just wanted to say thank you for being here today and submitting this testimony. I know that we are all concerned about wanting to keep costs down for municipal programs and the like, but having watched a neighboring community to mine go through unimaginable heartbreak after hearing about abuse that had occurred at a municipal camp to multiple young children, that it could have been avoided. And we never want to see something like that again. So if we can do something that is common sense, that comes without cost, or very little cost, then we should be doing that to make sure our kids are safe. So I just appreciate your testimony in that direction.
No, thank you. And I think that story broke everyone's heart, to be
Yeah.
quite honest with you.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comey.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chairman. Thank you, John, for your testimony. I was, trying to get all the ages and everything sort of, it was very confusing, quite
Right.
frankly, between the two different programs, which is ideally not, we all want to be, and I think what a lot of this legislation that is opposing the bill want to be on a level playing field.
Right.
And I think we could probably agree that, that's always best for the kids. I was wondering, one of the testimonies brought up something about, staff being trained in first aid and certified, AED certified, that sort of thing. How do you delineate the difference between, say, a camp program and, say, just a private recreation studio, like, taekwondo,
Right,
or something like that, that we don't require
Right.
as a business,
Right.
right?
Yeah. So as I was saying, if they're operating for more than 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, they are considered by state law a camp. And then they, if they don't fall under the municipal license, they have to be licensed. And, I know the commissioner of OEC has mentioned many times she is concerned about, these camps that are operating outside the scope of the law. This has nothing to do with municipalities. This just says, people setting up their own little camps or programs, whatever it may be. But, that's the law. And, I think, I pay taxes too. I get it. I don't want my taxes to go up, but my concern is, it's like, I don't think we can really put a price on protecting children in this state. And I strongly believe that. And I strongly believe that most of the taxpayers of this state feel the same way.
Thank you, Representative. So John, I have a question as well. And my question is, knowing how important it is to engage youth and create pathways for them for jobs, learning job skills, working as both a mentor to smaller children, but also being mentored by older counselors. Is that the reason why you have 16 and 17-year-old? You spoke to count ratios and But I'm wondering if the counselor in training process has something more to do with why you look towards 16 and 17-year-olds.
Yeah, I would say that a lot of our 16 and 17-year-old staff usually attended one of our camps and they've been through the process. Many of them have been counselors in training in the past. And it's a great, typically they all started off at taking swimming lessons as young children, went to our before or after school programs or went to our early childcare programs. And it's kind of like this, it's almost a progression. And so a lot of them have been around the Y for a long time. And, we don't leave 16 and 17-year-olds in charge of things. There still has to be age appropriate and qualified people. Camp directors have to meet certain qualifications. Assistant camp directors have to meet certain qualifications. And all that's in the state regulations. The same with, they have to be a certain age if you run a particular program like archery programs and things like that. So, they definitely have role models. They're role models as well, young camp staff, but they also have role models to work with them while they're learning the job.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer. Seeing no other questions, I want to thank you for your testimony and for being here today.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, everyone.
Next up, we will have Patrice Martin, followed by Evelise Correa Brown, and then Melissa Ravicki.
Hello. Dear Madam Chair, Mayor, Mr. Chairman Paris, and members of the Committee on Children, I write to you today and testify to oppose SB 1310. My name is Dr. Patrice Martin, and I come to you as an independent citizen of the United States of America. I'm here today because I care deeply about the issue of safe haven baby boxes, adoptee rights, and specifically about issues that affect children and families. In October of 1976, I was abandoned at birth. My mother already had one child, my sister, who was 2 at the time. She began a relationship with a man at work. She was a nurse in a hospital in Pennsylvania. Just starting out her career, her family was proud of her. She wasn't making much. She was trying to turn the tide on her life. She lived in an apartment within a family member's home, and she was struggling, but she was making it. She got pregnant by the guy she was seeing at work, chose to hide it, and when it came time to deliver me, she asked if she could have the night off. She was denied. So in the wee hours of a chilly morning in October 1976, she delivered me on the bathroom floor of that home. Cut the cord, and in what seemed like a whirlwind, she dressed me in my sister's clothes, put me in a box, and took me to a dumpster area outside of a mall, not too far from her house. Then she came to her senses and thought about her resources. She camouflaged her voice and called the police and told them there was a baby back there. After being reunited with her 40 plus years later, hearing her story, I know she didn't do this methodically or rationally. She did this because she was in a mental health crisis. She is one example of many stories of the many women, even friends, who have had crisis pregnancies that I have heard over the years. So while I'm here opposing this legislation because I can speak to it, flesh and bones, for 2 main reasons. It promotes diminished outcomes for birth mothers. And secondly, it fast-tracked and promotes the abandonment of infants with no regard to the downstream effects and consequences of the eventual child's adult's mental health. I'm a part of the adoptee rights community, and I'm here to tell you we've got a lot of work to do, as you all know. We don't need to be fast-tracking people into the system. Especially, I've heard a lot of testimony about people of color. We don't need to continue fast-tracking people into that system. CPTSD is a main struggle of our community.
Summarize.
And in summary, I will say this. To the legislators that think protecting anonymity is important, you're protecting shame. For those who think that marginalized communities need to be helped, focus on funding programs like Head Start and early childhood, and funding programs that will help support people so they don't end up in a crisis. I appeal to you to look at how policy intersects with human life. Shame put me outside. Policy protected me through the police. Ultimately, my mom exercised her last resource, and that was the police. Let's get to people before this happens, resource them so we don't contribute to the issue.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for sharing your story, which is tremendously moving, and we appreciate you sharing it with all of us. Looking around, I see Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative McGee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for sharing that. What a moving testimony, and I'm so grateful that your mother made that decision to call the police. I honestly have few words other than I just wanted to make a few comments that we heard the data earlier with regard to how many children have been put in boxes and their lives have been saved. And we know that several, or I think it was 157, were diverted in through the system, through the hospital because of the baby box. So that is what we're trying to achieve here, is save children. I'm grateful that your mother made the decision that she did, and we're trying to divert others from making devastating decisions that they may have to live with for the rest of their lives and losing the life of their baby. So thank you so much for coming out today.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Martin, for your story. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for coming here and actually sharing your personal experience with us, because you are right. I do really believe we do have to focus on intersectionality and making sure that people, marginalized groups, as well as people of color, have all that they need. So I want to know from your perspective, because I think there's a difference between privacy and shame. And I understand that oftentimes things that are done in private or even done out of an emergency need results in the feeling of shame. And so, like, in your perspective, what would the significant difference be between a woman who, like, walks into a hospital and voluntarily surrenders her baby anonymously, and that's just sort of it, answers no questions from the counselor, and then that of a woman who's like, I want to place my baby in a safe haven box, that's it, answers no questions from a counselor. What is the difference in your perspective?
So in my perspective, I'm just going to be totally honest. I'm here today to talk about and funneling care and money before we even get there.
Mm-hmm.
So these are things, in my estimation, these are preventable things. And I think that's where we need to be focusing our time and effort. But to your question, I do believe that to a person who walks in, I believe that for a mother who is in a crisis, it is always better. And we have tools that we use in the adoptee community in our toolbox of counseling and all of those types of things. I definitely believe that that's better than having somebody vulnerable. My mom could have bled out. This is my biggest issue with this box, Representative McGee, to be honest with you, and why this is dangerous, is because this promotes people taking medical care in their own hands. You can bleed out by yourself. I I don't want anything that's promoting that. I'm never going to sign off on that. I'm never going to think it's okay. There are others who are foundlings. That's what we call ourselves in the adoptee community. If you've been abandoned, that think this is not okay and it's preventable. You should not be alone, and it does cause shame. I'm a part of the Faith Collective for Truth and Healing and Adoption, and we work on all of these types of inner issues along with helping people to seek medical help. Because this is what I hear over and over and over again with first moms I work with who've relinquished and our community. Child maternal separation should never be an option if you can prevent it.
I just want to let you know that I 100% agree that I do believe at the forefront should be counseling, should be support. I also do stand with you on preventative methods because I think that there is a lot of education required and needed. And then I just have one follow-up question. We've had safe haven laws on the books since 2020. And if a woman gives birth at home and bleeds out devastatingly, and then has, over the past 5 years, surrendered her baby anonymously, are you currently in support or against the safe haven laws already on the books, aside from the baby box?
To me, that's done. To me, that's done. I don't even really, those are done. They're in all 50 states. I don't even really speak to that. I would not think that we need to be, that is a resort, and that legislation is done. It was already done before my activist work. Okay. So I don't really speak too much to that. I speak to prevention efforts, and I speak to maternal child separation and the effects that I see in the advocacy work that I do consistently on people's mental health and across the lifespan for first moms, because we need to talk about when my mother suffered from severe mental health issues, and my sister says that there was a darkness that came over her as a result of relinquishment. So that this is what I work on.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Martin. I think we need a lot of education around safe haven laws. I think a lot of young women and women need to be educated on safe haven laws. And I believe this because I do think that it could prevent a lot of like at-home births and situations. But I'm also glad that your mom courageously, even though it was a really challenging situation, I'm glad that you're here to share your story with us. And I hope that you have a great night. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And Dr. Martin, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you for the time.
We'll move on to Ivelisse Correa Brown, and then Melissa Ravicki and Emily Bombach. Let's move currently to Melissa Ravicki. And Ivelisse, when you are able to check in, we'll bring you back. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I am a woman, I am a mother, I'm a nurse with a specialty in labor and delivery and postpartum in the last 15 years. I support the safe surrender of newborns in the state of Connecticut. I stand before you with a change petition currently signed by 132 individuals that support and stand behind the use of baby boxes to provide an option, and I want to emphasize that, an option for anonymous surrender. Imagine yourself unexpectedly pregnant, spending 9 months thinking what's best for you and your baby. They're overwhelmed with feelings of denial, isolation, and fear. After the birth, the mother may struggle what's to come next. coming to terms with the fact that they don't have ability, resources, or their life situation puts them in a place they are not ready for a baby. All of these thoughts and plans become reality quickly. Each individual's life situation may vary, carries them down different paths. As a nurse, I recognize this. I am not in their shoes, but I'm here to support them. It may be that this parent isn't ready to face reality or to even accept help from healthcare workers in this moment. Imagine walking into the ED and stopping at the reception desk, being asked what you'd like to be seen for. Maybe even having them ask for your name and date of birth, because that's what they do for all patients that walk in. Imagine seeing someone who recognizes you with your baby in your arms, finding those words. How do you look into that nurse's eyes and find those words? Then handing your baby over and walking away. This face-to-face surrender of a newborn may feel impossible to some. Parents who surrender face-to-face truly are brave. They're courageous and heroic. Safe haven laws have worked. I've seen them work. I'm in healthcare. We want to save lives. We want to do what's best for our babies. We want to also have options to alleviate face-to-face fears. Who knows how many more babies are out there that we can save? This could maybe prevent abandonment. Even if it's a couple, I would be happy with that. Safe baby boxes are designed to preserve that anonymity. We've talked about it over and over today. Facing those fears of one-on-one with a person. They're locked, climate-controlled
Can you please summarize?
cribs. Medical staff can then quickly care for a newborn. For parents who want to do what's right, putting the needs of the infant first and making the decision to give a baby a chance for a better life, let's provide them with tools that create another lifeline, another vital resource, and complete anonymity to help promote safe surrender of newborns in Connecticut. No blame, no shame, and truly no questions asked. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have one question, which is, you said that you've seen the safe haven statute law work, and it's been in place for 25 years. And we know in those 25 years, 57 babies across the state have been surrendered. And that 57 number does not include babies who may have been brought into the hospital and through counseling or through kinship care or whatever it was that they needed, they did not stay with the hospital, the social worker, go under DCF care. So we know that this process of a warm handoff, of someone being able to have a conversation, of someone being able to check on the health of the mother, that's very important after a mother's given birth. So this has worked. So I'm curious, as a nurse and as someone who's seen it work, why, and I've heard what Representative Trinae McGee has said, that we need to be looking at the laws and maybe there are other ways. And I also heard, Lori Bruce speak to that same thing, that maybe we should look at our laws, or maybe it was Noel Osmick. But I'm really curious, we can change our statute, we can make the safe haven laws better. What is the reason that you feel strongly that you think we should do the baby boxes?
Absolutely. I'm happy to answer that. Of course, I always promote improvement in our safe haven law. I think just today, standing before all of you, it really empowers me being in healthcare, realizing this process that we're going through, that healthcare workers really need to be on here in these meetings, promoting our expertise of healthcare and how we can bring this knowledge that we have, that we practice every single day, and be able to share that with you so that we can make true change in our law. Why I feel really strongly about having an option, another option, an alternative for the baby boxes is that there are a lot of generational differences, okay? We have now age 20 to 39 make up 92% of our births in the state, age 20 to 39. This is March of Dimes data. Face-to-face communication is preferred by generations of baby boomers. We are now moving into generations of millennials and Gen Zs. These generations of people do not want face-to-face. They really are avoiding it. So millennials are coming from the age of the internet explosion. We're adapting to technology. We want to communicate via email and text. Gen Zs are wanting instant communication. Okay, they are really looking to prefer quick interactions. They're also dreading phone calls. They want texting. So I'm thinking that the generation of people coming into these childbearing ages, giving them options for other ways to be able to safely surrender is really important. I feel like we may not be capturing some of these women's needs. Of course, I work in a hospital setting and I encourage women to come to hospitals to have babies. I feel strongly about that. But I remember being a nurse that I am not put in everyone's shoes. I don't know what people are living through. And I want to respect and honor women's decisions to be able, if they know what they need and they know they can't walk into an ER and surrender an infant, but they might be able to put their baby in a box, I feel like we need to have some kind of option. And even if it saved one baby, I feel like that would be worth it. So I'm here today with the support of many behind me who have signed this petition that overwhelmingly support this box and trialing this and seeing where we go. One box could give us a lot of information, and we can still improve safe haven laws. I am not saying that we have a lot of room to grow. We absolutely have a lot of room to grow, but I think this is a tool that would help us and could give moms another option. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for being here today and sharing. Nurse to nurse, I can relate to so much of what you said. Our goal is always to help people. As a healthcare worker and an RN, what experiences have you had that make you support this, the extension of this safe haven law to the anonymous surrender, and why? Like, what is it specific to? Maybe you can speak specifically to your own experience and why you're compelled to support this.
Well, I mean, in the hospital setting, we see safe haven law practiced when we have a patient that comes in and surrenders a newborn. So I'm really looking at it from the perspective of it's very difficult for the patient when they do this. It's very difficult for the staff. I really am feeling strongly that if it's not in a hospital setting, what do those families have as resources? Yes, our hospitals are doing great with a safe haven law. Yes, we have social workers that are fabulous. And if you come to the hospital, you get those services. But what about those that are choosing not to come to the hospital? That's where I worry. And I feel like we need to have more resources or options like a box to facilitate the newborns to be in a safe place. So that
Well,
again,
Well, and thank you for that. I did read through a lot of the written testimony. Overwhelmingly, people in the written testimony do support this bill. And I think with your petition or your signers, it looks like overwhelmingly we have support for this. I'm hoping it goes through, and I don't know if you're affiliated with the hospital that Erica works at that's prepared to take the first baby box on in the state. I didn't, I guess I could ask you that question, but you can answer that in just a minute. I think it's a great endeavor. I'm glad that they're willing to take on all that goes with it. And I'm hopeful that we can get this passed so that we can see how this works and maybe make it better as we move along. It sounds like it's worked across 22 states. 54 babies have been saved, and then another over 150 have gone to the safe haven within the hospital and gotten services. So thank you today for your testimony. It's very much appreciated.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné. Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Emily Bumbeck, followed by Melanie Wild Lane, and then we have Jennifer Feiler.
Good evening, esteemed members of the Children's Committee. Thank you for accepting this testimony in support of House Bill 6951 on behalf of the Tau Youth Justice Institute, the administrator for the Transforming Children's Behavioral Health and Policy Planning Committee, otherwise known as TCB. My name is Emily Bomback. I'm the Senior Project Manager. I have also submitted a more thorough written testimony for your review. I strongly believe that House Bill 6951 will highlight gaps in services, improve access to services, and create a set of reporting requirements for school-based health centers that will ultimately allow for improved delivery of behavioral health services. House Bill 6951 recommends a study to review the utilization and anticipated demand across the crisis continuum. Without knowledge of data and where gaps are in services, what marketing efforts are being utilized, identifying resource allocation, there is no way to know what is and what is not working for both the people accessing services or how much support the workforce needs to retain and create a sustainable environment for staff. House Bill 6951 also recommends a survey that will evaluate data collection method practices for school-based health centers and develop a standardized reporting methodology in collaboration with the Department of Public Health. Creating a standardized reporting framework for the Department of Public Health will allow for there to be a better flow of communication of services and service monitoring to ensure centers are equipped for optimal advancement. Lastly, House Bill 6951 recommends sustaining funding for the expansion of children's mobile crisis intervention services to statewide 24/7 coverage. Mobile Crisis aims to provide a consistent, high-quality service for children and families in Connecticut and has a high volume of demographic groups, referral sources, and geographies. With Connecticut being a national leader in children's mobile response and stabilization services, this is imperative that services remain adequately funded. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Emily, for being here today. I had a question for you about the survey that you're proposing. This would be a new survey in addition to other surveys that are offered to the entire school population, or would this be a new survey that is just for students and staff that use or work at the school-based health center?
This would be a new survey for the school-based health centers.
Just for the school-based health centers? So, okay, so it would not be having to go out to every student in every district that has one?
I do not believe so.
Okay, thank you. I think if we can maybe get some clarification on that, so we can think about what kind of lift we're asking to be done. I think that would be very helpful. Thank you,
Yes,
Madam
and
Chair. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, go
I
ahead.
can also refer that question to Melanie Wildlane from the
Okay.
Connecticut Association.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you for that, because I was going to suggest the same thing. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, and thank you, Representative Wheelander, for asking that question. So I wasn't really clear, who will it be, children of the clinics, or will it be the staff and or both that will take the survey?
I believe it is the staff, but again, I will refer that to Melanie Wildlane.
Okay, good. That would be great to know. And then,
Representative, if I could just jump in here for a second.
Sure.
The next person up to speak is the executive director of the Connecticut School-Based Health Center. So perhaps on the survey question, we might want to wait and ask her.
Okay, well, then she may be better to answer my next question about cost too.
I think that sounds wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next up is Melanie Wildlane, and then Jennifer Filer, sorry, and Hannah Lemick.
Thank you, Emily, and I'll thank Sarah later too for passing the buck. So, hi everyone, I'm Melanie Wildlane. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of School-Based Health Centers. CASBAC's a statewide nonprofit organization supporting over 325 school-based health centers through advocacy, networking, and educational opportunities. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6951. Just some information, the role of a school-based health center in meeting the behavioral health needs of children is particularly important right now. Nationally, it's estimated that 20% of youth meet the criteria for behavioral health diagnoses. Extrapolating for Connecticut means approximately 166,000 youth in our state meet diagnosis criteria. Even more are at risk of developing social and emotional or behavioral health needs in their lifetime, particularly those experiencing poverty, toxic stress, or negative social determinants of health. Schools are critical point of intervention to identify, refer, and link students to appropriate and equitable school or community-based care. Approximately 70% of our youth who do seek mental health services access them in schools. Robust data collection and reporting for school-based health centers that integrate behavioral health services data with medical and dental information will provide a comprehensive understanding of how our school-based health centers are helping our children. Currently, again, there are 327 school-based health centers as of this week that do not have uniform data reporting systems or requirements, and there is not consistent statewide quality improvement models or benchmarks that can be used to identify and address gaps in access, quality, outcomes, or disparities. It is not even possible to summarize student characteristics and outcomes across all of Connecticut's school-based health centers to assess the system-level impact that these services are having. Current data reporting and data systems and processes vary by site and funding sources and are unable to aggregate data across communities or at the state level. As a result, statewide data is not available to ensure students receive care which promotes equitable and optimal outcomes related to academics, health, behavioral health, and general well-being. Data about school-based health centers is needed for policymakers to make decisions about funding and resource allocations for school-based health centers, for schools and communities, and to understand what services are available locally, who they're serving, and for the families to know what services are available and how effective they are. So therefore, I urge the committee to support this bill.
Thank you so much,
You're
and
very
thank
welcome.
you for your testimony. I know that we started having this conversation back this past summer when we brought together pediatricians with Comptroller Scanlon, and it was a very important conversation. And the Commissioner of Public Health was also there. So this is something that has been percolating, conversations have been had, and you have presented in front of the Children's Behavioral Health Planning and Oversight Committee. I'm very excited about the idea of finding out more about how we can get information as well as provide it to the Department of Public Health so that we can best serve all of our students through the school-based healthcare. So just wanted to say that. I appreciate everything you're doing and your willingness to look into the data and get the data and then use it to figure out how we can help our children. So that was it. Comment, no question. And Representative Wieslander.
Hi, Melanie. It's good to see you again.
You too.
So I'll try my question to you. The survey that is being proposed, is that a survey that would only go to the students who are using the school-based health center, or would that be something for the entire school community?
So it's neither, actually.
Oh.
To not use the word landscape analysis, right? Because lots of task forces are doing landscape analysis, but really it's to find a statewide data collection tool and then develop a method. And so it's to survey those resources that are out there to do that. So what particular programs are out there to collect data and to be able to talk to both DPH and our national alliance, and to be able to, what we call layman's terms, data dump, and I'm that layman. So data dump into both, or to be able to share data with those two entities.
So correct me if I'm wrong. The idea then would be to try to find the most efficient, hopefully already existing tool that would allow for data collection to be done and then shared with multiple sort of agencies and platforms and orgs.
Yes. So what has happened, the backstory of what's happened is that the Children's Health and Development Institute and CASBAC partnered prior to this coming before the TCB, and prepared a proposal of what a statewide data collection tool and method process would be, right? It incorporates 3 tiers. So the first tier is to evaluate what tools are out there, what data we want to collect, what's already being collected, what's the best data to collect to tell our story and to be able to show the impact. There's lots of variables being collected on all different platforms, including in our school-based health centers, because they all have, almost all of them have electronic health records. And so whatever they're collecting is different from maybe what DPH is collecting versus what the School Health Alliance is collecting. And so that would be tier 1. And then tier 2 would be to pilot said tool and method so that we can figure out how user-friendly it is, and can it do what we want it to do? How well can it do it? Tier 3 would then be to move it out statewide. And so that's a 3-year process. That proposal did come before the TCB tri-chairs. And so that's where we stand right now.
Well, I appreciate the effort to not reinvent the wheel and recreate something that might already exist. It seems to be much more efficient and cost effective all around. So thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. Mine is more on the cost side of things. I was just wondering, how was the $8.6 million figure arrived at for the fiscal year?
I actually don't know what you're referring to. Oh, okay. So Jeff from CHDI can answer that question, and I'm going to move that over to him.
Oh, okay.
He's testifying, I think, following me, right?
Okay, so I guess we'll push that off to him. And this is the next person?
I think Representative Dauphiné, that might 8.6 was not about the study. I believe that was about the crisis centers.
Yes.
24/7 crisis centers. And I
Yes.
don't believe that Melanie Wildlane is testifying around that particular.
Oh, I see. I understand. Okay, I got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we will have Jennifer Filer and then Hannah Lemek, followed by William DeMaio.
something I said? Just joking. Reddit's on, right? All right. Well, good evening, committee members. My name is Jen Filer. I am the Director of Recreation and Parks for the town of Avon. I am also a board member of the Connecticut Recreation and Parks Association. In my 20 years of serving recreation and parks for various municipalities, I've had the pleasure of working with a total of 4 separate municipalities. I am here today to oppose House Bill 6952. Now, when you hear summer camp, you envision summer, you envision sunshine, you envision friendships, new experiences, swimming, opportunities that you just would not have without this summer camp. And in my 20 years, I've seen thousands of youth come through very successful summer camps. They come back as a counselor in training because they love it so much, but they can't come back because they've aged out. And then even some return to be a seasonal camp counselor. I've had the pleasure of watching various campers go through counselor in training to become a paid staff camp counselor, and then use those skills to become teachers in our local Board of Education, athletic directors, coaches for the local football team, National Park Service rangers, and I've even had a staff go all the way to work for the FBI. When I talk to them or when they call me and ask for a reference letter, I say, what skills is it that you actually learned working in parks and recreation that you're able to apply? And they'll say, working with camp helped me problem solve any situation that I got myself in. It helped me manage challenging conversations that I didn't want to have, but I had to. And it gave me the confidence to do the things that I knew I needed to do. If House Bill 6952 is passed, most of our park and recreation programs will cease to exist. In Section 2, on line 26, it actually redefines all recreation programs. Municipal programs are one of the safest places. We already do extensive, comprehensive background checks. We require our staff to be CPR and first aid certified. We already stick to very strict ratios. And this bill would eliminate that workforce, that critical workforce, our high school students. I can tell you in my current role, 75% of my seasonal workforce is that 16 to 17-year-old. And as a municipal employee, I can
Summarize.
Yes, absolutely. Already have a rigorous oversight. We have HR directors, town managers, town councils, rec and park committees. As a rec professional, a mother of a teenager, a community member, and for our youth, for our teens, and for our families, please oppose House Bill 6952.
Thank you for your testimony. Anything? Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Ms. Filler. How are you?
Tyler, wonderful. Thank you for asking.
My apologies on the mispronunciation.
That's okay.
I have the last name Lanu, so
Lanu, I heard it a couple times,
Yeah.
so thank you, Representative Lanu.
I can relate to mispronunciations. So.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know if you heard earlier testimony from Mr. Katelman from the YMCA. I asked him, about some of our youth that they're too old to be participants, but they've got a lot of experience from that experience, and that can translate into being a counselor or working in some capacity. I'm just curious, under the current system, I know you mentioned town councils oversight them, and obviously, I don't think many city councilors are out on the fields watching, and supervising on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis. But can you speak to those under the age of majority? I don't know what the minimum 14 to 15-year-olds, 16, 17. They're in municipal camps, the Parks and Rec camps and events in your town in Avon. Are those under the age of majority within an eye and earshot of somebody over the age of majority, an adult supervisor, or do they just go off with kids for hours at a time? I'm just trying to see where things are at with that. Trying to gauge it, if you know what I mean.
Great question. And I do want to say that I have the same goal as far as for keeping the children safe. I definitely share that with what was said earlier that John did testify. And with the oversight of the camps, if we were to talk about who would actually be in the dirt managing them, essentially in the program that I'm currently working at, we would have one CIT, which would be age 15. And then our ratios, although that we were mentioning the 1 to 12, at our camp, we actually have 1 to 10, very rigorous ratio. So we'll have that one CIT that's not counted in the ratio. And then we'll have a camp counselor who will be part of that ratio. And then we have an assistant director that's on site. And then we also have a director. And those assistant directors and directors actually travel with the camp as well. And then above the director would be the full-time program coordinator. And then above that would be my position, the director of recreation and parks. I hope that clarified the.
It does. I'm thinking like age-wise.
I would say that most of our camp counselors are 16 and 17-year-olds, but the leadership is that 18 plus, so that assistant director and director positions.
Okay, so let's talk about them.
Sure.
Those particular positions, are they within an eye and ear shot of those who are supervising kids under the age, counselors, people below them? Are those adults within an eye and ear shot of them at all times?
Well, at my program specifically, first off, I just want to make sure that it's clear that every single staff 16 above that we hire to be a camp counselor, they are required to have that CPR and first aid training. And then we do extensive orientation and training during our camp setup where we'll go over age appropriate activities. We'll make sure that they are well versed in the sexual harassment and bloodborne pathogen and extensive other trainings. But as far as for the assistant director and the director being within that small group, they're not always with the group, but they are on site. And our site that I'm speaking of specifically would be at the school that we use during the summer, or if they're offsite on a field trip.
Okay, all right. Thank you for those answers. I appreciate it.
Great.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your testimony today. I was just wondering if you could speak to, there's a real divide here, right? We have dozens of municipalities that sent in written testimony opposing, while there was about a dozen YMCAs that posted that they were supportive. Where do you think the divide is there? Why would the YMCA support this and all the municipalities be so opposed to this? Can you speak to that?
I think the main thing that needs to be mentioned that I want to put on record is that Section 2 does redefine our recreation programs. As it says, for the purposes of Section Municipal Recreation and Educational Child's Programs, regularly scheduled program, organized group activity, operating during school vacations, summer weekends, 3 days or more per week, with 5 or more children. So that just absolutely redefines every single program. So if I have a cooking activity during my April break, then I need to do these extensive trainings as well. I'm also a little concerned about the differentiating of the requirements for the municipalities to have the 18 and over staff as it's written in this proposed bill. However, it was noted that that should be reevaluated as the licenses require the ratio to be 16 to 17-year-olds. So I think there's a lot of divide because there's still a lot of questions, and it just redefines what a recreation program is.
Thank you for that answer. So you told us, what was going to make it difficult for you, but I'm still trying to understand why the YMCAs are so supportive of this.
I would like to state that I am a municipal employee and I cannot speak for the Y.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Weedlander.
Hi, thank you for being here. My questions are quick, so I'm hoping I'll
try to get
I'll sneak through them.
quick answers.
About how many children does your Park and Rec program serve on average during, we'll say, the summer?
Great question. So just in our own in-house summer camp, we serve 60 youth that are grades 1 through 5, and then we have 40 from that 5 through 8. So about 100 kiddos. And that does not include our sports programs, our arts programs, our cooking, other athletic opportunities. So hundreds of children.
Okay, so that's a decent amount.
So
That's
most
yeah.
of the community. Yes.
Okay. I know our Park and Rec program is very popular as well for a number of different activities. So what I'm failing to connect though is how, if you are serving 100 kids
And
per session,
thank you for letting me clarify that. So it's per session and there's 7 sessions, so essentially 700 individuals. Yes.
so 700 individuals, and I would assume that the cost is 700 individuals, okay, per session, right? Is there 100 kids per session, 7 sessions, 700 total. The cost for that must be, I would say roughly average, what, $150 per session? Maybe less, maybe more?
I'd say that is the average, as we like to keep everything affordable to our community.
Which I know everyone appreciates. I think though that when we're looking at what is totally being brought in, asking the staff and the program to initiate and complete mostly free background checks is not that big of a burden. And I think it's great that they are first aid and CPR certified. I think it's great that you have those talks about what is an age appropriate activity. But in addition to that, I don't see how that can cause the entire program to cease to exist. This is because now 2-3 years ago, I believe, the Office of the Early Childhood removed the requirement for the process of fingerprinting through the state police. So that was the only way it could be done. And even if that cost was still there, you would still be able to stay afloat, unless I'm not understanding something.
Sure, I'd love to explain. So actually, we do extensive background checks.
Can you talk through that program,
Of
that
course.
process?
So the system that we use in the town that I currently work at is the NCSI. And what we do is that searches 2 national criminal databases and the National Sex Offender Registry. And that's not just for our camp staff. That's every single volunteer. That's every single basketball coach that I have. That's anyone that works with any of our children throughout the year. So since I'm putting so many people through these background checks, it's in bulk. So it's already within the budget and it's something that we already do. My understanding is that the new requests for the new searching, the new options, these free options, right? So we have hundreds of people coming in. I already have my admin staff who's trying to get everything to HR. I'm trying to get all the staff trained to do all these things. The admin time to use a new system. And it sounds like, I will be honest, I did hear tonight that there's backlog and we can't hire police. If we can't hire police, then how am I going to be able to safely hire camp staff to keep the kids safe when I already have a database that will do the same search? So it's not a cost. It's the option. It's the request that we have to do what the OEC is doing, where already we're doing for so many others, not just our camp.
I think when we're talking about what is necessary to keep our kids safe, this is not an insurmountable lift that we are asking organizations to do. And so I understand that it's asking someone to do more, but this is part of the process of making sure that the kids are safe at camp. If you're going to call yourself a camp, then we should all be following the same rules. And if we are putting adults in close contact with children regularly, we should make sure that they are the appropriate adults. So I don't have any further questions. I do appreciate your answers and the information and what your program does, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you said that you serve a lot. You serve the community. You serve everyone in the community. And I'm presuming that means that young children up to, the teenage years, and even then 16, 17-year-olds, you're serving them because you're providing them with a pathway towards skill set development, and all of which is terrific. I'm presuming also that there are probably parents that utilize the summer camps because of the great offerings, but also because they serve as a form of childcare when school is out in the summertime.
Absolutely.
Okay. So in our childcare throughout the state, we have licensing, we have background checks, we have oversight. Since summer camps in many municipal camps are equivalent for some parents to a form of childcare, why would we not want to have the same kind of oversight and the same kind of care and the same kind of safety for our children? And that is essentially what we are attempting to do with this bill. Now, I will say, as someone said earlier, when we have bills and we present them, and then we have public hearings, we hear from you. We hear from you what the sticking points are. We hear what the issues are, the pain points. And then we go back and we work. 40% of the bills that come through the legislature that have public hearings get changed. Yeah. So none of this is ever written in stone until it's brought out on the floor. And even when it's brought out on the floor in the House and the Senate, it's not written in stone because there are lots of amendments that get put forth. So we appreciate you being here.
Great.
I just want to say that I think that the ultimate goal we all have is making sure our children are safe and that there's oversight and that we have the same level of requirements across the board for camps and childcare and just making sure that our children are safe in the summertime. And we all know we had a horrible situation in one town this past summer, and that is the origin of some of this legislation. And so I appreciate you taking the time and testifying tonight.
Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Hannah Lemick, and then William DeMaio, and I apologize on names if I get them wrong, and Jeff Vanderplug.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, Chairman Marr, Paris, ranking members Martin and Daphnes, and esteemed members of the Committee on Children. My name is Hannah Lemick, and I am here today representing the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, which proudly represents 99% of towns and cities across our great state. I stand before you to express CCM's deep concern regarding HB 6952, which introduces strict mandates on municipal recreational programs while exempting private entities from the same requirements. It is important to consider the broader impacts that such legislation has, particularly when it comes to our children and our families. Section 1 of this bill applies to all license exempt camps, prohibiting them to use the term camp in any advertising if they do not hold a camp license, even if they meet the statutory requirements which define camps. This creates confusion and prevents programs from providing valuable recreational opportunities for our youth from articulating the services that they provide. There are potential drawbacks to this language that could undermine the credibility of local programs serving our communities. Let's be clear. These license exempt camps take their campers' safety very seriously. Moving to section 2 through 5, the bill places an unreasonable burden on municipal recreation programs by imposing numerous requirements that do not apply to private counterparts. For instance, if a municipal recreation department offers a simple 1-hour tennis clinic 3 times a week or a 30-minute swim lesson 3 times a week, it must comply with all of the provisions in HB 6952. However, if local private karate studio or a pool club offers similar programs or lessons, they face no such obligations. Applying these mandates to our Learn to Swim programs has public safety implications that could result in an increase of drowning statewide. This disparity not only places an unfair burden on municipalities, but it also threatens the availability of affordable recreational options for our families. Parents and guardians across Connecticut are pleading with the legislature to prioritize childcare and reduce costs. Yet, legislation like this will only increase expenses associated with providing recreational experiences for our children. Municipalities are already managing tight budgets with limited resources, and adding additional requirements will only exacerbate these challenges, potentially leading to reduced programs and increased fees. We must ask ourselves, what message are we sending our communities? By singling out municipal programs and imposing undue restrictions upon them, we inevitably limit access to essential recreational activities for our children, which provide healthy outlets for their time. These programs are not just activities, they are lifelines for families seeking safe, enriching, and affordable environments for their children during school vacations and beyond. In closing, I urge the committee to reconsider HB 6952. We must prioritize initiatives that reduce costs and expand access to programs that further strengthen and develop our children, rather than imposing unfunded mandates that restrict and burden our municipalities. Thank you for your time and considering municipalities as we move forward, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I asked a previous testifier the same question, but I'm trying to understand why the YMCA's are so supportive of this bill, and so many of well, I don't see any municipalities supportive of it, and there's dozens that gave testimony, written testimony. So I'm just trying to understand. Do you have a take on that? Why the YMCA's would support this?
Yeah, so I think there was a misunderstanding in the language. So in section 2, it doesn't redefine the timing. So it doesn't say that you have to spend 4 hours. It says that you have to be there 3 times a week. So you could be there for 10 minutes 3 times a week, and that's still a redefined program. So I think that there was just a misunderstanding in the language. So there are about 60, last time I looked, there's about 60 pieces of testimony against this bill with the municipalities. So I would just read those different ones and look at the difference of language and how we're saying that the time period, it can be 10 minutes. It doesn't have to be 4 hours. So I think that understanding what is redefined in section 2 is important for that question.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I know that my own towns in my own district are opposed to this. I think you mentioned so many reasons why, but I appreciate you hanging out with us and testifying. Thank you.
We'll always wait.
Okay, thank you. Representative Wielander?
I did want to jump in real fast. So I think it's important when we're having the conversation to make sure that we're talking about, I mean, camps are different camps, it's not like apples and apples, but a private karate studio, that's a business. That's not advertising itself as a camp. A private country club that offers swim lessons, in your testimony, you referred to them as a camp.
Yeah.
And those are not on the same level as a park and rec camp or a Y camp or a scout camp. And quite frankly, I would hope that everyone who is with children would double check that all of their staff are fully vetted and background checked. So I just wanted to make that comment. And the question I had though, could you clarify how requiring a municipality to do these checks would lead to an increase in drowning?
So I think that when you cut programs, when you increase costs on municipalities, their budget doesn't increase. So they're forced to cut programs, and that could include the Parks and Rec swim where children are learning how to swim. And so they go home, they don't learn how to swim. That's how you can lead to increased drownings. And I think that a misunderstanding that we're talking about is we're not talking about camps, we're talking about programs. So you're redefining it completely. So it's not camps, we're talking about programs, which that's not just summer camps, things that you're thinking of. And I think that when you're talking about background checks in our staff, private facilities have OEC to manage them. We have completely different layers of oversight. We have fire departments, we have town attorneys, we have police departments, we have all of these things at our available resources to do these things. If you're looking for, we're saying earlier, so the judicial branch submitted testimony.
I saw that.
Yeah, so if they're submitting testimony saying that you can't do one of the option that is in the bill, the only other one that you can do is background checks, which ARPA funds run out on June 30th of 2025. And that imposes when that runs out, that imposes an $80 cost, what we think would be an $80 cost per background check. And that's each individual person that they're employing. So this isn't a right now thing. This is in months from now, which is what we do here.
I appreciate that feedback. I think it's a bit of a stretch that having a background check that would still be free this year for summer programs would then lead to drowning. I think that's a bit of a not really making the connections there. And I think that if we have the resources available of a fire department, a police department, maybe emergency services, maybe different parts of a youth program. I'm not saying this is this is not an ask to do more. I recognize that. But I think that if I was in a position as a parent and I was expecting my kids to be safe, and then I found out that a program didn't want to do a basic check or was opposing it over and over again because there would be a slight increase of cost, that would be really disheartening as a parent to think that I'm paying for my kids to be there. And yes, and I understand there's a change in terminology, and I recognizing what my good Senate chair said earlier, this is where the feedback of making sure that the language recognizes specific amounts of time, so that those, the 30-minute, arts and crafts class doesn't do that. At the same time, I still think we have kids that are with adults and they should be with safe adults. So I think I appreciate the feedback and wanting to clear things up a bit. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Boyd, your hand is not up, but it's been up, it's been down, it's been up. Are we down?
We're down. Thank you.
Okay, just wanted to double check. All right, thank you so much for your testimony.
And Madam Chair, if I may, I didn't ask 2 questions. May I just follow up with her?
I'm sorry, I thought you just hadn't taken your hand
I
in.
know, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for that opportunity. I just wanted to follow up with what you were saying about karate and swimming and some of the like. Were you referring to, I know here in our town, we do a lot of different, what they call camps during the summer, like they'll do a karate camp or a swim camp or a baseball camp or a soccer camp. Is that kind of what you were referring to with regard to that?
Yeah, I think it was just an example of different programs just to try and get, that's not what we're, I think it was just an example.
Of the term camp, I'm assuming, right? The way it's being used and different people use it. Because I know in my town, many people do programs during the summer and they're just for an hour a day, maybe for the week or whatever, 3 days a week, but they do refer to them as camps. So I was just trying to clarify, but thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. We're all set. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
know it can be confusing. All right, next up, we have William DeMeo, and I see you online, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill DeMeo. I'm the superintendent of the Newington Parks and Recreation Department. For over 46 years, I've been a professional Parks and Recreation person in Rocky Hill, New Britain, and Newington. I went to Springfield College, which was the founder of the YMCA, Spirit, Mind, and Body in 1885, the start of WISE. I have nothing against WISE, nothing against private camps, etc. However, I take great offense. This bill has to be denied or killed in its entirety. It will ruin every Parks and Recreation department in the state of Connecticut. What we're doing is limiting the age group. This is discriminatory. It's singled out the Parks and Recreation departments and municipalities where we have basic needs and requirements that we already do. We do the background checks. We do state police checks. We do Red Cross first aid. We do CPR. We do the EpiPen. We have police come in. We have social services directors come in. Everybody, we have more oversight in Parks and Recreation and in government than private camps, YMCAs, boys clubs, girls clubs, and all that have at any time. So to answer some of those questions, if you get rid of all the 16 and 17-year-old kids that work for us, you close all the pools, you close the summer camps. I have 500 kids for 9 weeks and every day of the week for summer camps. I have 4,000 swim lessons and I have 44,000 visits to the pools. Without 16 and 17-year-olds, forget lifeguards because there's not enough kids that are 18 and over that will work for Parks and Recreation. Please don't be fooled by the person from the YMCA that says he cares so much about safety. I'm offended by that because I care more than he does about kids, and I have for 46 years, as well as all my other fellow Parks and Recreation professionals. We don't care any less than YMCAs or anyone. We'll do whatever it takes. But if I'm wrong and my discriminatory project is wrong, let's put in the YMCA's, boys clubs, girls clubs, scouting, and all that in this bill. And you'll see how fast they run to you and tell you they won't do it because he admittedly said he can't run anything without 16 and 17-year-olds. So this is ridiculous to me. It's hurtful. And it's going to just ruin. Now, all the money that you guys spent so generously on all cities and states, you built pools, you built field turf, you gave us money for fields, all that not used. Getting back to sports camps, karate, football, lacrosse, soccer, all our summer camps in the summer will be gone. It's impossible to think that this is a good bill. It's impossible. And I would answer any questions 24/7. You could call my cell phone anytime. I'll explain every single part of this bill. But it's absolutely hurtful to see legislators looking at this and saying it might be a good idea. That thing that happened in that small town, that guy was a Board of Education person, and he was certified and tested, fingerprinted by the Board of Ed. So it's that there's bad people out there, and those fingerprinting and background checks, we do it anyway. We do it all the time, and I think that's a best practice. So I'd answer any questions you have. And I'd love to answer questions offline if you want to. And I'd help rewrite that language if that's the route you're trying to go. But please don't pass it in this way because it's going to ruin. You don't want this on your legacy. You don't want to have the legacy of closing Parks and Recreations after 75 years of what they do. You're going to hurt all the kids in Connecticut, their parents, their grandparents, and aunts and uncles. Please reconsider this.
Thank you, Bill. We appreciate your passion. Representative Boyd.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Bill, thank you for testifying. I just think you have to be careful here. We're having, as public policy people, and this room is full of people and online, of folks that care deeply about children, right? So I
Right.
think I just want to be cautious of what we're throwing around. It's not a competition, who cares more, that type of thing, right? I think there is a discussion of policy, which is very much an academic discussion. And the reason that public hearings happen is for ideas to be flushed out and the best ideas to make themselves forward, right? So I just want to take the tone down just a little bit here, because you are a little on the, I'll say, passionate side.
I'm very passionate.
I'll give
believe-
you the benefit. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt there. So if I'm hearing you correctly, right, you're not objecting to background checks because your agency does that already. Is that correct?
Correct, with the state police.
Okay, which is, there are less expensive ways to kind of do that, but that is kind of the gold standard side of it. You're not objecting to making sure that somebody on site has some rudimentary first aid training, CPR, AED, because is that correct?
Every single person that works for us, 15 years up and up, are all trained, mandatory by our department.
Yep. Are your adults and your staff trained in abuse, neglect, and abandonment?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not objecting to that section. So it comes down to the ratios. Do you have in your facility any type of guidelines of ratios of, let's take the age piece out of this? Because I'll point out the legislation does not actually say the minimum age to be a camp staff member or a program counselor is 18. What the proposed legislation says is that there has to be a correct number of adults per kid. Now that's up for debate, and I think that there is a good discussion to be had to adjust that and maybe include all employees into those ratios, right? So put that piece aside, because there's been some discussion on both sides of that. What do you think is an appropriate number of people wearing your shirt for your agency to children in their care?
We go by the American Camp Association best practices, 1 to 12 for over preschool. I'm also licensed with the Department of Early Childhood, and that's 1 to 10 for 3 to 5 year olds.
Okay. So if the section was amended to say the ratios are 1 to 12, that would alleviate your concern of the perceived elimination of junior staff members or junior counselors under the age of 18. Does that alleviate your major concern?
If you're saying I can hire camp counselors and lifeguards can be 15, 16, and 17,
yes, sir.
That's a big deal. Yes.
Okay. So if that part was changed, then you're actually okay with the rest of the bill.
Yeah.
We just went through the other sections and you said you're already in compliance with them.
Except for the language that was put in about all our classes in our summer camps of sports, right? All the football, lacrosse, soccer camps.
What section is that, sir?
I believe it's 2. I'm not positive though.
So that section is defining so there's a statutory definition of camp, but there's not a statutory definition of a program, right? And I think the Y, if the gentleman was back up, would say there are things that they run our programs. I know the intent of this is not to, go after, a group that meets once a week. It's these long-term programs, usually in the summer or school vacations, that have sometimes 100 kids, and making sure that they're properly supervised and they're properly background checked. And I think based on this discussion, right, you're one passionate guy, a lot of other passionate people, like we're almost there, right?
Yeah.
In our little colloquy here, right?
Yep.
Okay. And so I think when this is all said and done, there is a point where this settles that is not overly onerous to municipalities, but is also that also puts some assurances, because I'm sure based off what you've said that your agency is very, very thorough, right? And you're probably your board of whoever your governance is in that. But is there a guarantee that every single municipality follows the gold standard that you learned at Springfield College?
I think in government there's so many checks and balances. I think that we are responsible for doing that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. The other thing is we're hopeful that if you do this, you add staff to the State Department of Early Childhood or whoever's going to license the camps and stuff, because they don't have the ability right now to do just the preschools.
Yeah.
So they'd be inundated with 169 towns.
Yeah,
And the
understood.
other
And,
thing is-
and this is, to be clear, this is not proposing licensure. So I don't want to,
okay.
Bill, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I appreciate it and your passion. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate you. And thank you, Mr. DeMayo. We really appreciate you as well. And we appreciate your passion for kids and your
Thanks for-
training at Springfield College. Really.
Thank you for listening.
Next up, we have Jeff Vanderplug. Thank you so much for waiting. And we look forward to hearing from you, then Christina Bennett and Missy, I'm going to say this wrong probably, Mendegral Orozo. Oroz? No, she's not here. Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you for that heads up.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Jeffrey Vanderplug. I'm the president and CEO at the Child Health and Development Institute, and I'm here in support of House Bill 6951, although I do have a couple of suggestions for consideration of the committee. So I'll start with Section 1, the study of the continuum of crisis services, and just say that I strongly support any legislative action that strengthens our state's continuum of crisis services, which, as you know, is 988, 211, mobile crisis intervention services, urgent crisis centers, subacute crisis stabilization centers, and hospital emergency departments. However, the first thing I want to say about this is that these services, some of them at least, are at risk of being closed, perhaps even before a study could be conducted on some of these services. So the first thing I wanted to talk with the committee about is that urgent crisis centers, for example, currently receive ARPA funds totaling approximately $13.6 million annually to operate 4 urgent crisis centers. And I know, Senator Mar, you've heard presentations. These are outstanding facilities that are doing great work for kids. The governor's budget currently calls for an appropriation of about $7.6 million in the DSS budget. And if they're currently operating at $13.6 million, the $7.6 million appropriation will not be sufficient to sustain the services of urgent crisis or urgent crisis centers, and will also limit services only to those kids who are enrolled in Medicaid. So one solution potentially here is to maintain the proposed Medicaid funding, but also add grant funding so that they can be fully funded to continue to operate and also can continue to serve all kids regardless of insurance status. I also support the study called for in Section 1 of the bill and encourage the legislature also to first examine the existing data reports that are out there. So to give you a very concrete example, my organization at CHDI, we have for the last 15, 16 or more years have been producing monthly, quarterly, and annual reports on mobile crisis. And we just recently, about a year ago, started reporting on urgent crisis centers as well. And so we are already reporting in great detail historical utilization patterns of those services, socio-demographic, clinical characteristics of youth served, outreach and marketing efforts, referral sources, and allocations of state funds. And then in addition to that, Carillon Behavioral Health produces extensive reports on Medicaid emergency department utilization, and the Connecticut Hospital Association reports very similar data on emergency department utilization, but across payers. So the suggestion that I'm making here is let's pull from existing research and knowledge that we have so that any additional studies that are called for in this bill can focus on our gaps in knowledge, but also fully utilize the information we already have on many of these services. My comments on Section 2, 3, and 4 are much quicker. I'm strongly in support of further study of the existing data collection practices for school-based health centers. And I think it's really important to have standardized and publicly reported data and information for all school-based health centers. And
Please summarize.
making very important contributions. And then finally, for Sections 3 and 4, to wrap up, I strongly support the $8.6 million annual appropriation to DCF for youth mobile crisis. These are one of the best programs we have in the state of Connecticut. And this is going to help to continue 24/7, 365, which has really become the national best practice for mobile crisis across the country. And Representative Duffy, and I can answer questions that you asked earlier. I was the person they were referring to if you have further questions about mobile crisis appropriations. Thank you.
Well, your timing, Jeff, was perfect because Representative Dauphiné just raised her hand. So Representative Dauphiné, you are up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. I had a question about where they came up with the 8.6 million figure. How was that arrived at for the fiscal year?
Yeah, good question. So the 8.6 million is the current appropriation out of ARPA funds, and that was to expand the hours of operation at all of the 14 sites. Or there are 6 primary contractors for mobile crisis, and those 6 contractors operate 14 sites. So that appropriation was to staff up those facilities to be able to operate during the overnight hours, because prior to this, they were able to offer mobile face-to-face responsiveness only till about 10 p.m. So this extended their hours from 10 p.m. to about 6 a.m. for all those sites.
Thank you for that answer. So I'm assuming when the ARPA funds are gone, that will transfer to the requirement for ongoing state appropriations?
Right. So the proposal in the bill right now would replace the existing 8.6 million for mobile crisis that's currently coming from ARPA, and it would replace it with a state appropriation that would allow mobile crisis to continue to operate at its same capacity. So it's a very important investment.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers. I appreciate it.
So just one question about the mobile crisis and what, you've got a lot of experience and knowledge. You've been part of the TCB, attended many of our meetings. Could you just speak a little bit to the importance of mobile crisis?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think really the full continuum is really important, from 988 to mobile crisis to UCCs to even the SACs, but specifically around mobile crisis. There has been a lot of discussion in the lead up to the legislative session around youth suicide, youth mental health. And I know also legislators hear a lot about the behavioral health emergency department crisis, the number of kids with behavioral health concerns who present to emergency departments. And really, mobile crisis is the first line of defense. It's I believe, the only program, if you make a phone call to 988 or 211, where you can have a licensed clinician at your doorstep or at your school. The standard is within 45 minutes, but the median response time for mobile crisis in Connecticut is 29 minutes. And I've done enough work across the country to know that's about as fast as it gets in all 50 states. So this is a great program that serves, it's about 13,000 episodes of care per year. And we conducted a study several years ago looking at the impact of mobile crisis utilization on emergency department. And that's data that's hard to run, and we don't have enough of it. But in that instance, we found that there was a 25% reduction in the utilization of emergency departments for kids who access mobile crisis in the 18 months after that mobile crisis visit. So there's evidence showing that it's helping reduce the behavioral health ED issue, and we need more services like that to be alternatives to the emergency department.
Thank you so much. And just for clarification, I know that you know this, and I just want to make sure that anyone who's listening also knows that when we talk about mobile crisis units, we're not talking about ambulance, emergency ambulance type of, so when a 29-minute response time, they could be coming from quite a ways away. This is, they're serving regions, not towns.
Absolutely. And when the model was redesigned and redeployed around 2008, 2009, the decision was made to operate and really fund these 6 regional hubs. Those 6 regional hubs operate 14 sites. Those 14 sites are strategically located within their region so that they can respond within that 45-minute time frame, regardless of where the call comes in. And we established a 45-minute benchmark. And at that time, we didn't know how well that was going to work, but we said, we would like you to get out there in 45 minutes or less, at least 80% of the time. We have been meeting that standard for probably close to a decade. And in fact, around 86, maybe 88% of all episodes are receiving that response in less than 45 minutes. And as I mentioned earlier, the median is actually much less than that at around 29 minutes.
Thank you so much for hanging in with us, and thank you for your testimony.
My pleasure.
I'm sorry, Jeff. Yes, Representative Wielander.
Hi. Would it be safe to say that an investment in a program like this is actually a savings down the road in terms of reduced cost for emergency room time and higher levels of responses and tiers of?
Yeah. It's a great question. And without a doubt, mobile crisis is definitely saving the state money. Emergency department visits can be very expensive, particularly when you're talking about kids who don't really need to be in an emergency department. That's a great setting for kids who are potentially at risk and need to be evaluated for potential inpatient hospitalization. But for kids who can be safely treated in a home, school, or community setting and prevented from entering an ED entirely, That's a significant cost savings. There's also a really important function that mobile crisis plays in diverting kids from inpatient admission. So, and some of the data, if we get a call, we being the mobile crisis network across the state, receives a call from an emergency department, the 988-211 system will ask that attending physician or nurse, is this a child who would otherwise be admitted to inpatient were it not for mobile crisis intervention? And most years, over 600 kids just enrolled in Medicaid would be affirmative on that. So the nurse or physician would say, yes, this child may otherwise have to go into inpatient, but if mobile crisis is where to visit, we would be able to prevent that. And the average cost, it's been a little while since I've run this, but the average cost of an inpatient stay for behavioral health is over $12,000. The average cost for a mobile crisis episode of care is more like $500 to $700. So there's a significant savings when you take those 600 kids in Medicaid in a given year and you multiply the cost savings from 12,000 to 700. It's $5-6 million a year that are being saved just in inpatient diversions alone.
Thank you so much for that information. I think it's really important that we have both sides of, the cost, but also the savings when we're looking at programs like this.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And if I just could add one last comment, it's not just the financial savings, which are quite extensive. It's also the fact that that early mobile intervention prevents a negative outcome over time.
Without a doubt. And so the mobile crisis intervention itself is effective for improving outcomes for kids. But then a really critical function for mobile crisis is that at the end of the mobile crisis episode, there's typically a referral to outpatient treatment or ICAPS or an intensive in-home program. And it's that connection to ongoing care for kids who need it that help keep them out of the emergency department, but also improve outcomes longer term.
Thank you. And also show parents some strategies for coping in crisis.
Yes, there's also a family component to it. And most of the time when mobile crisis, certainly when they're being deployed to a home, they're often responding directly to a parent who's made that call because they're experiencing a child whose behavior is out of their control or they're refusing to go to school. And so that intervention and helping the parents not only cope, but also learn new skills to prevent future crisis is also really a critical role for mobile crisis as well.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Okay, Christina Bennett, followed by David Reynolds, and then Ann Smith. I know it's been a long day for both of you.
Could you please turn on your mic?
Thank you, members of the Children's Committee. My name is Christina Bennett, and I am here to testify as a resident of Connecticut who is in support of SB 1310 as a foster and adoptive mother. And I'm also speaking on behalf of someone who submitted an anonymous testimony in Connecticut who is the mother of a child who was surrendered at a safe haven here in Hartford, Connecticut. And I'm speaking on her behalf to also support this bill because we believe that safe havens save lives and that it's worth the risk. We've talked a lot today about whether a mother goes in and surrenders, which was her situation of the child that she received, or whether they place their child in a safe haven box. And I think that in either situation, you're going to have some things that are similar. In both situations, there is going to be grief, of course, there is going to be trauma. And that's also going to be found in even a traditional adoption. But I think the fact that there's over 50 babies who have been saved this way, I think that it's worth the risk, especially because we're talking about one hospital. We're talking about St. Francis Hospital, one box. We're not making a mandate that says there has to be safe haven boxes across the entire state of Connecticut. But I think it's worth trying to see if lives could be saved. I would also like to say on behalf of this mother, I would like to mention something that has not been shared today at all. When the mother surrenders her child, even when she goes inside, she can give certain information and she can withhold certain information. In this particular situation, the mother withheld information, but later, when the adoptive mother brought her child to the same hospital for care that the child was surrendered at, a hospital staffer accidentally exposed the birth mother's name that was put perhaps in a file. I don't exactly know what happened, but the child was surrendered and given the name Baby Boy Doe until he was legally adopted. And when that child, still under the name Baby Boy Doe, went to this hospital to receive care, the possible name of the birth mother was exposed. And so I say that because I believe that that would not have happened if it was a safe haven drop off, because she wouldn't have gone in and had her name put into a system that she thought was anonymous, but then later was actually exposed to the adoptive parent. I don't know if anyone else has ever had this situation. It might be the only one in Connecticut. That's why I'm bringing it to your attention. I will still say that the best option is going in to surrender your child. I would even say a better option is, working with
Can you
the
please
counselor or the
summarize?
agency. But not every woman is going to be able to do that or want to do that. So in summary, as it's been said multiple times today, we want to give birth mothers options. And it takes a lot of courage even to stand up here today. It takes a lot of courage. And so it takes a lot of courage to walk in and surrender a child. And some mothers are not comfortable doing that. And I want to make it more accessible for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to get a little bit of clarification because in your testimony, there was a moving back and forth between Safe Haven and the baby boxes. And I think what I'm hearing you say is you are testifying in favor of baby boxes. Okay, thank you. Absolutely.
Can you please use your mic?
Who the birth mother went into the facility to surrender, but she's also in support of the baby boxes. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Anyone in the room? Representative Lanou.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Ms. Bennett. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
That wasn't one, was it? Okay. Okay.
It's a joke.
I take that back.
The later it gets, the more free you feel, I guess. The jokes come out.
Oh, Lord. Thank you for your testimony.
Oh, you're
It's a
welcome.
very important issue. And I don't know how, if you heard any of the earlier testimony, but
I did.
there was a witness that was testifying that said that and I was a little confused by the testimony, to tell you the truth. And I know you can't speak for somebody else, but
Right,
I don't know
right.
if there's a
I
way.
think I know what you're talking about, though.
Maybe perhaps she can help me understand this, or you know, she her argument was if a baby's abandoned on the hood of a car in the dumpster on a pile of wood, that as opposed to one of these what we call a baby box in the hospital,
Mhm.
that it's going to create the baby boxes are going to help cover up crimes of rape, incest, sex trafficking, whereas these other horrible methods of abandoning a newborn baby somehow would not cover up the crime. And I was a little confused. I don't know if you could shed some light on that, if you have an opinion on that, or.
I do have an opinion. I will say that I was also confused because if a child is living in a home where there are crimes being committed, if a child is being trafficked in that home, or if there's illegal drug use in that home, if that child is surrendered into a baby box, yes, the mother could be prosecuted, which I believe may be her concern about the mother perhaps being prosecuted and not knowing that she'd be prosecuted. I think that might be the concern, that she's saying that
perhaps the mother would not know that if she surrenders her child in this box because the child has had harm or perhaps is on drugs, that she could be then perhaps somehow found or investigated or prosecuted. But it is a safer option, in my opinion, for a child to be surrendered. If a child is living in a home where they're being trafficked, if a child is living in a home where they're in contact with drugs, then if that child is surrendered into a safe haven box, then that child is safe. Then that child is taken out of that situation. And even then possibly has the potential to be put into a loving foster adoptive home. And so I would think that that would be something redemptive in a sense, that that could possibly be a means to aiding that child and getting them out of a difficult situation. Even when I was reading through some of the opposition testimonies, I saw someone else say that this could be a drop off for human traffickers. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, if we open up a safe haven box and human traffickers start to drop off children, then that would be great, because then they would not be in the possession of human traffickers and they could be taken out of those completely dangerous homes where they may be abused. So I was confused too, because I would think that that would be a good thing, but.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a valid point. Keeping a infant in an environment of sex traffickers or sex traffickers dropping off a baby at a hospital in one of these boxes. I would choose the latter, quite frankly.
Right. I mean,
But
obviously these things are not ideal. These are, hypothetical situations, and so we're just, making assumptions about what could happen. But I definitely think that if we had a hypothetical baby box today at St. Francis Hospital, and there was a child left in that box and it was found out that that child was trafficked, I think everyone would be happy that that child was taken out of that situation and be hoping that they would be put into a healthy environment.
have you, and you've mentioned St. Francis Hospital here in Hartford as a place that potentially would have one of these boxes.
I know that is the one hospital that has been willing to put a safe haven baby box outside of their facility.
So there is, they do have, you do have their commitment, and it's just a matter of.
Erica
oh,
Maver, who testified earlier, does have commitment from them to put a baby box outside of their hospital.
Okay, they're willing to do it. There's those that are willing to create it, construct it. So
Right.
the only thing that's standing in their way is
An amendment to the current safe haven law.
us saying yes to allowing it.
Well, it would be you, and then it would have to go before a vote. And then it would have to be signed into law by the governor. So there's a few other steps. There's a few other hurdles that it would have to overcome in order to do that. But this would be a big step. If it was able to advance in Children's Committee, this would be a huge step forward. And that would be something that would be much appreciated.
I guess let me just if I can just clarify my question. The only thing that's preventing it right now is a law that would allow it to say, yes, you can do this if you want to.
Right. So you would need an amendment to the current safe haven bill that allows for these medically secure bassinets to be installed. And so we would need that to take place. And if that was to take place, then it would go to a vote and then, of course, go to the governor, and then it could be signed into law.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Appreciate it,
welcome.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comey.
Hi, thank you so much, Christina,
You're welcome.
for testifying and sticking with us today. I didn't get, and I don't see down here, are you with the healthcare field? Where are you with, you're just on your own, are
Yeah,
you
so I'm
testifying?
testifying as a foster to adoptive mom in the state of Connecticut.
Oh,
And I'm
okay.
testifying on behalf of someone who wants to stay anonymous, who is a safe haven mom, a mom who adopted through safe haven, through a surrender. She was
Okay.
given the child a surrender.
Do you know why she would want to stay anonymous?
Yes. to protect the privacy of the child.
Okay.
So the child's identity is not revealed.
So we've talked today about that there's one manufacturer of these units. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration provides oversight to medical equipment, to bassinets in hospitals, to incubators, all of those things that are used in maternity wards. They're all classified as
Right.
medical devices. And so I am curious as to what your thinking is regarding the fact that there's not really any oversight about these units and how they're made and if they're able to, perform as intended, I guess, with the alarms and everything
So
else.
I would just ask like a clarifying question. So there's not any oversight. Does that refer to just that particular organization not approving of them? So is that what that means, that there's not oversight because that organization has not given them a seal of approval?
Right. So, if you're using, I would imagine that if you're building a plane and it's being, used by people, you're putting people on the plane and they're
Right.
flying across the country, that there is some, you know, regulations in place
Right.
that would a governmental oversight, if you will, that would see how, specifically the unit works, right?
Right.
The plane works. So I'm asking, the fact that there is only one manufacturer of this in the States, and there doesn't seem to be any oversight, governmental oversight on this. How would and if something goes wrong, I mean, who would be, how would we, if we made a law, would we be accountable for that?
Right,
Like,
right. That's a
I
really
guess
good
I'm just
question. So I have a few questions. So I'm not an expert on this, particular question, but I do have some thoughts. So my thought would be, has the organization, the Safe Haven Baby Box organization, have they appealed for approval from this organization, and have they been denied, or have they refused to consider them for approval? So that would be my first question. I don't know the answer to it, but that would just be a question that I
don't either.
have, is have they asked, would you consider giving us an approval? And they've said, no, we will not because of this reason. And if so, what is the reason that they've said no? Or have they been unwilling? And just the thought that comes to mind that I have is, even with, and it's not the same thing, but it's just the thought that comes to mind with medicine. And you know how there are traditional doctors, and then there's sometimes naturopaths or different types of people, holistic people. I myself deal with endometriosis, and it wasn't discovered until I was in my late 30s, which unfortunately has led to infertility, which is part of my story. And I had a lot of medical professionals just not have the right answers. And then I would have to sometimes go to different holistic doctors. And then the other doctors wouldn't agree or approve of what the holistic doctors were saying that I needed. And again, it's not the same situation at all, but it just comes to my mind because I know that in certain situations, people have ideas about what they think is a correct way to do things, and it aligns with their belief system and what they've studied and what they're educated on. And so perhaps this medical safe bassinet, it can seem maybe not to be in alignment with perhaps what they believe is a correct way to receive a child. But I don't know. I don't know if they've been rejected, but that would be my question is, what is the reason? And then for liability, now, again, I'm not a lawyer, but my assumption would be that the hospital would be liable. That's my assumption. I would assume that if St. Francis is allowing for a medically safe bassinet to be attached to their building, then the liability falls on them because it's going to be their staff that's going to have to make sure that they're answering the call. And if anything goes wrong, I believe that it would fall on them. I can't imagine that it would fall on the shoulders of people here at the legislator. So
Yeah, excellent point. Thank you, Christina.
you're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. Moving along, we have online Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative McGee.
Oh, for me. For me.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Christina, for being here today. I have a couple of questions. So we know that the current safe haven law is that you bring your baby into the hospital anonymously. They don't require that you give any information, your name. So it's likely that the same scenario could happen with human trafficking or abuse or incest. Is that your thought on it too, with regard to what we currently have in place? And the difference would be that I think, as you described with Baby Doe and risking giving your name up, that you don't have that risk there, but really the same sorts of people could come in and drop their baby off. Is that what you would agree with?
Well, I think what you're getting at is that I was mentioning that there's similarities between whether you're going in and surrendering or whether you're putting your baby in a baby box. Some of the testimonies in opposition were saying things like, there's one in particular from an organization called Bastard Nation, and they were saying this creates historyless, familyless, adoptions, possible adoptions. But the reality is, for parents, adoptive parents who are bringing in a child, even a child that was surrendered by the birth mom going into a safe haven, they still have that same dilemma where they don't have access to history. They don't have access to medical records. They don't have the mother's name in many cases. They don't have stories. They may have race. They may have an age, if they have that. And so they are in a very similar situation to someone who has surrendered their child in a baby box. There's a lack of information in both situations. There may be more information when you're walking inside, but that's still the mother's choice, the birth mother's choice. She doesn't have to give any information if she doesn't want to. She's not required to. And so that's why I think that a lot of the opposition to a baby box is not necessary, because I believe, and I think this was stated during testimony, I believe that there could be birth mothers who are going to a safe haven location in order to surrender in a safe haven box. And then perhaps just the idea of, I can do this, I can surrender in a safe haven box. When they get there, perhaps they would go inside. I don't really know. We don't really know. What we're talking about is a risk, because there's a lot of unknowns, and Connecticut has not done this before. So I can acknowledge that we're talking about something risky, and when it's risky, it's scary, because we're asking questions about safety and security and very important things. But as a mother, I want to state that I believe that these children are worth the risk, that these mothers are worth the risk. And if we were to take this risk, not blindly, but with the knowledge that we have of over 50 babies that have been saved, if we were to step out and take this, I think that we could see some miraculous things. And I think if we were to see miraculous things like children surrendered, that could bring national attention to not just the baby boxes, but our safe haven laws in general, which are not well advertised. We don't have commercials. We have these little signs on the side of the road that most people pass by and they don't even know what it is. I myself, living in Connecticut my entire life, going to high school, college, I did not even know about safe havens until I was in my late 20s. And I've lived here my entire life and I had no knowledge.
Thank you for that. I know there were a lot of assumptions made about the individuals that would drop off a baby, assumptions about what they would and wouldn't want, how they would feel afterwards, what could and couldn't happen to them. We also know that they have been when I say successful across the country, many babies have been saved, including the scenario you just gave where they went to drop their baby off at a baby box and ended up going inside. I was wondering, my other question was, do you have any thoughts on what other scenarios could play out with regard to perhaps someone deciding to bring their baby to a baby box? What comes to your mind that could be going on with regard to a woman that might want to do that? What kind of situation do you think she might be in?
Well, I think that there could be so many situations. We've heard today testimonies about a mother who is giving birth at home and she is not been seen by medical professionals, but the anonymous testimony that I'm referring to in that particular situation, that mother was at one Hartford hospital and she left and then surrendered her child into another Hartford hospital 2 days later. And so she was seen by medical professionals. Now, that's all I know. I don't know anything else about her reasoning, but I know that there wasn't a home birth. She was at one hospital, but something about being at that hospital, she didn't feel comfortable enough to tell those workers. So she left and told other workers. And like, even that's an assumption. Even that's an assumption because I don't know if she didn't feel comfortable or maybe she went home. I really don't know. But it very well could be a mother who, because we've talked earlier conversation about, you know, we need to get mothers support and resources. This could be a mother who has had access to various levels of support and resources during her pregnancy already. There could be a tragedy that takes place. So it could be a mother who has a wanted pregnancy and perhaps she lost her job, lost her housing, lost a spouse, lost a partner, and now she's saying, I can't do this. It could be a mother who was planning to terminate a pregnancy and perhaps she waited and now she's passed Connecticut's statute, which I think is 24 weeks. And so maybe she's saying, okay, I was indecisive, I've waited too long and now I want to place. It could be a mother who is not abusive, but she's in a home where there's abuse and she thinks I need to get the child out of this home to protect this child from a domestic intimate partner violence situation. Could be a mother who is dealing with, you know, substance abuse. There's so many situations. Common denominator is we know that there's a crisis and that she feels for whatever reason that she's not in a place where she can parent and she is trusting the system to care for her child, which is a very brave thing to do, to trust a broken system and to trust medical professionals or to trust a medically secure bassinet, whatever it looks like. It all requires a certain level of trust from that birth mother.
Thank you for sharing all of that. I found it interesting that you talked about this mother that you're telling her story about where she gave birth in one hospital and then left and came back and left her baby through the safe haven process, which almost kind of tells me that they knew her when she delivered. They had her name in the record and she left and then wanted to come back in and perhaps be anonymous when she came back in. I just wanted to speak to the oversight on the baby boxes really quickly because there's all kinds of medical equipment out there that does not have oversight. For example, we have hospital equipment, medical beds, all kinds of things that don't have oversight, but it often goes back to the manufacturer. So it makes me believe that perhaps if there were a malfunction, that may be why the FDA is not involved. Maybe they're not required to have oversight. And maybe if there were a malfunction, it would go back to the manufacturer. And I'm just making assumptions. I don't know this. I'm just kind of speculating, but I'm wondering because we know that 22 states are already implementing these baby boxes without oversight. So I've got to believe that it's not required, and maybe for what I just mentioned, and I don't know that, but I'm just suggesting that. But thank you so much for coming in today and waiting us out and giving your testimony.
Oh, you're welcome. My honor. Thank you. Sorry.
We appreciate your being here.
I had a question, Madam Chair.
Oh,
You absolutely did, and I called on you before, so thank you.
Did you? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
No, I did, but then Christina and Representative Duff and I were having such a great conversation
you.
that we all forgot about you. So I
That-
apologize.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Rep Dauphin, she had a lot to say on that. So, but really, really good stuff. So I just have a simple question, and that is, I've read a testimony that said that this legislation was anti-family. And I know that you shared that I believe, you are adopted moms, yes, that you adopted as well. So can you share your opinion on how you may or may not agree with that statement? And that's my only question.
Yes, thank you. I think that families are made through different ways. Families are made through biology, and families are made through the choice of adoption, and families are made in really challenging circumstances where there has been trauma and there has been brokenness, but good people are willing to come together and try to bring some light into a dark situation. And that's what we're looking at. This is not an ideal situation. It's not ideal for a child, like the woman who spoke about her mother and what she endured, and her mother almost bringing her to a dumpster and then at the last minute dialing 911. That is a tragedy. That is traumatic. That is something that people work through with therapists, often for the rest of their lives. But even in those circumstances, when you have mothers and fathers who are willing to foster and to adopt, then that love makes a beautiful family. And so safe haven laws are not anti-family. Safe haven laws show the beauty and the redemption of foster and adoptive parents coming together to make a family. And also, because this is very important, as we know, the Connecticut state law says that whether a child is surrendered in a hospital or if we were to have a baby box, that mother has 30 days. And so she is able to come back. And so perhaps the safe haven box is just giving her a temporary pause to work through issues that she's dealing with. And then she is reconnected to her child, or in the foster adoptive world, we say reunified to that child. And that is another beautiful family example. So I would say that out of brokenness and out of trauma and pain, you have people standing up in love and in support to create families. And that's a beautiful thing. That's it. Yeah, thank you.
I apologize. Thank you so
it's
much.
okay. And I'm also able to answer any questions off of the public stand as well. So if you have any questions that you'd like to ask me, I can answer them privately. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Okay, next we have Elizabeth Gamba Corta. I hope I got that right. Followed by David Reynolds and then Ann Smith. It's okay. We're changing.
You ready? Okay. Hi, my name is Liz Gambacorta. I'm a recreation supervisor for the town of Glastonbury. You've also received written testimony from our aquatics recreation supervisor and our town manager in opposition of HB 6952. I'm kind of going to get away from my written testimony and cover some points that I think are really important that have been talked about a little bit already. This bill is not about summer camps. Section 2 singles out municipalities. This is just about municipalities and encompasses all of our programming. So during this summer, Glastonbury Park and Rec runs swim lessons, 2-week session, total of 9 times. So it would fall under this the rules here. And that's where we're saying that the amount of programming we're offering is going to be cut significantly, because at least 50% of our swim instructors are 16 and 17-year-olds. So that's where we're coming with these, that it's going to significantly cut back the amount of affordable programs that we can provide to families. So we are strongly in opposition of this bill because it singles out municipalities. If the goal is to try to protect children, then let's put something forward or make an amendment to CGS 19A 77 and 19A 240 that covers license exempt programs, and let's put some rules in place for all license exempt programs to be in the best interest of children. We support background checks. We do them already. We do them through third-party companies. We do them affordably. And we do them with very quick turnaround time. So when we lose a staff member, we can put somebody else in that place that's background checked and has gone through the process. Earlier tonight, Representative Paris, I think, or this afternoon, referenced that the system is backlogged for background checks. We are able to turn a background check around in 48 hours and get a background checked person in. And we are fully supportive of background checks. We're supportive of CPR and first aid people. We're supportive of having our staff. We currently, most towns go above and beyond the 21 and older. In Glastonbury, I can tell you every single person that works with a kid goes through mandated reporter training, and that's really important training, and we believe in it. Currently, nobody, even licensed camps, has to report to OEC that their staff have gone through that. So why are towns being singled out and told we have to do that step? And the questions come up a couple times
Can you
about
please
why.
summarize?
Yep. The YMCAs are supporting this bill. Well, they can hire those 16 and 17-year-olds that we can't, and they can pick up because they don't need 16 and 17-year-olds to do their swim lessons. So I don't work for them. I can't talk for them, but I would make the assumption that this really benefits some of those entities like the Ys and the Scouts, because it would cut our programs significantly while letting those programs pick up the kids that are going to be left out of the programming. Welcome any questions.
Representative Boyd.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Elizabeth, for camping out all day to testify tonight. I don't think anybody is looking for reduction of programs, just to start that off. And so kind of based off your testimony, if the ratio piece was adjusted, right? And there's a perception that there's a prohibition on people under 18 being employed, which is not there. It's talking about ratios of people 18 or older, and there's been a lot of discussion on that so far. Your testimony is all other aspects of what's proposed in the bill your agency is already complying with. Is that correct?
We are complying with the other parts of that bill, but we still oppose this bill greatly because it's singling out municipalities. Why do the Boys and Girls Clubs not have to follow the same things? There's multiple license exempt entities. Why are municipalities being singled out?
Well, I would imagine that anybody who has to be licensed are asking why they're being singled out as well, right? And so that is a fair discussion to be had. But other than private entities, municipalities are the largest provider of children's programs. So I guess the last piece I'll have for you is what do you recommend in your program as ratios of staff members to participants?
The 1 to 12 is more than we do better than 1 to 12 in our programs. We're 1 to 10 in elementary age programs, about 1 to 8 or 1 to 9 in preschool programs. But there's a significant burden to that age that's set, because like I understand that the bill says we can still hire 16 and 17-year-olds, but honestly, what's the point of hiring a 16 or 17-year-old if they're not going to count in the ratio? And Representative Boyd, I know you've got a vast camp background yourself. Age doesn't set what makes a good camp counselor. I can tell you that a lot of my camp counselors that are 16, 17-year-old far exceed the ability of a camp counselor that's 19 years old.
I agree 100% with you. And having worked in Parks and Recs and in other camps, you know, it is about the people you have on the ground when it comes to that. So, well, I appreciate your testimony. The only thing I'll just throw out there is that the OEC has rather rigorous training requirements for folks that are being licensed. But your question about other people who are exempt, including other than municipalities, is certainly not lost on this discussion. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Boyd. Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, ma'am. Thank you for your testimony. You know, you had referenced what Chairman Paris had talked about earlier today, as far as the backlog with state background checks. You may or may not be aware, I had championed legislation that we finally got across the finish line, requiring background checks in license camps. And one of the problems with fingerprint-based checks is it can take several weeks to months of backlog, which made it an impossibility for, you know, camps with their schedules to be able to comply with that. But we felt there was importance with uniformity as far as what databases to check, as far as a non-fingerprint based background check. So I commend you for doing background checks. I congratulate the camps that do, but we want to make sure there's uniformity, you know, that the sex offender registry and the state, the national abuse and neglect registries, that those are checked. And in fact, the way the law is worded for license camps is they can in fact pull the checks themselves free of charge, keep it on file, and you know it's subject to some oversight, some inspection from OEC to ensure that was done properly. So, it seems like I think if you guys already fulfill that, there really is not a big issue with the background checks. But there needs to be some uniformity with that. The ratios, I hear you. I guess to kind of piggyback off of what Representative Boyd was touching on as far as adjusting those ratios a little bit. I understand what you're saying about 16, 17-year-olds. There's a good amount of them that are the already involved in the program, or the counselors. You said over 50%. But I think we certainly need to have an adult around, and to have an adult present, somebody over the age of majority for several different reasons. And keep in mind for somebody under the age of 18, a full and proper background check that I just described is not a possibility, right? Because if there even was something in the background, that's sealed because they're a juvenile in most cases. So, I guess where I'm getting, I'm looking at starting at line 70 here in section 3, right? It's looking like they're calling on the ratio to be for somebody over the age of 18, that's 12 to 1. So what? Again, I understand the 16, 17-year-olds could do some of the counseling, oversee some kids, but what in your view, what should be the ratio? What would you be comfortable being one 18-year-old to overseeing how many kids? And then if they then had people under them under the age of 18, so be it. But what should be the ratio of somebody over the age of majority to children in the camp?
So
what's an appropriate ratio?
We don't have a set ratio, a number of staff per directors, but we tier our systems, and I think almost all municipal park and recs will have assistant, depending on how big the camp is. If it's a smaller camp with only 20, 30 kids, you might just have one director on site, and that director is over the age of 18. If you have a larger camp, I have a camp where we have 200 kids on one site. I have 5 assistant directors and a director as well as some other staff that are kind of higher up in the tiers that do supportive roles. So there are about 50 staff at that camp, and there's a minimum of 6 people in overseeing leadership roles that are overseeing those people. Now, of my 50 staff, well, 6 of them are those more director people. But not all of the counselors are under 18 either. Some are over 18. You know, we hire people based on their ability to do the job and not their age, and try to get them in there.
Okay, so I mean, you're saying 50 staff, so based on your testimony, half of them are under the age of 18, so that's that'd be 20, about 25 over age of majority. With those 25 over the age of majority, are all of them overseeing those under the age of majority, essentially under the age of 18? So the adult, are they all the adults, at least in positions of overseeing?
So we have a whole, like I could even give you our organizational chart. We have counselors, we have like for each group of, I break my kids into different age groups. Each age group has an assistant director that they're overseeing. So each assistant director has 2 groups under them. So there's 2 counselors and a junior counselor, which is a whole nother conversation that doesn't fit into those ratios, but just gives us extra hands on deck. For those, you know, for 4 or 5 staff, we then have an assistant director overseeing them. So the assistant director doesn't have kids they're responsible for directly. They're making sure that those groups operate the way they're supposed to. They're the ones that are doing evaluations for the staff and overseeing the staff. The levels of oversight are continuous throughout the entire program.
Okay, I think it, but I think what the legislation is trying to hone in on is how many kids to the ratio of kids to an adult present. Right now, what's before us is 12-1. You obviously think that's too low.
No. So 12-1 is fine, but we need to be able to count, just like licensed camps have 16 and 17-year-old counselors as part of those 12 as those ones of the 12s. We just want the same thing.
Right, but I'm talking about the number of adults, legal adults, to children at a camp setting. That's what
So
we need to.
if you look at camp statute, that's not defined. It's defined that there has to be, camp statute gets into your waterfront director needs to be over this age and your camp director needs to be over this age. But why are we trying to define something different? Like why are the standards for municipal camps? Why are you trying to make it more stringent than what you have for licensed camps?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly see the need for adults in these settings.
Absolutely.
But again, we want to make sure our youth is playing a vital role in these jobs. But we have to have adults around. So I think we got to figure out what that ratio is. I hear what you're saying. 1 adult for every 12 kids. Adult meaning over the age of 18 for 12 kids is you're saying that's too low with that, and that's what that's what's in the bill before us. So I think if I understand your testimony, that's what you're saying. So we got to figure out what that number is, what that number should be, regardless of flow charts and hierarchy and all that. How many adults should be present for per number of kids in the camp? I think that's basic. That's the basic question. So, and yep. So I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank
so
you,
but I think
Representative.
that's the issue. Thank you.
Short of asking for your organizational chart, I think we're going to leave it there tonight. So just one thing I wanted to point out, and then we'll let you go. And I appreciate you've been here a long time. I just wanted to mention that this legislation isn't just for municipal camps. It does include Boy Scouts. It does include the Ys. The Ys and the Boy Scouts are primarily already doing most of this. So the focus is on municipal camps, which is why I hear your upset and your anger. Know that we've heard your testimony and that we will be having conversations.
Can I just comment one clarification?
Sure.
So 100%, the Ys, the Boy Scouts, they're all certified licensed camps, but the Y runs tons of other programs that don't fall under licensing. That's what we're comparing. We're trying to compare our swim lesson program to their swim lesson program. Their swim lesson program doesn't, because it's not a camp, it's a swim lesson program. It doesn't meet the statutes or the definition of the statutes for a camp because it's only a 25-minute class. But these regulations make just our swim lesson programs and our tennis programs and our dance classes during the summer that don't meet the camp statutes, that it's giving them a set of rules that are not comparable, because any other program that's not offering a camp doesn't fall under the statutes.
Thank you for that input, and we'll definitely take it under consideration.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, David Reynolds, followed by Ann Smith, followed by Sean Fogel.
Senator Mayor, members of the committee, my name is David Reynolds. I'm Associate Director of Public Policy with the Connecticut Catholic Public Affairs Conference. And I appear to you tonight because of a connection the conference has with the Safe Haven Law. In 2016 and 17, I had the privilege of sitting on a legislative working group with many and a variety of organizations that reevaluated the Safe Haven Law, made some, especially made comments about educating people on the law. And there was a crisis within that law by a breach of privacy violation that was very serious. So in the 2017 session, a major change was made to that law. I had prepared statement which I submitted, but I think I'm going to take a few minutes to respond to a few things that I've heard this evening. First of all, I agree with the child advocate who spoke very early today and other people. We need to re-educate young women, parents, anybody on the Safe Haven law. We tried to do that. It was a goal of the 2017 working group that kind of started and then fizzled a little. I mean, how many of us know actually the legislature declared April 4th every year as Safe Haven Day in the state of Connecticut? So education is key. Education is key about this program. I also get a little confused because we've heard a lot of people talk tonight about different aspects that really the Safe Haven Law isn't meant to address. The policy goals of the Safe Haven Law have always been to save the life of a newborn child and to protect the privacy of the mother. The second one, of course, hoping to enforce the first one. If there's privacy, the mother will bring the child in. Those are the only goals of this law. We've heard a lot about adoptee rights, family reunions, all that type of thing. There's provisions in the law for that, but basically it defaults to DCF standards. So the main policies of the law, we need to be, I think, focused and say the main purpose of Safe Haven Law isn't family reunion. It isn't any other, adoptee rights. It isn't anything else. It's about saving the life of a newborn child who may be in danger of losing their life. And it's to protect the privacy of the mother. When that privacy is broken, I could tell you from the case that happened in 2015 that it's very, very serious repercussions for that. Also, Representative Paris brought up some questions about why do we need this law. If we read the Safe Haven Law, it's very specific. Hospital must do this. The woman basically is invoking a right under the Safe Haven Law. She walks in, invokes the Safe Haven Law and says, I'm leaving my child. Now, that's one option under the Safe Haven Law. The other option we haven't heard mentioned tonight, that's the woman could go into the hospital, give birth to the child, get full medical care, and then say, I'm invoking the Safe Haven Law. I have to leave the child with you.
Can you please
Leave the
summarize?
hospital. I will summarize in stating that I think we need to look at that. And also a few other things real quick is that we need to be careful. This conference is supporting this box. as just the growth in technology, growth in ability. We wouldn't think of that in 2001 when the bill was adopted. We wouldn't think of the box probably in 2016, 17, but now those boxes are available. And, I have to take issue with anybody that calls this box a medical device. There's nothing medical about it. It's basically a unit that a baby goes in. So in terms of oversight, Representative Comey brought that up, oversight, it's not technically a medical device that needs USDA or FDA approval. So, and with that said, just one more statement, the data I've learned from being involved with this issue for a long time is that data is very questionable. Senator Marks brought up data a lot, and I just would like to warn the committee that data is very difficult to find on this issue, extremely difficult. So we have to really focus on the purpose and the reason we have the safe haven law, and kind of say, am we willing to take the risk with these boxes or not take the risk with the box? Will the box save a child or not save a child? So, and with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you so much. Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Reynolds. How are you?
That's good.
I think I asked, there was a nurse that testified a little earlier. I'd asked her as well. I guess I'm just trying to get a little more clarification on the design of this box, this device. Is it more vertical or horizontal? In what way do you, like, once the baby's placed inside it? Yeah, I'm just trying to, I just don't know. I mean, how's it rotate? Is there, if it goes from the outside to the inside of the hospital?
Well, the door's on the back side, so they'd have to cut a hole in the side of the hospital, put the box in, somebody would lay the baby in the box, and then the medical personnel would not have to go out like to the parking lot or on the sidewalk and take the baby out. They take it out from inside.
Inside.
The building. Yeah.
Once it's placed in the box, I mean, is there like a door that shuts or?
It locks, the outside door locks in place.
Okay, so there's nobody else can have access to the baby from the outside.
Correct.
Once it's placed in there.
Correct.
Okay, because I'm just wondering, I just don't understand what because we're talking about USDA standards, federal standard for the safety of the box. What's the possible risk? I don't, if it's.
Well, I mean, the possible risk that I've heard from the opponents of the bill is that what if an alarm doesn't go on? But we've heard also from people that are even more familiar with the box than I am that it has several alarm sequences, even a power out alarm. Again, we're talking about a hospital location. So, in the average time that baby from the alarm till the alarm goes off inside the emergency room, probably at a nursing station, wherever the hospital places it, until they take the baby out of the box is going to be a matter of minutes. So, that's, I don't see a concern. I'm having trouble grasping the concern myself, Representative.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Reynolds, for being here today. You and Representative Lanu were talking about something I thought of earlier and didn't mention it, but to my knowledge, I think every hospital in the state has quite an extensive backup generator system. So even in the event of a loss of power, I don't recall knowing that an entire hospital was without power. They have life-saving devices going on all the time, respirators and all kinds of equipment, oxygen and the like, cardiac units and stuff. So I don't, that would be such a remote possibility, and probably a lot more than just that baby would die if that happened for any extensive period of time. But I was kind of moved by some of the things you said, in particular, making it really clear that this bill is not intended for certain things, and you made it really clear that it was about the privacy of the mother and saving children. Maybe, I know you're from the Catholic group, and maybe talk about it from a family perspective and that piece of it. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
I will try, in terms of the protection of the privacy of the mother. Is that, or not?
No, with the family reunification, there was a testimony earlier about with regard to that, and I know that
The bill
families.
does allow for family reunification. The bill allows, the statute right now, allows the mother to come back and make a request to, return the child to her. And we say mother, the bill actually says parent. There's actually been situations where the father's brought the baby in and left the baby. But the parents can come back within 30 days. And of course, DCF, the child is in DCF custody at that time. So DCF has to feel comfortable after meeting with the parents and doing whatever they do with them to return the child. But that child would take priority. And the reason that's kind of to understand how that fully works is that within 24 hours, I believe it was 24 hours in the law, is that the hospital has to notify and turn the child over to DCF. And then the law says DCF will immediately find, if available, an adoptive family, a couple or whoever seeking a child who was willing to take that baby in. So that baby becomes under DCF protection, but also moves into an adopted family with the plan to be that that family will keep the baby and it was willing to adopt it. And it will go through the adopted procedure. And I think I was listening to Christina's testimony before and it got a little confusing if you didn't understand the law, because she said the woman brought in her baby and the name in the system had been John Doe or Jane Doe, whatever. And then, but the baby's name was still Jane Doe. That's because the baby's name still does not change until the adoption is formal. So that's a technical thing, but it was interesting. I finally understood what she was trying to stress on that. But there are processes. So after that 30 days, of course, then DCF has the child is going through the normal process of an abandoned child and going to do that. If there is a thing, even after that 30 days, there's provisions in the law that if the mother wants to come back, I'll say mother wants to come back and get the child, it's a much more difficult process, but there is a process that they can go through and people have to agree to it. This is the proposed adoptive parents have to agree. So it's a little cumbersome. But there is open options for family reunification if that occurs. I have no numbers on if that's ever been invoked in a safe haven drop.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think the reunification process is the same whether you go through the hospital door or you drop it in a baby box. Either way, the baby would be placed in DCF and there would be a process in which the mother or father or whoever were coming to get the child would go through. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Reynolds?
The reason that baby box, like you said, right now there's two provisions in a safe haven: walk through the door, give the baby, have the baby in the hospital, tell them you want to invoke the safe haven law. This box would be a third option, and the reason it has to be put in there is so that it is actually covered by the safe haven law. Otherwise, is that mother covered by this? Can she invoke the safe haven law if this option isn't in there? She goes to the box, puts the baby in a box, but the state law makes no reference to that box. How can she invoke the law? So I think that's the legal issue here, to really make the law clear, to make the hospitals, following, able to follow the law and be in compliance with the law. So that.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I thank you for waiting so late with us and testifying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you. No other questions.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
Okay, next up is Ann Smith.
Okay, thank you. I have been promoted to panelist.
Thank you for being here, Ann. We appreciate you.
Thank you. I will ask for permission to not be on video, but I hope I can get through my testimony.
Absolutely.
So good evening, Senator Marr and members of the Children's Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of African Caribbean American Parents of Children with Disabilities, Inc. more formally known as AFCAMP, in support of HB 6951. I'm the executive director of AFCAMP. We're a parent-driven nonprofit organization with a mission to educate, empower, and engage parents and community to improve quality of life for children with special needs and others at risk of education inequity or system involvement. In that capacity, I have served in various roles across the multiple systems with which children and families we serve interact, including behavioral health. I am in general support of HB 6951, as it is the latest initiative to focus on advancing the behavioral health system for all of Connecticut's children. In actuality, there is not a single children's behavioral health system, and not all children are adequately served. Rather, there is a complicated array of multiple state agencies, boards, committees, providers, both public and private, funding streams, and oversight entities that touch children's behavioral health in various ways. HB 6951 is an opportunity to build on work that has already been done while coordinating and galvanizing the state's resources to address the current workforce and immediate funding challenges facing the children's behavioral health system. All of Connecticut's children need and deserve a well-coordinated continuum and adequately funded behavioral health system. One of the benefits to coming on with your testimony at this late date is that you don't have to repeat some of what has already been testified to. And so when we look at HB 6951, to the extent that it is promoting expansion of our mobile crisis services, I am in support of that, and it has already been testified to.
If you can please summarize.
As to its benefit, yes, sir. As to its benefits and the importance that it plays in our system. In addition, we know that the element of HB 6951 that calls for the school-based health centers study is also important, and it is something that we can support. And the sustaining of funding for the mobile crisis services, and also for this study to review the utilization of the crisis continuum is something that we support. However, I would be suggesting that we take a look at the work that has already been done, and that HB 6951 builds upon that foundation so that we can address the immediate concerns and challenges of our workforce issues that challenge the credibility and sustainability of our system as it exists today. Should there be any questions, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and would be available to answer them.
And thank you so much for your testimony. Also, thank you for all the work you've done before and ongoingly in support of children in Connecticut. We appreciate you. And as you said, given the fact that at this late hour, many questions have been asked and answered, I don't think there are any other questions right at this time, but thank you for your support.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good evening.
You too. Bye-bye. Next, we have Sean Vogel, followed by Mark Simmons, and then Melissa Mannion.
Yeah,
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks to this committee and the members for all the work you do. Having worked with youth for 15 years and being a father, I know this committee is important, so thank you for your time and your efforts. My name is Sean Fogel. I'm the Director of Support Services for the Connecticut Rivers Council, one of the 4 scouting councils in the state of Connecticut. Just for reference, my council, Connecticut Rivers Council, we cover about 75% of the state, and we camp about almost 4,000 kids in just an 8-week period in the summertime, and that's not including some of the programs we run on the weekends as well. I'm here to support the Bill 6952. And another role that I have is I'm also a board member with the Connecticut Camping Association. So I'm wearing both hats tonight with that. And as far as my role as the Boy Scouts or Scouting America and as a board member for the Connecticut Camping Association. So I wanted to submit and support my behind this bill 6952 and both those roles that I've already stated. I submitted written testimony where I break it down a bit more, but to summarize, it's just important, I think, to realize we have two realities. We have camps that are licensed, that go through OEC protocols and regulations. We have our own internal protocols, which are substantive and actually recognized by the state statute already. And we have other regulations with regional health departments and local municipalities that are put on us. And then we have unlicensed camps. Our parents in our communities all over the state are dropping their children off of camps and for their summer week-long programs and camps and for their child care, as Senator, you mentioned before. And one wing of those is under OEC child care regulations and the other is not. So I wanted to put it simply as that. And then on top of that, we've heard a lot about background checks. I've administered for the past 2 years, 200 some staff members background checks. My organization, the Scouting, we did background checks before and through Nationwide Clearinghouse, cost us a good bit of money. But when OEC asked us to do additional background checks on top of that, we agreed to it and we realized it's just another layer of safety and it was not cost prohibitive. And it was administratively kind of tough the first year, but it has gotten a lot smoother in the following years subsequently. So I wanted to at least put that in my testimony. I just added that late after some of the confusion. So I wanted to clear that up and I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you so much. We have Representative Dauphiné online.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to ask you, there was a lot of opposition from the municipalities. I'm sure you heard some of that testimony. Could you just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, and it could be because of my own ways of interpreting things. I didn't take this bill in the manner that the Parks and Recreation did. And I want to say, all due respect to Park and Rec, I've applied for Parks and Rec positions. It's like a dream, working with youth and camps is a dream job. So I really have no issue with, how they interpret it, that's their own to do. And I work, my properties, my camps, we work with Parks and Rec in local things. So I have utmost respect and happy to work with anybody in DCF we work with as well. I just didn't interpret it the way that's come across. Maybe that's me though. That could be a me thing. It's representative. I don't know.
Yeah, I thank you for that. I think that with regard to many of the municipalities, I think Representative Boyd was trying to get to the nuts and bolts of exactly what might make it amendable to the municipalities, which I appreciate. So I just didn't know if you had any comments, but thank you for being here today to testify. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the question. I wish I could be more insightful in that. Like I said, that just might be me. Not this is, I put noses in tents. I don't necessarily do testimony, but wanted to at least throw that out there as my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comey.
Hi, thank you for coming and sticking around with us all day again. The prohibition of misleading advertising in your testimony, I guess, and maybe you don't know this answer and I should ask someone else, but I'm wondering if this would apply to, and I'm just gonna, we have a studio or a taekwondo studio in town that will have the week of school vacation, right?
Sure.
They will have a camp
Yep.
program and they call it camp.
Right.
Do you think that this bill would prohibit them from using that term?
So I mean, when you're talking, so to me, there's totally different things. Maybe it needs to just be more refined in the definition there. once again, I took it as my own interpretation as the like 1-day programs that the, Parks and Rec seem to, and deservedly so are concerned about. That this bill shouldn't apply to that, I guess,
Yeah.
in that sense. But my concern was the week-long programs and the summer camps that right now licensed camp have to do a lot more hoop jumping.
Yeah.
So that was more my concern. I know that didn't answer your question at all. So
Yeah, that's
yeah.
okay. Maybe you're not the person to ask.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
thank
mean,
you.
my point was I don't want if it's not a camp, if we're dropping, if parents are dropping their kids off at week-long summer camps or calling it childcare, they're putting on their taxes as childcare, then it should be under childcare regulations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for everything you do for
Yeah.
our
Thank you. Yeah.
kiddos.
Thank you, Representative. Online, Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Sean, again, thank you for hanging around and closing the place out here tonight with everybody else. Just very briefly, there was some talk earlier about the training and what have you, and particularly the mandated reporter training, which is the abuse, neglect, and abandonment. Can you just speak to the operation that you work with full time? Is that that type of training perceived to be onerous, or is it just part of the normal course of action?
Yeah, no, not only are we obligated by the state to do that, we have our own internal breakdowns. YMCA is similar. Whether the camps are under ACA compliant, it's all it's all baked into that training. And yes, my organization does, and I would say most of my 50 organizations that represent the Connecticut Camping Association do the same thing.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you so much. And as the mother of a newly appointed or awarded Eagle Scout, just want to say thank you for
congratulations.
scouting.
Yeah, congratulations.
It's a big day.
Yeah,
so
good, congratulations.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's see. Up next, we have Mark Simmons.
All right, so as the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Youth Services for the town of Preston, I'm here to respectfully testify against House Bill 6952. I'm thankful that I've had so many other colleagues speak before me, so I don't need to go into too much detail. But as some of my colleagues said, we are not necessarily against our staff being CPR first aid certified. We already do that. We already do background checks. We as well do the mandated reporter, and then we do more trainings in addition to that, such as the med administration certification and additional trainings. What we are kind of against is the way that the bill is written, in that it does specifically state, for example, on line 26, for the purpose of this section, municipal recreational or educational children's programs means any regularly scheduled program or organized group activity that operates during vacation or the weekends. So I just want to point out that in this bill, it does specifically state municipalities, and nowhere does it state private entities, YMCAs, Boys and Girls camps, or any other camp for that matter. So that is why we are so concerned about this bill, is because it does specifically state municipalities. In addition to that, contrary to what the gentleman before me just talked about, it's not as black and white as he made it sound. Again, as my colleagues pointed out, this has broad reaching implications. We've talked about swim lessons, but it's also our STEM programming, such as cooking or science or any other athletic programming that we offer during a school vacation. So for example, if we have a 5-week clinic, if you will, that is only half day, that I might contract out to a vendor, I can't promise that that vendor will meet all of these standards. So I understand that is concerning. However, what that means is that I may not be able to offer that program anymore because I can no longer count on that vendor. So as we've said, this has broad reaching.
Can you please summarize?
Sure. So yes, we are just very concerned about the way this bill is worded. The ratio, as we've discussed at length, does need to be amended to include individuals under the age of 18. And our concern is being constrained to the predetermined background checks that OEC has listed.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Lanu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, good to see you.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank you for everything you do for the kids of Preston and throughout my district. I'm very honored to have you as my constituent. And
Thank you.
thanks for being up here tonight. And I know it's been a long day. So,
It has.
so I guess my first question is, I know 3 minutes is not a lot of time to get everything in. Is there anything you'd like to add or that you aren't able to get in your 3 minutes that?
I want to reiterate that it's not as black and white as, you know, the YMCA's and Boy Scouts are making it sound. This does have implications on school year programming. Again, as a small town, I do not have the part-time staff or seasonal staff to run every program myself, so I had to rely on vendors. If I'm unable to rely on those vendors, I'm no longer able to offer those programs, which means that, again, we're offering less childcare options at an affordable rate. So I think we just need to remember that we are here to provide affordable childcare that is enriching, and that might be getting lost in this bill the way it's written.
Okay, thank you. Obviously the ratios seem to be the elephant in the room, so to speak. And I think there's I've been hearing there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of exchange. I heard Representative Boyd touched on this, different witnesses. And I don't see anything per se precluding 16 or 17-year-olds or under the age of majority from being counselors, from working in the camp setting. I think what the sticky point is, and I think this is what it's kind of boiling down to, is the language that's currently in there that says somebody, a staff member has to be 18 years older to supervise. It's 12 kids to 1 adult, essentially. That's what the language is saying. And I think that's some of the concern that I'm hearing is that might be too small of a ratio. I guess my question is, what do you think would be a tolerable, reasonable adult to child ratio for these camps, if you know tonight? And I hope I'm not putting you on the spot.
Sure. No, you're fine. The ratio of 1 to 12, we are okay with. It is not being able to count 16 and 17-year-olds towards that ratio. If YMCA camps or any other private entity can count their 16, 17-year-olds towards that ratio, we should be able to do so as well. That is our concern.
Okay. My concern is I'm okay with 16 or 17-year-olds, even perhaps a little younger, working in a camp setting, being part of the process. I know discussions I've had with others. Once you age out of being a participant, those gap years, we don't want to lose those youth.
Correct.
Keeping them in the program as staff to in some capacity is very important. But I do recognize in 2025 we have to have adult supervision folks over the age of 18 being there. And I think if there's a camp where there's a total of 50 kids, and there's another camp where there's a total of 1,000 kids, you can't just have one adult. So we have to come up with some ratio as far as adult to child, and figure that out. Regardless of how many counselors or, 16 or 17-year-old counselors or whatnot, we have to figure out adult to child ratio, in the camp.
Sure. If I may, is your concern that you feel that 16, 17-year-olds are not mature enough to supervise a group of 10, or are you concerned that they're not subjected to background checks?
I think the background checks is a component of it. I think we have very capable 16 and 17-year-olds that can be great counselors, and are great counselors. Most of them are, but I think it's very important. There's a lot of dynamics. There's a lot of different issues in our society, and I think we have to have adults present.
Sure.
And again, I think what we just need to get to is what is that? What should be the ratio? And again, I'm okay with there being high school counselors, and a lot of classmates I had in high school were counselors, fine counselors in different youth programs, and so I think that's important.
Sure.
But so I don't want to dismiss that, but we have to have adult supervision, somebody who has that life experience to handle more complex issues, to still have the oversight's important. So, but we want to make sure we protect our camps as well. So
Sure. And I agree. Absolutely. Child safety is first and foremost. But again, I just want to remind everyone that the way this bill is written is that this will apply to swim lessons. It will apply to our STEM programs. It will apply to our, athletic programming. So it's not just your traditional 6 or 8 week summer camp that is being affected. It is the year-round programming. And those are much more challenging to, I might have one staff member that is over the age of 18, but I have to rely on a 16, 17-year-old to be there to be that support staff. So it's just a very challenging proposal that is put forward here.
Yep. No, I understand. I understand completely. And we want to give you that support staff. We want to make sure that support staff is there, including those 16, 17-year-olds. But we need to make sure adults are in the room. What the ratio is even to adults and 16, 17-year-olds, let's figure that out.
Sure.
But I agree, and this is not a final product, and we can hopefully continue to work with all the parties. But Mark, thank you so much for your insight. I appreciate your being up here again
Thank you.
so late, and I'll continue to work on it. Nothing
Thank you.
further, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. And Mark, thanks for hanging around. I think I'm one of the few people that have actually been to Preston in the committee. So and I heard your colloquy with Representative Lanu. If the section about the ratios and the clarity about, the 16, 17-year-olds or even 15-year-olds is clarified, just for the record, the other piece of it, the first aid, the abuse, neglect, abandonment training, and clarifying the mandated reporter piece, that part you're not concerned about, and background checks because you do that already. Is that what your testimony is?
Sure. Okay. So yes, the background checks we still have concerns about because right now every municipality has policies and procedures in place to background check and drug test every municipal employee. What we are concerned about is being constrained to the predetermined list that OEC would constrain us to. So we feel that what we are doing is sufficient and adequate. And we're able to do that at a cost-effective.
So if it was clarified to allow a background check of some sort, be it third-party vendor, which is probably what your municipality uses, that would satisfy that piece and not feel onerous?
Yes, it would.
Okay, I appreciate your time and your dedication to hang around. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Just a quickie before you go, and don't want to keep you. I understand about 16 and 17-year-olds because to the little kids, they're the coolest thing in the entire world.
Yes.
And that's what part of what makes camp so much fun, because you get to go in and see the counselors. And those counselors are 16 and 17-year-olds who know the whole process. They've been there, a lot of them themselves. They're learning skills. They're being mentored by the older kids. They're mentoring the little kids. I completely get it. I think we can find a way forward.
Sure.
So I just want you to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Yes.
We are going to go back for a minute to Ivelisse Correa Brown. And I apologize if I said your name wrong. Welcome.
Thank you very much to the committee for allowing me to speak today. I'm speaking on two bills. First, starting with HB 6951, an act concerning the recommendations of the Department of Children's Behavioral Health. Right now, there's a crisis and it's not getting better. Hospitals are at capacity and there's a record amount of homelessness and disconnected youth. Let's invest in mental health, but we need to eventually take the finger out the dike and fix the other problems causing this crisis. With housing, food insecurity, and instability in healthcare on the rise, these things contribute to poor mental health outcomes, and we need to do better. Hospitals also need more beds. Staff need better pay, and programs need more funding. We need to invest in children's mental health care now to prevent paying for a prison bed later. DOC is Connecticut's largest provider of mental health services in the state, and incarcerated people are suffering as nurses struggle with overwhelming caseloads. Our children deserve a bright future. Let's give it to them. Next, SB 1310, baby boxes. These boxes are more likely to save abused babies. I'm not happy about the fact that children would get dropped off with no information, but our world is dark and we should do our best to be a light. I don't know the pain felt by parties involved, but this is about the life of the child. One of the first music videos I remember seeing as a child was Brenda's Having a Baby. It's a song by Tupac. And in this song, he talks about how this girl drops her baby in a dumpster after being molested by her cousin and becoming a sex worker. And, you know, sometimes there's sad things that happen in life. Whatever we can do to save the life of a child. I think about this baby that was dropped off in the apartments behind mine when I was 11 years old, and I always wondered, like, why not just drop them off at a fire station or anything else? I guess safe haven laws were kind of new back then. We should be doing our best to expand these laws and saving children. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Comey.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Did you know about the safe haven laws? When, you know, that sounds like really scary. When you were 11 years old. Can you talk about, did you know about it? Like, you don't know?
I didn't really know about it. I guess there ended up being like a news campaign afterwards. It certainly wasn't around when that music video came out. I remember being like 7 years old, being very scared whenever that would come out. Like, who would do that to a baby? Someone who's desperate. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Elise.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your heartfelt testimony. I think that really is the goal with this, the baby box bill before us is that, we just want to give every child we can an opportunity for survival. And if it saves one baby or 3 or 8, it's more than we would have saved yesterday. So that is the goal. And I really appreciate your heartfelt testimony. Thank you.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Evelise, for your testimony. I love the reference to Tupac's Brenda's Got a Baby. It's a powerful song. Years ago, he actually addressed the need for baby boxes, and how had Brenda had a better life circumstance or situation, that she would not have done what she did. And that what he was writing about the reflection of what he saw in his community, and that was Black babies in dumpsters. So thank you very much for your brave, courageous testimony, and thank you for the work that you're doing in the community.
Thank you.
Seeing no other seeing no other questions. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
Appreciate. Next up, we have Melissa Mannion, followed by Mary Ellen Barnes, and then Jan Ponson. Sorry.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee, for this opportunity. I am testifying in support of the Safe Haven Baby Box. In a state that has very strong protections for the women's right to choose, it only makes sense to have one of those choices be the right to surrender her baby to a safe holding place with no concerns for consequence. This makes perfect sense and would empower and encourage women who feel they cannot parent for whatever reason. They have a way out. Sadly, a few years back, a baby was left to die in a closet of a home right down the street from my house. I drove by the scene with my own children, wondering why there were so many police officers and even crime scene investigators outside of the home. I would find out the horrific truth a few days later. I cannot imagine the pain that baby endured, gasping for air, alone, starving, crying, with no one to come and help. And frankly, the anguish that young mother will live with for the rest of her life, knowing that she left a baby to die scared and alone. If our state had had a baby drop-off station, maybe that possibly the child would still be alive and that mother would be free from her grief. This is not a Republican or a Democrat issue. Everyone should agree that having a safe haven drop-off is what is best, not just for babies in our state, but for the moms who need an alternative when parenting feels hopeless. The story that I shared has left a mark on my heart. It's the primary reason I was elated to hear our state may participate in this life-saving option. Ultimately, that is what this is about, saving lives. Of course, there need to be many steps taken and services available to help these vulnerable moms before they feel compelled to make a choice like surrendering their baby. However, it seems to me that not having the ability to do so if all else seems not enough is not humane, and it should be. In closing, we are one of the most pro-choice states in the country, and now all of a sudden we're going to dictate the parameters under which a mother can surrender her baby. As of listening to all of the testimonies today, I'm extremely confused how it's okay under any circumstance whatsoever to terminate up until 24 weeks of gestation and up until birth for the health of the mother, and the life of the child in the womb is ended. But according to many I've heard tonight, it's not okay to surrender a child safely to a safe haven box. They should only be given a choice to face-to-face surrender as an option. Certainly a direct handoff would be ideal, just like I would say a live birth versus an abortion would be ideal. We're clearly not talking about ideals when we're speaking about women feeling so desperate that they need to surrender their child. All we're trying to do is give these women another safe option and a way to do that. In no way does this stop these women from the warm handoff that everyone spoke of. It may even encourage them to do so. We're asking for another option. So I urge you all to please vote in strong favor of SB 1310 and put Connecticut on the map with the other 20+ states that have come to recognize the need for this option when it comes to choice for women who don't feel capable of parenting. Thank you for your time. I apologize for the lag it looks like I have in my video.
Don't worry about that. It's 9 o'clock at night.
I've been hanging up.
All right. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I'm really glad I think somebody else may have said it earlier that this isn't a Republican or a Democrat bill, and I completely agree. This is really, you know, this should really matter to all of us. I think it does matter to all of us. I think everybody just wants details.
Yeah.
And I'm just really glad that you brought it up because I certainly wouldn't say it matters more to one side or the other. But I do think that if we have the opportunity to just save one child, that we should implement this and,
Absolutely.
you know, follow the other 20 states. So thank you so much. I don't know if you had anything else to say.
You
I
said
know.
it's not an either or, and I was really disheartened tonight. I was surprised, to be honest, when I heard that we were potentially getting a baby box. I really didn't expect such pushback. I mean, there have been nothing has gone wrong for the 54 plus babies that have been saved. So to me, it just seems like this should be very easy. The money has been raised. It's bipartisan. It saves lives. It doesn't stop. It's not an either or. We're not saying throw away the safe haven, but it almost like really felt like tonight that it was there. Shame was brought up. And I felt like sadly it was coming from a position of like, oh, well, it's wrong to put your baby in a box. You should only do it this way, which is why I bring up our very lax abortion laws, because we seem to be very liberal with what one can do with ending the life of a child in the womb. And then all of a sudden, we're going to stand on some kind of laurels saying, well, but if you surrender your baby, you should only be allowed to do it this way. And I imagine it would be incredibly traumatic no matter what, right? But if I had to go to face someone, I'm not quite sure that what I would do is all of a sudden decide that I can magically be a better parent. I think out of that side of the shame, if I don't have to see someone face to face, although ultimately, of course, parenting is what we want, and we do need better healthcare, and we need better childcare, and we need mothers who are able to get, better paternity and maternity leaves and all these kinds of things. I'm for all of that, but that's not what we're
I'm
talking
so
about.
sorry to stop you, but we
thank
do
you.
have someone else who wants to ask a question.
Thank
So,
you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say in defense of both sides, because I think both sides are concerned and have a lot of questions, and they just want really good detail about what these are. So thank you so much for your
Absolutely.
testimony. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Representative McGee.
Thank you very much for your powerful, gripping, and passionate testimony. What would you say to someone who would consider this legislation anti-family?
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, I listened to Christina Bennett speak, and I'm going to echo what she said. To be completely honest, I am someone who lost a child to abortion, and I understand that was my choice. And I wish that I had a better understanding. I don't know what I would have done, right? But I wish I would have had a better understanding around the fact that biology doesn't make a family, love does, and again, that's where I'm so confused on this, on the pushback for this, because if a baby could be surrendered, first of all, birth moms are my heroes. I think they are the most courageous, selfless human beings on the planet, literally. So just the act and effort of placing this baby in the box right there is just, God bless them and their bravery. And then knowing that baby will be well taken care of and going into a family that will provide for it the way that obviously that mother felt that she couldn't. To me, I don't understand why this is not being embraced on both sides of the aisle. It's obviously it's not ideal. I'm not trying to pretend that it is. And keeping families together is definitely the best way. But if we can't, I just can't understand why we wouldn't want another safe way to save babies and frankly, to help moms.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mary Ellen Barnes, and then followed by Jan Ponson, and then Lisa Maloney. Mary Ellen's gone? Okay. Then Jan, I think you're there.
I am here.
All right. Thank you for
All
hanging.
right. Good evening. Thank you for your long day listening to everyone. So on behalf of the Yale Child Study Center, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, and honorable members of the committee, children, thank you again. On behalf of the Yale Child Study Center, we thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 6951, an act concerning children's behavioral Health Services. I'm Dr. Jan Ponsen, Vice Chair for Clinical Affairs for the Yale Child Study Center, and I serve on the Transforming Children's Behavioral Health Policy and Planning Committee as the Yale New Haven Children's Hospital representative. The Child Study Center, part of the Yale School of Medicine, conducts research, trains mental health professionals, and provides clinical services to children and families. We also cover emergency department and inpatient services at Yale New Haven Children's Hospital. We serve families across the state, and more than half of our families are Medicaid enrollees. We commend and are grateful for the General Assembly and the members of the TCB for recognizing the urgent need to evaluate and enhance Connecticut's children's behavioral health services. The study outlined in Section 1 of HB 6951 will provide vital data to address the increasing demand for services and ensure that children receive timely and effective care. Also important is the data collection for school-based health services. Yale New Haven Children's Hospital operates 7 such centers, and we welcome the opportunity to better understand SBHCs broadly in the state, given that these are often the first point of contact for children with mental health needs. We also strongly support the appropriation of $8.6 million in both fiscal years to expand mobile crisis intervention services. Jeff Vanderplug earlier spoke well to the utility and wonderful aspects of that particular program. Unfortunately, Connecticut's current Medicaid reimbursement rates for behavioral health services lag behind peer states, which has contributed to provider shortages, longer wait times, and service gaps that disproportionately affect vulnerable children and parents. And increasing Medicaid reimbursement rates is critical to strengthening our behavioral health infrastructure. We also wish to express serious concerns regarding Governor Lamont's budget proposal. By increasing hospital taxes and reducing care reimbursements, the proposal places significant financial pressure on providers, jeopardizing essential services, including children's behavioral health care. These added burdens threaten hospital stability and risk reversing progress that is being sought through HB 6951. And we beseech the committee and state leadership to consider these impacts and advocate for a budget that protects such patients. House Bill 6951 represents a significant step forward in addressing behavioral health needs of Connecticut's children, and we urge the committee to support the legislation and the corresponding appropriations to build a strong, more responsive behavioral health system. By investing in sustainable funding solutions and expanding critical services, we can ensure that every child in Connecticut has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to Connecticut's children and families.
Jan, thank you so much. As Ann Smith said earlier, one of the perhaps good things about being later in the evening is there are less questions. So I really appreciate your testimony. We have your written testimony submitted, correct?
Yes, yep.
Okay, great. And so, oh, you do have a question. Okay, Representative Comey.
Thank you, Jan, for your participation in this important committee. And then I was wondering, you in the bill, and this isn't really the money committee, so we shouldn't really talk about it, but we don't really need to spend a lot of time on it, but just quickly, we did such great work a few years ago through this committee, allocating all the money for the mobile crisis units. And I'm wondering if the governor has included money in his budget and if you know that, and if that is going to be sufficient for the current scope of services we provide right now.
Yeah, that would be, I think, hard for me to answer because we don't run any MPS or a mobile crisis service. We experience its utility in diverting kids from our emergency room and also working with them very closely to have kids disposition out of the emergency room for ongoing care. So expansion of that service, making it more accessible for a longer period of time makes great sense to us, but I wouldn't be able to speak very well to the actual amount and the costing out.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Jan. Thanks for hanging in.
Thank you. Good evening.
Lisa Maloney, followed by Anya Goldsby Wells, followed by Matthew Busey.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I am here to testify in strong support of SB 1310. Being faced with an unexpected pregnancy can be a very scary thing based on one's life circumstance. As the executive director of Anchor of Hope, a sexual health clinic in New London, the president of the Connecticut Pregnancy Care Coalition, and a licensed marriage and family therapist, I have dedicated my life to supporting women and families faced with unplanned pregnancies. I have seen firsthand the critical need for safe alternatives for mothers in crisis. This bill is essential because it provides compassionate and safe options for desperate mothers who feel they have no other choice. By allowing hospitals to install these life-saving devices, we ensure that infants are given a chance at life and that mothers have a way to surrender their babies safely without fear of legal repercussions or endangering their child. Beyond my professional role, my personal story underscores the importance of this issue, having been raised by a woman who had me in high school, and then myself being a single mother in my early 20s. I intimately understand the impact that access to compassionate and comprehensive support can have, and every woman deserves to be fully informed and empowered in her pregnancy decisions. SB 1310 ensures that vital resources remain accessible. I also wanted to kind of address a little bit about the situation, the incident in Mansfield. From police records, the father was the one who placed the child on a car and left. But some of the details about that was that he and the mother had stated they could not have the baby because of where they lived and their legal status as citizens. Right now, we have many immigrants who are terrified. And the idea that they would have to show their face or be caught on camera I would imagine, be even more terrifying if they were to decide to surrender their child to a safe haven box. So I would strongly encourage the passing of this. You've heard a lot of back and forth, and I could share more, but it's been a long day, and most of what I could share has probably already been said. So thank you for your time in listening to this.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I think everything's been said as well, but you did mention a group of people that I hadn't even thought of, and with regard to individuals, those being the immigrants that would be concerned and maybe fearful and have an opportunity to leave their baby in a place where they would be completely anonymous. So I do appreciate that. And I'm assuming or making the assumption that in your job and what you do in your career, you probably go through many pregnancies with many people. And then in the end, there's all kinds of anxiety and fear. And there are probably even women that you have done your best to help walk through the entire pregnancy and still been in a position where even after delivery may feel like they need to give the baby up and may benefit by having the baby box and not wanting anybody to know. So I don't know if you can speak to that or not, but
no, yes, we do daily work with men and women that are struggling to make ends meet, and currently right now, fearful of whether they're going to continue to live in the States. And then we do see some young people who are just terrified to tell their families. We have had, I would say, too many that have come in for pregnancy confirmation, and we find that they're 26 weeks, 32 weeks pregnant. They've had no care. And, once, we confirm the pregnancy, sadly, there are times that they leave our office and we don't hear from them again. So, we do daily see people who are in terrified situation, overwhelming situation. And I think just giving them another option, it just makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, next up we have Oh, I apologize. Hang on one sec, Lisa.
Okay.
Representative Lanu, I apologize.
You're allowed to do it once a night, so forgive. Lisa, it's great to see you.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you for staying with us in the late hour here. And I just want to really just on behalf of the entire district, the 45th district, thank you for everything you do day in and day out, helping to care for pregnant women pre and post pregnancy. And really just sticking by a number of them. There's been a couple of ladies that have come to me with unplanned pregnancies, and you were right there. And one was, if I remember, a later night call than this hour. So
Yes, it was.
your work never ends. And not trying to create more work for you or put more on you, but I'm just curious as it relates to the Safe Haven baby boxes, devices. If some of the local hospitals in New London County and in our region, our neck of the woods, are agreeable to put these in, is your organization willing to work with them and to help with some of the childcare, that sort of thing, and give the tools to whoever may be caring for that child until appropriate placement is found?
So yes, I mean, we don't turn away anybody regardless of what they're coming to us for, if they need assistance in locating services or even certain baby supplies. And we do have notifications in our office about the Safe Haven law. It is visible to our clientele that come in. And we don't necessarily talk about it too much, but we do make sure that it's in highly visible places, because we just don't know what's going on through their minds, and knowing that the terror that they're living in. But we do regularly work with the local hospitals in our area in helping the men and women navigate the system.
And I don't know, have you seen one of these baby boxes in person, and how it's designed?
No, I have not seen it in person. I've only seen the literature on it.
Because I know, like I said, right now law precludes that here in Connecticut. So hopefully we're gonna work on that. Let's if we could do it in a bipartisan way, and see what can get be done. And I saw a video, YouTube video of a news report. It was I think it was the NBC affiliate out of St. Louis, that showed one getting installed in at a fire station. And it's literally a door that opens. On the other side of the door, there's a one of those newborn cribs, so to speak. It looked well secured, very, very strong, very safe, very warm. And you just you put the baby into it through that opening. The door shuts, and it's the baby is safely secured on the other side of the wall. So it looks like it's a fine design, and I think once people see it, I think they can understand it. And certainly when I was able to see that, and you can see how many firehouses and EMS facilities, hospitals across the country that these are in. I'd say it's a pretty safe proposition, and hopefully can save a few babies. So Lisa, thank you so much. Appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you hanging in there and talking to us, and you carry on your God's work that you do every day. Thank you,
Thank
Madam.
you.
You're welcome, Representative. Excuse me, Lisa, one more question.
Okay.
Welander, sorry.
That's okay.
I wanted to ask, because based off of your testimony that you shared, and hearing your conversation back and forth with my good colleagues, I can tell that your priority is trying to ensure the health and safety of a baby and the mother. One of the things that has really concerned me when I've been learning about these baby boxes, though, is the fact that they aren't regulated. We're somehow expected to just take it on faith that they would be able to maintain proper temperature in all types of weather, that would be safe enough for a very sensitive infant. Do you share those concerns that this is a device that has no federal or formal regulation of any kind? I mean, we have the high chairs that we used for my kids had to be regulated.
I certainly hear your concerns, but I know that the research that I have read and seen is that the amount of time that the child would be there is an average of 2.5 to 4 minutes. And I certainly would never, ever want to see a child in situation where they're compromised, whether it's too cold, too hot, not enough oxygen. But I think, I think we see it working across in other states, and we see it working across, across the world. And so I don't always think that, federal regulations are always, the best, the always necessary for everything that we do. But I do believe in safety, and I do believe that over the years that these have been in use, they have already proven to be safe for the children, based on, just based on what I've read. But I'm not an expert.
I appreciate your candor and your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
I do, I agree that we want to make sure that the child is safe. And so I think expanding the safe haven laws that we already have to ensure that there's a direct warm handoff so the baby is never by itself. And that we look at some of the language allowing for more anonymity if that is something that is of a concern. But thank you so much for your time tonight and for with us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Lisa. And now we're going to go to Anya. Did I get it right, Anya? Is that right?
You
Anya,
did. Thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate it. So I'm Anya Goldsby Wells. I am the founder of Goldsby Law PLLC, and I did want to speak briefly in support of SB 1310 and also briefly touch on 1311. So in my law practice, I work a lot in juvenile court. So I primarily represent children and parents, particularly those parents that are in crisis, which would include in these child protection cases. I am particularly working in Hartford juvenile court. And one of the reasons why I believe that the baby boxes are going to be absolutely instrumental is for a lot of the reasons that were already stated. But I can tell you from my personal experience, particularly working with mothers that have mental health issues, I have seen many cases, not particularly where they dropped the baby off at the hospital, but where there were situations and circumstances where that could have happened. And because of them not having the option to be anonymous, I think that this is a great addition to the safe haven laws that we specifically have right now. The way the law is, it's required for face-to-face interaction. And I can see a very well-intentioned staff member speaking to someone that is under mental health concerns, someone that's having postpartum depression, going through psychosis, and asking them questions. And this person providing them information, even though it's optional, their mind is not in a space where they can think sometimes clearly and logically about those things, and they don't realize the implications of those decisions. And so I know a lot of people are afraid, as was mentioned previously, maybe this is a person that has already been involved with the DCF system. Maybe this is someone who has a domestic violence situation. Whatever it is, they're scared. And so we need to focus here on the safety of the children and then the anonymity of the parents and the mothers. And so I think that that is crucial in this particular case. And that's something that we need to consider. And I'm in agreement to it. I heard a lot of comments about the regulation aspect of it. I think at this point, you know, we know it's not considered a medical device. So no, it's not going to be regulated by federal law, and it's not necessarily considered a crib, but those are options and things that can be explored later. I think when we look at the essence and the purpose of this law, it makes sense. And I really just don't see a reason why we shouldn't support it. To briefly touch also on SB 1311, particularly regarding the portion of reentry for youth that age out of the DCF system. I believe that the bill does provide a pathway for youth to request for reentry. My concern is that we put the burden and the onus on the actual adolescent, the 18-year-old, to do it themselves. And so what I would recommend is that we extend that to allow for the child's attorney or guardian ad litem to actually propose re-entry into the system. I can tell you personally, I have had 5 clients within the past year that are either 17 or about to age out at age 18, and some are in very different emotional states and places. And so sometimes, honestly, they think DCF has failed them, and so they want to get out of the system as a rebellious sort of response. And so I think sometimes they're not in the right mind to make their own decisions. And so I would recommend just extending that to allow for the guardian ad litem or the child's attorney to make that request on their behalf. And I'd be happy to respond to any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. And Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was earlier, much earlier in the day, but I believe hopefully I'm remembering this correctly, that the reentry portion of changing the language is to ensure that DCF could request reimbursement of federal funds, because right now they can still request to go in and reentry, but they are unable to recoup some of those costs, even though they are still providing care. So there's that. But I appreciate your opinion and your thoughts on having an advocate be there as well for that process. The question I had a second question about 1310, and if in your professional opinion, to ensure the well-being of your clients, if there is a client who is coming to a hospital who is experiencing severe mental distress, do you think it is better for their safety to leave a child and then be given no supports and no services? Or do you think it would be safer and better for that patient on average, no one's going to fit every category, to be able to still give the child over to safety anonymously and then be given options for support and for potential reunification for that child and the family and the mother once they're in a better place?
Yes, and thank you for that question, Representative. I would agree, and I think it makes sense. This isn't necessarily the ideal situation where someone drops off a baby and leaves. We don't know what state that mother or parent will be in, but I think under those circumstances, it's very difficult to be anonymous. I heard testimony previously from Christina Bennett and other situations where some of that anonymity is not really fully intact. And so I think we're just providing them with an option. Of course, if they need that additional help, a lot of them do provide that opportunity. I'm hearing that there's literature included in the baby boxes, so they're going to have situations and circumstances where they can reach out to help. But I've had personal clients, without saying too much, that have literally given babies over to strangers because they've just been afraid that essentially someone is going to come after them, someone's going to arrest them, things like that. They're sometimes very scared and vulnerable, and so they do need help in situations, and a lot of times they have family and support, but what about those people that don't? So sometimes they just need another option.
Thank you for your response. I think one thing that we can all agree on tonight, no matter what your perspective is on this proposal, is that we need to do a better job as a state in promoting our safe haven laws to make sure that everyone understands what the process is and what kind of protections and supports are in place for these mothers. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony tonight and hanging out with us for this long. You certainly bring a perspective that we haven't heard, I think, for the entire day with regarding your career and your perspective as an attorney. You spoke a lot about women that may be having mental health issues that may not even be in a place to be able to receive any kind of information with regard to their own care. So I think you really highlighted nicely that this is an option. And what I think the other thing, and I would say to Representative Wiellander, that we can all agree is that this isn't ideal. We all know that it's not ideal, but it's an option, as many people have said, and it gives another opportunity to save babies. So thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you hanging in. Next.
I have a question. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Representative, I did not see your hand. I apologize.
It is totally okay. It's late. And you're doing a phenomenal job, by the way. I just want to say that. Through you, Madam Chair. Do you think it's safer for a person, and in many of these cases, we learned that a lot of them are young, that a young person seek medical treatment without their parents' consent or any regulation on their parents' insurance? Or do you think that it's safer for a younger person in a really devastating situation to surrender their baby in a baby box?
Thank you for the question, Representative McGee. I would say that it's hard to say what is safer under every particular circumstance, but I do think a young child or a youth that is scared and does not want to be known, I think sometimes it just makes more sense for them to have a safe place to leave the child, and then they can be taken care of afterwards. That's my take. Obviously, in that situation, it sounds like you're talking about children giving birth to children. And that's a very specific type of case and is very scary. And I think back to the woman earlier who talked about the Brenda Has a Baby video. My mind went there a few times today. And I think we have to realize that we're looking at safety and anonymity. And so when we put those two things together, I think safety comes first, and that goes with the parent and the child.
Thank you. I share that because I had several parents contact me within the last couple of years, frustrated and upset that their kids had access to all sorts of things, or that they were wondering how they could petition systems to access their children's MyChart or their medical examinations. And these were minors. And so I was just curious, what your thought would be on the lack of regulation, to me, in that specific case, how we have laws on the books where young people can access sort of all sorts of things without their parents' consent or regulation, and maybe the lack of regulation around the safe haven boxes, and what are some of the things that we can do to implement those regulations. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you have a good night.
Absolutely. And if I can just respond to that last point, I will say I think maybe that's a different issue, but there's certainly a lot of circumstances where particularly young teens and women, if they want to, go have an abortion, they can go to Planned Parenthood and their parents don't need to know. So there's a lot of cases where they're being exposed to information and being put in situations that as a young teen, they may not be able to speak well on their own behalf because they don't have that, I would say, that level of maturity. And so the baby boxes are another option for them to make sure the baby is safe.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Representative. Thank you, Anya, and we will move on to Kathy Lekowitz. Sorry.
That's okay. Good evening. My name is Kathy Lekowitz. I've learned a lot tonight, so being here with you all for 7 hours. Thank you for your service. I'm the Director of Recreation and Community Services for the City of Middletown, and I applaud you for your commitment to safety. I actually start all of my trainings with our staff with safety as our #1 priority, with fun being a super close second. So it sounds in contradiction that I am opposed to HB 6952. Many of my colleagues have shared some of their concerns, so I don't want to reiterate a lot of that. You've heard it. What I want to say is two things. We do all of the things, most of the things, I should say, that you are listing in here. I am not opposed to background checks. We run background checks on all of our participants, all of our volunteers. What I would like to have you look at is the requirements of the types of background checks. If we meet the qualifications of your concerns in terms of sex offender registry lists or other specific items, if the background checks that we are currently using meet those standards, please allow us to continue using those. We actually run them annually, which I do think is important for the particular age range that we are working with. I have had circumstances where someone worked for us 1 year, and then the next year something came back on their background check. So we would want to continue doing that annually. The cost and the logistics of the fingerprinting would inhibit us from being able to do that. One of the items that has been brought up persistently is the ratio, as well as consistency. So I want to point out the fact that the Office of Early Childhood, for camps that are regulated and licensed, they are allowed to use 16 and 17-year-olds in their ratios. So keep that consistent. Allow us to use the same. So it would actually follow what OEC is using as part of their requirements. We are actually inspected in the city of Middletown by the state because we receive Care for Kids funding. So we were proud of the sites and the camps that we run. We do meet many of the expectations. And like I said, we are inspected. So we've got nothing to hide. We're proud of what we do. Our camps are very safe. We want to continue providing this safe, affordable, fun environment for our local youth, as well as keeping those 16 and 17-year-olds engaged and employed, which is also a really deep commitment of mine to keeping our youth in positive environments. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for spending 7 hours with us. And we definitely hear you about the 16 and 17-year-olds. As far as background checks go, we are committed to background checks. So we will be having that conversation. But if you're doing it already, it sounds as though you're doing it already. So that's part of a future conversation. And Representative Comey has a question, followed by Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say thank you, Kathy, for the reminder that, some of our camps do take Care for Kids and that they do go through OEC, licensing and that sort of thing. So I just wanted to say thank you for accepting Care for Kids, because I know it is an extra hoop to jump through for you guys. And but it's so important for our families to be able to have access to funding to offset the cost of care. So thank you so much.
Yes, I'll just add to that. We're one of the few municipalities that do, because there are lots of hoops, but I agree with you. I do hope the state remains committed to that. It is an essential form of support for many of our local families. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to ask you, Representative Boyd has had a conversation with a few of the individuals that were opposed to the bill, and he's trying to work through some of the concerns. Do you think that would be satisfactory in the direction he was headed with some of the concerns he was discussing?
Yeah, I think I can't speak for every town, right? We are a city. We probably have more resources at our disposal than some of the smaller communities. So I don't want to misrepresent some of their concerns. And one of my other colleagues was talking about layers of supervision. And we also have many layers. So there's a question of, do you mean on site? for the duration of the camp that you're including in ratios if you want to include adults over 18 years old. You know, we have summer supervisors that go to several sites that they oversee. Would that be included? So I do think there are some details. I think we would meet many of the requirements anyway because of our director, assistant director. We actually have typically a full-time nurse on site, paraprofessionals on site that are all of adult ages. So, but again, some of the smaller communities may have concerns that I don't want to misrepresent what those concerns are.
Okay, well, I thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, Kathy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You are free to go. Now we have Tara Hannaford. Do we have Tara Hannaford? No, we do not, which means we are moving on to Mary Weiner, followed by Janice Fleming, and then we are done. Oh, I'm sorry, Marley. I apologize. I wrote it down wrong. Marley Greiner.
Here, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I've had connection problems, so I have to go with audio today. My name is Marley Greiner, and I am the executive chair of Bastard Nation, the largest adoptee civil rights organization in the United States, and also the owner of Stop Safe Haven Baby Boxes Now website. We are, as far as I can tell, the largest website in the world about safe haven, about baby boxes. We focus on United States and Canada. We have hundreds of pages of legislative updates, news stories, pictorials, blogs, statistics, anything you want, you'll find there. I'm also a biological descendant of two of Hartford's founding families, the Clarks and I always forget the other name, the Clarks and the Marvins. So it's kind of a pleasure to be here, kind of back home in a way. And I also want to thank you for letting the adoptee voice be heard here. Adoptees have been shut out of the entire discourse of baby box discussions since 2017. Let me just go back a little bit. I've been researching and writing about safe haven laws since 1998, and I started on the baby boxes in 2016. So I know quite a bit about them. And the adoptee voice has been constantly silent. You know, there's been a real plan to silence us. So I'm going to trust you're going to listen to us tonight. Advocates of the baby boxes have called us everything from the nicer, you're just ungrateful, to Satanists and baby killers. They have particularly refused to respond to adoptee objections in any serious manner. The baby box hotline operator and counselor publicly called adoptees who object to baby boxes as mentally unstable. The owner of the baby box company on TikTok a few months ago, who got some pushback from some adoptees, I don't know who they were, did a TikTok back to them and said, so take your little trauma narrative and go somewhere else. So she's basically telling us to get lost. And we've also told, of course, we hate adoption. What we really hate are deceptive and deceptive relinquishment practices rooted in shame and secrecy that lead to drastic permanent solutions to temporary problems and deny the babies who are adopted under this system, when they grow up, their birth and adoption records, histories, and context.
Can you please summarize?
Pardon?
Can you please?
Oh, yeah, I'll try. Okay. There's one thing. Oh, geez, I don't even know where to begin. I've got so much here. I submitted my written testimony already, so I was just gonna do a few things. Yeah, I think you've got the idea of what our objection is, but this is dropping babies into a black hole. This is not a closed adoption system. This is an anonymous secret system. Closed adoptions have birth records. They have parental records. They have all kinds of records. Maybe you can't get to them, but you can someday. The law changes. The law changed in Connecticut. It's going to change other other places. And I do have a couple of the things I would like to say, but I know we're really late here. This is like 7 hours is a lot. But I do have some comments if you're interested about the funding of baby boxes, which is not what you're being told, and also just a little bit about the an overview of the oversight.
Thank you so much, Marley. We appreciate you hanging in with us. And we have a question from Representative Wielander.
Hi, I apologize for just joining, but I'm curious about what you were potentially going to share about the funding.
Oh, yes. You know, they've been so
fundraised.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. They are sold to legislators, the public, funders, whatever, as free. Free in the fact that it doesn't take there's no taxpayer money involved, but there is. Initially, their funding came from individual donations, foundations, churches, right to life organizations, that type of thing. But then in the last couple of years, we have states and local jurisdictions taking taxpayer money to pay for it. I'll give you a few examples. I know this isn't all. I don't have them all. But I do want to say that just the other day, Wyoming rejected a bill even before it got heard that would have given $300,000 in tax money to pay for baby boxes when there hasn't even been a reported discard case in 8 years. But there's some other ones too, like San Antonio has allocated $450,000, just one city alone, $450,000 to lease 12 boxes. Now, this happened well over a year ago. They have not been installed because the city law director is not happy with the contract and the demands that the organization makes on the city. I don't have any details on that. That was a news story.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I don't want to take up too much more time since I see some of my colleagues have their hands raised. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative McGee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify, we actually had some individuals testify, and they were people that had experienced adoption that were very supportive of this bill. And with regard to the funding, I can't speak for other states, but in this bill in no way, shape, or form is asking for state money. And it's been proposed to us that organizations will fundraise and provide the money. And in one particular case, in a hospital in Connecticut, the hospital is just waiting for the approval of the legislature to have a box, and it is already paid for. And I just wanted to clarify that, but I wanted to thank you so much for your testimony today.
Okay, well, you're welcome. I want to thank you, but I do want to say that usually the bills do not have that kind of funding written into them. 2, 3, 4 years down the line, amendments get made to add that.
Well, and we can't predict the future, but right now we're not looking for money, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Representative. Representative McGee.
Thank you for your testimony. I know it's getting late, so I'm just going to be really brief. I just want to, I mean, I know I didn't make any of the statements made about you or the labels, but I think the labels that you all were labeled were wrong. And I do think that people who were adopted have a strong right and voice to share their concerns or even their expertise. So I just want to let you know that your testimony here is of great value and significance. And I just have a simple question. What are your thoughts about a woman voluntarily surrendering her baby in a hospital? Like, aside from the baby boxes, what are your thoughts about safe haven laws?
We oppose those
general?
Also. We've opposed them since 1998. But it's a done deal, you know. So it's not too much of an issue right now. Sometimes we maybe object to an amendment to the law. Like, there's some strange things like North Dakota now, you can safe haven your baby up to 1 year of age. That's just outrageous.
Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony tonight, and I hope that you have a great night.
Oh, thank you, you too.
Okay, thank you all very much. And now our final person, Janice Fleming. Janice, are you with us? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Janice
sorry.
Butler, I
I
apologize.
was trying to unmute you, Madam Chair, and other esteemed committee members. Thank you for allowing me to speak before you today. Earlier today, there was a young woman named Eva Lise who was before you, and she and I come from the same community. And so I know her story to be true, which is what brings me here today. We have witnessed several women in our community. We're from housing projects who have left their babies in hallways and parks and other places that were unsafe. And tonight I heard a lot of conversation about data and where's the data and how do we know it's happening to these women. But I can tell you firsthand that the media, nor doctors, nor legislators were in our communities when these babies were being left behind. I did not know about the safe haven or the boxes until yesterday, sitting in the cafeteria at the LOB and hearing two women who was engaged in this conversation talk about this as an option. And so I made sure, and I want to thank you because I actually signed up late. So I want to thank Chairman Paris for allowing me to speak before you today, because oftentimes Black and brown women, when we're talking about paternal health, is left invisible. And I think that's why some of your colleagues is taking on this issue about paternal health. I can't believe that this is a conversation, particularly around whether it's safe or not. I can assure you that I've seen babies left in crack houses, sidewalks, and everywhere else that was unsafe. And so a hospital to me doesn't seem to be unsafe, given where I come from and what I've seen women do with their babies. I may also remind you that our relationships as Black and brown women have always been complicated with doctors and hospitals. This idea of this warm give off or this safe give off, if you will, nothing has ever been safe or fluffy with us when we're talking about hospitals and medicalization. And this is why having the patient or the woman be anonymous or the man be anonymous is something that I am so in favor of. Women are who make the choice of doing this, oftentimes have other children at home and are in fear of losing them to DCF. You won't find the data to support many of the testimonies that you're hearing today, because as I already stated, many of you don't come to poor communities that understand our day-to-day lives. I urge you all to not just look at this from a status or a data perspective, but humanize this issue. What people are asking for is not an and or, they're asking for an option. And having an option of someone dropping their baby off to a hospital, it is mind-boggling to me that this is even being debated. We spend so much money in this state figuring it out. And this is an issue that we should try to figure it out. I will be ensuring that all of the people in my community know about the Safe Box laws. And so I thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Dauphiné. And then followed by Representative McGee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your heartfelt testimony. I can speak for myself. I do not know what it's like to be in your shoes, nor any of the individuals that are in that situation, but I certainly want them to have as many options as they can. And this is really what this is attempting to do. Is it your feeling that if these women and men had these options that we could save lives in Connecticut?
I mean, absolutely. I think what people, some of the language I was hearing described tonight was so offensive to me, because when you're poor and you're Black
and you're brown and you're being judged constantly about the decisions that you make, and you don't have options, and your back is against the wall, and there isn't a chance that you can have an option to change that, why wouldn't you want that? Women who makes the decision to put their baby in the box, whether they're doing it under distress, whether they're doing it out of fear of their parents, have made a choice. I believe in free will. So whether a woman wants to have an abortion, whether a woman wants to put a baby in her box, is something that she should get. We spend a lot of time and a lot of money protecting those who want to have an abortion, and I'm for it. Like I said, I'm Jewish. I believe in free will. I too, and I'll share this because this topic is so important to me. I had an abortion when I was young, and I wish I would have had known about a baby box. What this is simply asking for is an option. And we have to give women, particularly poor women in rural and urban communities, access to options.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Janice. You're not the first person that has shared that similar testimony with regard to wishing that they had that option when they were younger. I know it was heartfelt and sincere, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative McGee?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony, really powerful testimony. I believe that it is important that we see and hear from all people that come from all walks of life, because as I stated earlier, a bit of the argument surrounding why this shouldn't exist, it sounded elitist. It sounded privileged. It sounded like it was just completely disconnected from those who we always advocate for access for without asking them what they actually need access to. So my question to you is, you say you just found out about safe haven laws. What would be a great marketing strategy for you that you believe would be beneficial in your community for the safe haven, for the medically safe baby boxes? I'm sorry, it's late.
Well, I think it would be multiple strategies, if you will. I think Safe Haven, the organization, reaching out intentionally to organizations that focus on youth, focus on women groups. I know that I am the co-founder of Voices of Women of Color, and I can assure you that we will be doing media campaigns, because someone raised a really good issue earlier today. One of the things we know working with young people and women is they don't want to engage at that level. Everything for them now is about non-human contact. It's about being online. It's about seeing it on the social media outlets. So there's multiple levels. I would go churches. I would go nonprofit organizations. I would go businesses. There is nowhere that I wouldn't go to share this information. I was just mind boggled hearing about this yesterday, and felt a little bit triggered and traumatized to your point about some of the elitist language that I was hearing today. And more importantly, some of the language that was based around coming from certain entities that don't live my experience and never have. And so seeing Evilise today was quite helpful, because she and I come from the same community, and we've both seen this thing over many, many years. And so, and she's brown and I'm black. This isn't a figment of our imagination. We've seen babies abandoned. So when people put out these numbers, I am constantly reminded of how invisible we are, because we're not counted in those numbers.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Trinae, thank you so much. Janice, thank you for being here. You have closed us out. We appreciated hearing from you, and thank you for hanging in. With
Thank you very much, and I thank your colleagues, the committee members for hanging in there with us today. And I just would ask that you guys really think about what we're doing here. It's about children, and so thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, with that, we will end tonight's public hearing, and thank you, everyone. Thank you to our clerk and assistant clerk. We appreciate you. And thanks to everyone who hung in here online and in the LOB. Take care. Drive safe.